Hello, welcome. Very excited for all the things that you're going to see today. I'm excited to welcome you to the Cadence Amplify today. Our sessions today are designed to build your learning, solidify your knowledge, and help you grow. We have some amazing speakers who are going to give you some great tips, advice, and information. All of our sessions are being recorded today, so you'll have a chance not only to rewatch the ones that you see today, but also to watch sessions in the other track or that you couldn't get to live today. You'll be able to see those on the Cadence YouTube channel in the coming weeks. You also have opportunities to ask questions in the chat today, and I'll bring them up during the Q&A after each speaker finishes their presentation. So let's get started. Our first speaker today is a friend of mine, Jamie Marlsand, who's going to talk about how he grew his YouTube channel to 100,000, I'm guessing also plus 100,000 plus subscribers. Jamie spent his career building online businesses and has held board-level technical and commercial roles at private and publicly listed companies. Prior to founding Poodle Press, Jamie was managing director of Pavilion Publishing Limited, and before that, chief technical officer of Documedia PLC. He's trained over 5,000 people on WordPress in the past 10 years, and Poodle Press WordPress plugins are used by thousands of customers worldwide. For the past 3 years, Jamie has grown his YouTube channel to over 100,000 subscribers. He now works at Automatic as head of WordPress YouTube. So let's bring him on screen. Hello, Jamie.
Hey, Michelle, how are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Well, it's Friday afternoon, where I am anyway. It's Friday afternoon and it's not raining. So I'm great. Thanks.
There you go. I had to stop myself from saying good morning because it's not morning for everybody, including yourself. It is morning for me, and I'm starting it's a beautiful day. So I'm excited to hear your talk. Of course, you know, you and I go way back, and I appreciate everything that you share, and I'm excited to hear your talk. And so I'm not even going to keep talking. I'm going to let you have it and take myself off and give you the.
Cool. Thank you so much. Oh, that's working great. Hi, everyone. If you've got any questions, please ask away. We're going to have some time for Q&As at the end. But this presentation is called 10 Rules to Grow Your YouTube Channel to 100,000 subscribers, make lots of money and change your life, which it did for me, actually. It's an incredible journey. So first off, big stat, why YouTube? So this is mind-blowing. So as of 2024, YouTube has more than 2.7 billion users every month, which is 51% of all people who use the internet. Incredible number. 1/3 of everyone in the world uses YouTube monthly. That's an incredible number. And over half of the people who use the internet on their phones visit YouTube each month. And it's disrupting mainstream media as well. So it's astonishingly popular. That's the reason we're here. Just a tiny bit on my background to give you a bit of context. I didn't just arrive at having a YouTube channel. So as Michelle mentioned a few minutes ago, I started Poodle Press about 14 years ago. And I started off as just a training business. And I would trundle around the country. I'm from England. And this is a photograph of one of my training sessions. And I would book meeting rooms or pub rooms, and I would train people on WordPress. I'd have sort of 10 to 15 to 20 people in a room, depending on where I went. And you can see on the screen in the middle of the table, there's a little plug bank where everyone would plug their laptops into, and I'd take my own projector. Often I'd take my own screen around to start with as well. And I would run these courses. I would set up multi-sites, so everyone had a blank WordPress website to start with. And by the end of the day, it lasted from 10 till 4 p.m. They would be able to build a website with WordPress. So it was a complete beginner's guide to WordPress. And over a space of about 12 years, I trained over 5,000 people. So it was an incredible privilege to see how everyone was using WordPress. It's incredible learning as well to see how actually people like walking around and seeing how the problems they're having and the pain points they're having gives you an enormous amount of learning. And the next slide is these are the places I went to. So forgive me if my dots are slightly in the wrong places, but I'd go up to Scotland. So I'd get like 4 o'clock flights in the morning, go up to Edinburgh and teach. This is London. So most weeks I'd go to London because London was a big market for WordPress. I'd get a very early train and go to London. This one down here, hopefully you can see my cursor, is Exeter and Cheltenham from where I'm from, and then also Birmingham. So lots and lots of traveling. And during that time, I also trained lots of corporates. So I'd go into places like the NHS and train them. So huge amount of experience. Also during that time as well, just to give you a bit more context, I also started running courses for The Guardian. They ran a series of digital masterclasses. And here you can see me actually in the paper, which was a surprising day when I opened the paper. I had no idea this was happening. And there was my face staring back at me in The Guardian. So I ran digital master classes for them for about 5 years in their offices in London. Again, but the public would come to these, mostly DIYers in terms of where they're coming from, but also quite a few agencies along the road as well that were looking to transfer to WordPress and learn more about WordPress. Along that journey as well, I realized, well, I understood what people's pain points were. And from that, released a whole bunch of plugins. Here's just 2 of them. One called Gutenberg Pro, which extends the core Gutenberg blocks, and another one called Block Injector, which is really cool, actually. It lets you dynamically inject layouts anywhere within your site. So you have a central layout, and then you can basically insert it dynamically anywhere on your site. Especially useful for WooCommerce sites. But anyway, I'm not here to plug my plugins. And then, as Michelle also mentioned, I do have an enterprise background. So I had a corporate life before forming WordPress. So that just gives you a bit of context of how I got to kind of YouTube and some of my background. And my YouTube properly started around 2020. This is a photograph of my wife, who's a yoga teacher, runs a yoga studio. And she was following a big yoga YouTuber. And she mentioned to me during COVID that I should really get into YouTube. And I was a little bit sneering about the whole thing. And I kind of dismissed it, frankly, which she has some fun with now. But she was definitely right. And I sort of started to commit to producing some videos sort of post 2020. So I'm going to take you through how I YouTube now. And now everything you're about to see is how I've done it. But I would emphasize this is only my journey. So if you're going to go off on this yourselves, sure, there's going to be some learnings here for you, hopefully. But one of the beautiful things about YouTube, it's kind of a creative space where you can do your own thing. But hopefully I'm going to give you some top tips on how you can accelerate things. This is kind of currently where I'm at. It's actually a bit more than that now. So I'm about 133,000 subscribers. So the growth is, and you'll find this in YouTube, the growth definitely picks up as you go along and the audience starts to talk about your videos and you get better at the craft as well. And I've made about 458 videos. First rule I would say is just to repeat myself. This is your space, and it's one of the joyous things about YouTube that it's kind of like this fantastic sandpit where you can basically be creative. So I would say encourage you to embrace the creative freedom that this gives you. And one of the joys for me of running a YouTube channel is I get to discover all sorts of fantastic things. And I also get to interview some heroes of mine. So Rand Fishkin is a big hero of mine. I'm actually got him back on the channel in December on my channel to talk about zero-click marketing. So you should come and watch that. And it's fun. I interviewed him previously. So it's one of the joys of WordPress. I would say whatever you do on this journey, enjoy it. It's an incredible space where you can be creative. And then if you take nothing else from what I'm about to talk about today, this is the thing I would say, I would urge you to take out of it. The most important lesson I have for growing a YouTube channel is you need to commit to at least 1 video per week. And regardless, publish 1 video per week. Perfection will be your enemy. So just tell yourself you're going to commit to 1 video a week and everything else flows from that commitment. So the quality will improve, your storytelling will improve, the quality of your videos will improve, but it's all about just making sure you have a cadence to your publishing process. When I started out, I had, I think, about 3 ideas for videos I wanted to make that I thought would be interesting. Now I literally have a spreadsheet, and I'm going to talk you through my process in a few minutes. I have a spreadsheet of over 400 ideas. Here are a few of them. This is actually, I just cut and paste this from my spreadsheet, my ideas bucket, of some, well, I think they're quite exciting ideas for YouTube. I'm just going to pick out a few of these here to give you a sense of some of the ones I want to make. So this one will be fun. Website design so bad it's good. I think that'd be a really fun video to make. So you look at kind of bad design, but actually it's good. Links cards is a great example of that. 10 ways companies have screwed up users of proprietary systems. That would be a fun one. Then we've also got, I thought it'd be fun to run the unofficial 2024 WordPress Awards, where you have kind of slightly odd awards, and on and on. So I think don't worry about if you don't have many ideas. Committing to the process, it's like switching on a creative muscle. You might have 1 idea to start with, but if you commit to actually producing some videos, the ideas will come. Second big learning and piece of advice from me is gear doesn't matter. Prioritize storytelling. You will, especially if you come from a semi-technical background, which you may well do, your brain will be drawn to getting completely obsessed around gear and cameras and lighting and all sorts of and auto prompters and all sorts of other stuff. And you'll find you don't actually make any videos. I've certainly done this. I'm guilty of this. My advice is gear doesn't matter. I follow quite a few YouTubers where the quality is pretty bad. Literally an iPhone will do, frankly. But the storytelling is amazing. So my advice is become obsessed around storytelling. It's everything. So study storytelling deeply. Don't study gear deeply. The gear stuff you'll learn and you'll get better at that as you go along, but don't get drawn into that to start with. There are loads and loads of great resources for storytelling. Here are my two favorite ones. So the first one on the left is one called creatorhooks.com. It's a free newsletter that you can sign up to. And every week you get top tips on how to create titles and thumbnails. And I'm going to explain in a few minutes why titles and thumbnails are just so important. It's fantastic though. He'll send you an email every week with great ones, and he'll have the title and the thumbnail. But then they'll also explain why they're so good, and he'll give them a score, like out of 1,000, saying this has got a hook score of 1,000 because it does this, this, and this. So it's a great way to learn what works in terms of titles and thumbnails, and also what doesn't work. So sign up for that. It's completely free. And then the other great resource is a YouTube channel called Film Booth by Ed over there on the right. This chap here. He has some incredible value in terms of how to become a YouTuber. There's obviously loads more out there, but these are two of my favorite ones. So if you are thinking about creating some video content, they are definitely worth a follow. Right, here is my video workflow process, and there are some very important steps in here which you might recoil at, but I recommend you do these. So we'll start from it goes left to right, and the first thing is the idea. And the first thing to say, ideas come from all sorts of places, but generally for me, never sitting down at my desk. They generally appear when I come into my brain when I'm out walking or shopping or in the shower, but odd places. So you're going to have some ideas, and then if I get excited about an idea, then I put it straight into my ideas bucket spreadsheet, which I showed you just a few minutes ago. Everything goes in there if I think it's a good idea. And then what naturally happens with that spreadsheet is that what I think are the exciting and useful ones, they bubble up to the top. And then at that point, if I have one that I think I want to make a video about, I move on to the next step, which is thumbnail and title. And I spend a lot of time thinking about the title and the thumbnail. It's incredibly, 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 incredibly important in YouTube to get a good thumbnail and title. So I try and give myself, again, this might sound odd, but at least a week before I start making it and I've actually finished it. And there's a process I go through where I create lots of them and to try and hone down the best one. I'm going to give you some top tips in a minute, how to create good thumbnails and titles and how to measure them. Once I've got a thumbnail and title, and only when I've got a good thumbnail and title, will I then program it into a content calendar. Then I go off and make it, and then I promote it. And I tend to promote them a lot on X and LinkedIn. And something that's worked well for me is to embed the whole video, or slice and dice it and embed the video into those social streams, because things like platforms like X now, if you put a link in, it generally isn't servicing it very much. So embedding the actual video, even though you're not sending them to YouTube to watch it, that's fine because they're still seeing the content. Okay. Right. I want to dive into thumbnails and titles now because they are incredibly, incredibly important. One of the most important things about running a YouTube channel is to get good thumbnails and titles. They can make a huge difference in terms of how many people actually view your video. And I'm being very reductive here, but fundamentally, there are really just three main psychological drivers why anyone will click on your thumbnail and not somebody else's thumbnail. And remember, when you're making YouTube videos, the majority of your views you'll get from people when they see a bunch of thumbnails on YouTube and they choose one to click on. So your video is being seen in the context of everyone else's video. So your thumbnail has to drive that click more than your competitor. And these are the three big psychological drivers that I think you should consider when you're making your thumbnails. And those are curiosity, hope, and fear. And your video needs to have, and your thumbnail and your title have to have at least one of these. Hopefully two. 3 would be amazing, but they have to have at least one. If they don't have any of these, then in my view, you don't have a video. You need to go back and remake your thumbnail and title. And I'll just dive into a few examples of these to give you an idea of what each one means. So this is curiosity, and we've got some good examples of some thumbnails that really scream curiosity. So in the bottom left down here, we've got one from Marcus Brownlee, huge YouTuber, which you probably know. And the title is The Tesla Robotaxi is Confusing. And then it's got a price up here, and then it's got this sort of gold Tesla. So immediately my brain is going, that is, what's going on? Why is that? What's he going to say? So immediately I'm drawn, and I'm very, very curious about what that video is about. The other really interesting thing that all these thumbnail and titles do is they don't just dump the title into the thumbnail. You can see how there's a completely separate title to thumbnail. It's a complete waste of real estate. The thumbnail really should be supplemental to the title, because we see the title and then we see the thumbnail. There's no point just putting the text most times. Sometimes there is, but most times into the photo, into the image. Then up here we've got Yamaha did it again. This is a YouTuber called Paul David. Again, huge YouTuber, millions of subscribers, 3.47 million subscribers. He has a music channel, pretty much focused on guitar. And again, the title's fantastic. I didn't want to like this guitar, ... And then Yamaha did it again. My brain is like firing. What did they do again? And why does he like the guitar? I'm really curious. So I'm probably going to, I did click on that one. And down here, this is the great Rick Beato here, who's got 4.5 million subscribers. Fantastic music channel if you're into music. And again, it's a great title. Mike Dawes plays the impossible, WTF. So it's an impossible thing, but I'm going to see if I click on it. And then obviously, whoa, as the text. And then up here, this is my attempt at curiosity. So this CSS is amazing. And then the title is the best WordPress CSS snippet I've ever used. And again, the thumbnail supplements the title. Another tip here is if you are creating, the other two things to say here. One is this is not clickbait, because the CSS was amazing. So don't just create clickbaity titles. The video has to fulfill what the thumbnail says, otherwise you're going to break trust. So it has to be a good video. The other thing here is just a tip here. If you're ever doing titles like this, so I could have called this the best WordPress CSS snippet in the world. And a lot of people would argue with that. So you're already setting up confrontation. But because I said the best WordPress CSS snippet I've ever used, it's a personal opinion. So nobody can really argue against it or get cross about it, because it's just my view. And they can disagree with my view, but it's slightly different. It's subjective. Here's some good hope examples. So this is another huge YouTuber called Rick Shields, who's in the golf. He has a golf YouTube channel, and these are hope. So again, great title: How to Swing a Golf Club (brackets the easiest way). Easy sounds good to me, so that sounds like something I should be watching. It's only 7 minutes long. I can learn to swing a golf club really well in 7 minutes. Brilliant. And then the thumbnail absolutely, supplements the title, adds to it. So I'm going to click on that one. Here's an example of one I did recently, which went really well. And the title is WordPress mobile menus fixed in 3 minutes. What, only 3 minutes to fix a WordPress mobile menu? That sounds good. I'm going to commit to that. And again, the title is supplementary to the thumbnail is supplementary to the title. And then fear ones are fun. Fear is the other big emotional driver that you can use in your titles and thumbnails. So again, I picked some Ali Abdul here, a huge YouTuber. This is a great before and after is always great, but this is a great fear one. The title is Why You're Always Distracted, 5 Mistakes Ruining Your Focus. It's like I'm thinking, am I distracted? I need to watch that to make sure I'm not making some big mistakes so I can be more productive. And then you've got a sad looking before and then a very productive looking after. Brilliant combination. And it gets loads and loads of views. I really like this one up here. So this is as somebody that's really bad at car mechanics. The title is Do Not Try to Fix Your Car Until You've Seen This Video. And again, my brain is thinking, what am I going to do to break my car? I really want to find out what not to do. So it's really playing on that fear emotion. And the thumbnail is brilliant. This guy here, don't touch your car, big warning sign. And this one here, down here, again, fantastic, playing into the fear, especially around golf, because if you take up golf or you're just starting to learn golf, it's kind of, you are worried about etiquette. So it's really playing into that fear emotion really strongly. So the title is 7 Etiquette Mistakes New Golfers Should Try to Avoid. The title does actually kind of replicate that, but you can see something weird is going on down here. So it's got curiosity and fear. Fantastic thumbnail. So those are the big psychological drivers that I'd recommend you think about when you're creating your thumbnails and titles. And here are some other tips that I would think about when you're thinking about creating content. So is your title and packaging, and that is your thumbnail and title, is it big, easy, new, and safe? So is it big? So does your YouTube title and thumbnail suggest that the video covers something significant or highly desirable? Is it easy? It should indicate that the content is accessible and easy to understand. Is it new? Kind of speaks for itself. And is it safe? Is it trustworthy? So when somebody sees the thumbnail, they're not just thinking that's clickbait and I'm not going to click on it. Is it trustworthy? And if you look at, I've just taken over the WordPress.org YouTube channel. And one of the things we've done historically very badly on that YouTube channel is we really make our people tiny. So it's one of the things we're working on, where we've got some amazing people. I'm going to pick out Nick Diego as an example. And previously, all the thumbnails on that channel of Nick have been tiny. But he's a thought leader, well trusted. He's a brilliant presenter. People love him, quite rightly. So now we're literally just going to make Nick bigger. So when they see that thumbnail, they know that the content they're going to get from that piece of video is Nick and trustworthy and valuable. So there's lots of ways you can instill trust in your viewers. And then the other really, really important thing, especially when you're creating sort of education type content, is put yourself in the seat of your viewer. So these are some questions I would say you should be asking. So what they're going to be asking, rather, what will I learn from this video? Is this information relevant to me? How long do I have to spend to watch this? Is the content beginner friendly or for advanced users? Is it just informational, and how credible is the information? So these are things that I would recommend you think about when you're putting your content together. The other thing that I found is really useful, before I make the video, and once I've got a couple, what I'll always do is create a couple of thumbnails that I'm sort of happy with, is to use things like X to test engagement first. So often what I'll do is tweet out a tweet, post out a tweet, post out a post with like an A/B and ask people which is the best thumbnail, and these get lots of engagement. So not only are you getting feedback on what people think is the best thumbnail, you are also testing whether people find that video concept interesting. So if you find you tweet these out and they get a lot of traction, it's a really good indicator that people are actually going to enjoy the video as well, because they're engaged and they're kind of attracted to that video. It's also a really great way of pre-promoting that you're actually making that video. So it's a really fun way of getting some feedback. And importantly, if you can't get a good thumbnail and title, don't make the video. If you can't get a good thumbnail and title, don't make the video. That's my strong advice, which if you're just starting off this journey, you will think that's a crazy thing to say. But honestly, having the discipline and the focus of making the thumbnail and title first, it hones the whole thesis of the video. It puts everything in perspective and makes you think about what the content of the video is going to be about. So it's a great creative process to go through anyway. So trust me. Here are a few storytelling tips. I've actually kind of published I've got a blueprint, which I published in a blog post, the URL is up on the screen, which is a PDF, which has got like the things I use and the templates I use that you're free to download. It's just a PDF in a blog post, and the link is on the screen if you want to go off and download that at some point. Some of this is a bit of homework if you are going to look into this. So hooks and loops, show not tell, I've used a lot on my sites, and I'll explain some of these in a few minutes. And then I would also say go and watch some theatre and study the 3-act play. It's really useful for a lot of videos as well. So here are some retention tips. Hooks and loops. So the hook is the first bit of the video, and I'm going to show you some example hooks that I've done in a minute. And then, so the hook is like, you get their attention quickly, they're attracted to the video, and they're going to invest some time into actually watching the video. And it's generally at the start of the video. And then the loop is something you introduce, like a question you introduce, and you might introduce many of these loops as you go through the video, but they are kind of open questions that you then close at some point during the video. But they are great for keeping people engaged throughout the videos that you make. Oh, I want to go back on that one. So what I'm about to show you here is, if I can play it, is this is an example of a hook. And I spent a lot of time in some of my videos creating really beautiful intros to what people are about to learn. So I'll often say, preceding this clip I'm about to show you is me saying, I'm going to show you how to do amazing things with a WordPress cover block, things like this. And then I created this. Let me just play this. And I spent a lot of time making it as possible because they are the hook. This is a really cool effect, by the way, just using the cover block. There we go. So, and I spend a lot of effort. Yeah, I spend a lot of effort crafting these hooks to look as beautiful. So they're like little videos in themselves. So when people watch them, they really want to learn how to do those effects, and then they're kind of engaged in the video, and then I can go on and tell them how to actually do it. This is a really useful technique I find for the next bit, which is once you've got them into the video, this is really a really useful technique for distilling information to make it as concise as possible. I spend a lot of time trying to make my videos as short as humanly possible, but get across all the information. So no fluff. And the Feynman technique is a great way of, I think, in terms of creating educational concepts. So there are just 4 steps. Choose a concept, select the concept you want to learn about, and then teach it to a child. So explain the concept in your own words as if you were teaching it to someone with no background in the subject. And what this does, it forces you to simplify the terminology. I think we're really bad in the WordPress space of overwriting, and our language is very complex. Whereas I think this process forces you to actually simplify, and distill. Then number 3 is identify gaps and go back to the source material. My view is if you can't teach it simply, you probably don't understand the source material quite as well as you thought. And then step 4, review and simplify. So it's a great technique for educational content. Here are a few ways that I actually accelerated the growth of my YouTube channel, which I found worked for me. Obviously, this is going to be different for everyone, but here's just 5 of them. So one of the things that kind of boosted my channel growth was partnering with WordPress.com. I did a whole series of videos on their channel, and just the brand exposure gave me a big bump in my own personal channel. Running the speed builds, you may have heard of the speed builds, where we have 2 players and they have to remake a famous website in 30 minutes, and it's like a nice fun competition. Just having that unique format has kind of broadened the normal viewers that come to the channel. And it's gone beyond the channel now, because it's now become part of, it was at WordCamp Europe, and it was at WordCamp US in Portland, and it may be at WordCamp Asia, and some other, and it's going to be in Rome in a few weeks' time. So that's kind of that whole exposure of that one format, which is kind of becoming, extending beyond the channel. I obsessively repost lots of video content on X and LinkedIn, and I embed them directly rather than linking out to them. So I recommend you do that. Partnering with sponsors. I've done quite a bit of sponsorship, and obviously the sponsors promote my stuff and send it to their people. And then I've just started experimenting. YouTube now has its own inbuilt promotion where you can actually boost inorganically videos. So you can put some advertising money behind one of your videos. You can choose a video and say, right, I want to show this in these territories, and this is the amount I'm going to spend on it. I found mixed success with that. For some videos, it works fantastically. Generally, the ones for me that work really well are the shorter ones, like I do. For example, I did one called WordPress 6.6 in 250 seconds. I promoted that and it went gangbusters. So for some shorter videos, I find that has a lot of success. And you can increase subscribers and views for those videos for doing it. The other thing that's really worked for me is to create a whole lot of mini formats, mini series. I'll show you a few of these here. So, and the advantage of these as well from a monetization point of view as well, that they are very easy for sponsors to pick out the ones they want. I have like a page on my website and it's like a menu. They just go, I want that one, that one, that one, that one. So sponsored videos, and I'll show you an example of one of those. This is one I did with Solid WP, which is fun. I'm going to show you that in a second. And then I do these shorter ones, 250-second sponsored videos. With these ones here as well, I try and make them kind of creatively more interesting than just showing the product. I try and, coming back to the kind of show not tell example, I try and actually show the thing. So for this one, which the title was "Watch a Hacker Break into a WordPress Website," and then the thumbnail says "Hacker Secret Tricks Revealed." Rather than just showing the software, I thought it'd be fun to go on off actually hire a hacker. So that's what I did. I went off and found a hacker and hired him, and he tried to break into the website. In this video, I want to show you this. So I actually, I'll show you. This is the intro to the video that I actually ended up making. I'll just show you. I'll just play the intro for you. In this video, you're going to learn the 3 most common tricks that hackers are using today to break into your website. And you're also going to learn how to stop them. But first, some scary stats. Yeah, curiosity. That's a bit. The team at Solid WP approached me to make a video about their Solid suite of products, which does security backups and management. Now, this is a sponsored video, so I'm not going to do a review or express my personal opinions. And anyway, I thought it'd be far, far more interesting to hire a hacker and watch them try to break in to a WordPress website. So I scoured the internet to find the best hacker I could until eventually I found Ryan Dewhurst, formerly the founder of WP Scan, which was acquired by Automatic, the parent company of WordPress.com. WP Scan looks for WordPress vulnerabilities, and Ryan probably knows more than anyone else in WordPress about how to protect your website from hackers. Ryan now works as an ethical hacker doing secret things. I asked Ryan to try and break into a WordPress website without Solid WP protection, and then to try and break into a website with Solid WP protection. There was only one problem. Ryan lives in Malaga, so there was only one thing for it. So I did actually go to Malaga. I was on holiday anyway, but I met up with Ryan on the beach and interviewed him. And then the video goes on to show him actually trying to break into a website and seeing actually what happens. So rather than, it's show not tell, I could have just done the video. This is the software. This is kind of the settings. A little bit boring, lots of dashboard stuff. I thought it'd be far more fun to actually go and meet a hacker, find out his story, and actually see him trying to break into a website. So it was a fun way to address that video. Here's a few other examples of some mini formats I do. So recreating a famous website, done a whole bunch of videos around that. I'm going to show you a brief example of one of those. And then I've kind of introduced pre-roll sponsors as well, so people can book sponsorship before the video. So the remaking famous websites was kind of preceded the WordPress rebuild idea, where I took things like rebuilt things like Night.com and TechCrunch and a whole bunch of other websites, Taylor Swift, and showed them how to do it using the block editor in just 30 minutes. And this is an example of the New York Times. I have speeded this up, but this is kind of, again, this is a great show not tell. So rather than telling people what to do, you show it, and you're going to see this is a split screen. So over on the right, I've got the actual New York Times. Over on the left, you can actually see me. People love these because they can actually see something tangible happening. On the left, you can see me trying to do it. Obviously, not this, because they can see what's going on. It's them believe that they can actually do this learning. It's also interesting to see the process. I get pretty close, not far away. No problem. So people love those where they can actually see stuff happening. A few other mini formats. I've done quite a few of these. Obviously the speed build challenge. And then the other thing that people love is I get my daughters, Meg, Lily, and soon Hetty, not yet, to test out a product and then video how they get on. So this is, I'm just going to show you a brief example of, we did one which was Wix versus WordPress, which is this one. This is Lily with Wix.
Cute little buttons. No, let's change the bird again. That's so cute. Now it looks all wonky. Let me have my caption.
Girls, you've got 30 minutes to design the best looking website. Lily, you're using Wix. Megan, you're using WordPress Gutenberg, and the winner gets a whopping £20. There we go. And again, that's great. People love that. And we got the viewers to vote for their winners. I ended up paying both of them because they both did great. A few other things to say on YouTube. It opens up all sorts of extraordinary doors, which you just don't expect when you start creating content. Just the fact that you start creating content gets you into really weird and great places. So just some of the comments I've had on some of my stuff. So Yo's saying something nice here, and Matt saying something nice, and Matt Cromwell. And honestly, the difference between going to like a WordPress meetup or a WordCamp is extraordinary. From before starting a YouTube channel, I'd wander around and nobody would come and say hello, and I'd just stand in the corner anonymously, to now when I go to a WordCamp, everyone knows who I am because they see my face a lot on YouTube. So it really is an incredible thing. The other thing that happens, which is fantastic, is you learn so much about WordPress that you never knew before. So I thought I knew WordPress because I've been in the space for 15 years and I've taught thousands of people and I had plugins, but actually I only knew my little silo. But once you start creating content, all sorts of people reach out to you and you discover this whole huge, the enormity, you get more sense of the enormity of the WordPress ecosystem. For example, talking to the guys at Big Byte about the amazing project they're doing with News UK, and they're integrating their news desk with Gutenberg, and there's this bilateral sync, which is synced up to journalists, just incredible stuff. Spoke to Tom at Human Made about the TechCrunch projects, and then also, the smaller plugins as well, like Twentig, which is a great free plugin. Fantastic team of people working on it. So you discover all these jewels in the WordPress ecosystem that you wouldn't normally know. And then a couple of final slides before I wrap up. If any of you out there are looking to make money out of this, one of my biggest tips is outreach. So I discovered this amazing stat about Napoleon. Last year, he wrote 36,000 letters in his lifetime. He was a great general, it turns out, but he was an even better networker. He was crazy on networking. He would write letters like crazy. So it's one of the things that I've done a lot of, especially since I've been monetizing my channel, is outreach, just emailing people. And I'll often email potential sponsors and say, I've got this amazing idea. How about we make this video? Just because I will have constantly thinking about their products and ideas. And that's how the hacker video came about. Actually, I thought, well, that would be a fun video to make. And so I contacted Drew, and we made that video. So outreach is incredibly powerful. Also, you'll get to know lots of people. As you probably know, or you may know, I've taken over the WordPress.org YouTube channel, and I'm currently putting together a content plan. I just thought we'd give you a little sneak peek of some of the cool stuff coming up. So we're going to go big on live streaming next year. These are some of the things we're doing. So live masterclasses from January 2025. I'm really keen to do a speed build world series where we have like a big competition and a big prize and maybe the finals at one of the WordCamps. I want to do a whole bunch of stuff around aiming for beginners to help them get on board with WordPress. So I think a live show would be fantastic. It's a bit like a drop-in surgery where they come with their problems and we help them out, build a community around that. My background is training, so I'd love to do lots of live training courses. We've already done some work with Developer Hours with Nick and Justin and the team, doing some cool stuff. And then we're also thinking of some fun concepts around things like a block factory show where people would contact or request a block that we make, and we actually make it live on air. And then at the end of the process or the episodes, we launch that block into the repo. So there's lots of cool ideas coming up. If you have any ideas as well, please, please, please get in touch with me. Here's some important final points for you. You can't please all the people. What you'll discover as soon as you start creating content, there will be some negative stuff going on. Here's a great example. So this is some comments I got about the speed build. So a lot of people were really positive about the speed build series, but some people weren't. And you can see the quotes up on the screen. But remember, everything is content and an opportunity for content. So take the negative comments and make interesting content out of them. So I actually took their comments and put a tweet out that said, you can't please all the people all the time, but what's your opinion on the WordPress speed builds, with their quotes online. And obviously people came back and said, we love the speed builds. They're fantastic. Keep going. But don't be too disheartened if you're getting some negative feedback. Getting no feedback at all is worse than negative feedback. So be prepared for some. It's going to come your way. But my advice is use it. Use it as a opportunity. And then the other thing you want to do is include cats. So this sounds a bit silly, but at the end of all my videos, I have if you like this video, click here. Sorry, click like, and my cats will get a little treat. And it's very flippant and silly, but actually it gets a lot of likes. It really works. And so I play a video like you're about to see at the end of all my videos. I've made about 5 of these where a like button gets hit and the cat gets a treat. And this is just one example. And the thing calling is Dreamies. That's treat. And there's one of my cats getting the treat. I mean, it sounds really silly, but it gets a lot of likes. People love that sort of stuff. And then the final slide is have a call out at the end. So I do this really badly. But if you're making videos and there is a logical next video that you've made that you could point people towards, do it at the end of the video. Say, well, if you found this useful, then you should definitely go and watch this video. And that's what I've done here. So if you are interested in zero-click marketing, the Google leak and all other stuff around SEO and content marketing, I'm interviewing Rand Fishkin on the 4th of December on my channel. So that's my end call out. And that's the end of my presentation. I hope that was useful. Michelle, are you there?
I am here. That was fantastic.
Was I in time? I was about right.
You're doing very well. You're doing very well. So we didn't have a lot of questions. We had some comments.
Okay.
So the design space says they could watch those speed builds all day.
Thank you, Melissa.
So there you go. There's one positive comment.
Well, that might be happening, so that's good to hear.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
And somebody else just says, do you think AI will leave us without work? So how much do you use AI in preparing your videos?
In terms of, I use it, I'll tell you what I use it a lot for is coming up with better titles.
Yeah, I've done that too.
I'm a honer, so I generally come up with a concept and then I'll use it like it's a friend and I'll bounce ideas off. That's the way I use it at the moment, generally.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Making content better. So I find it really useful, but definitely not using it. I use it in some thumbnail design as well.
Okay.
In terms of there's one I'm really getting into at the moment called Ideagram, because you can actually you can say to it, I want an image of a computer with build a membership website in 10 minutes on, and it'll actually create that whole thing. It's good at understanding text and putting text in the image. So that's quite fun. Yeah. I
wrote down some things myself. So let me go into my list here. First of all, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say in a live video, hire a hacker. So like kudos to you on that, because that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I also have to comment on all the photos of yourself. I love that you like lean right into the goofiness sometimes with some of the things that
what are you saying?
You've taken of your, well, you know what I'm saying, because you did it on purpose.
Yeah.
That's fun. But back to one of the first comments that you made about simplification. One of the things that I re-edit myself for is to remove things like buzzwords and acronyms. Do you also do something like that?
Yes. I naturally don't like them anyway. So I've generally been decorporatized. And I think in WordPress, we suffer from like things like quality of life, I think is a terrible phrase. When you're just explaining like the user interface has got better. So I'm very anti. I'm really into. I think that's a good lesson actually. That I think a lot of people when they create content worry about trying to look intelligent. Mm-hmm. And actually, I think your job as a content creator is to make your audience feel intelligent rather than make you look intelligent. And I think that's the natural kind of fear of when you start creating content. But actually, people don't mind if your content is aimed below them in terms of their skill levels. They're quite happy with that. So
the question I usually get when I talk about podcasting is, what equipment do you suggest? And I love that you said start with the equipment you have. and build from there, because that's what that's always my advice too. But nothing beats a nice sounding microphone. So at the very least, I tell people, if you can invest $30 to get something better than just your computer mic.
It's not actually working today, but that's mine, which is very simple. It's nice. But obviously you can, a good mic.
I just have a little Shure mic right on my desk. I've also used Yetis and everything else.
I think you're right. And audio, I think audio is much more important actually than the camera, for sure.
It's hard. It's really hard to listen to something that's got snow or that's got a lot of interruption. So I think the sound quality is important. But here's my real question. So I partake of video on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, and most of what we do on YouTube is, it's wider than it is tall, so it's horizontal. But what do you think of repurposing some of that content into these video shorts that are, set up to view on a phone and full screen? And do you do any of that with even like to make commercials on things that are coming up?
No, I think there's a great quote from Gary Vaynerchuk, which he said, "Content is king, but context is God." And I think that's right. I think that it's YouTube is a different context to TikTok, and it's a different context to Twitter often. So I think I'm pretty much just on. I mean, I repurpose some of my stuff on Twitter. I don't change that. I think if I was producing stuff for TikTok, I would create a completely different type of content, because I think the stuff I do wouldn't fly on it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then my last question is, the quality of your videos is, it's absolutely so professional, so well done. The little plane flying around, all the little,
that was really not professional. That was very, that was literally just,
But it looks so well designed, I will say, right? So I create a video and it's just me talking to the screen, and maybe I'm showing slides, right? Because I haven't got into all of that. Do you edit and produce all of your videos yourself? Do you have a team? Is there other people that help?
It's just me. And actually, talking about, that airplane was literally just a little thing I hacked together in Canva. They've got a little animation tool, so it was dead simple. And actually, a lot of the, I'm trying to search for whether I can see it. I do these whiteboard things quite often, which is just me scribbling on a whiteboard. People love the low-tech stuff. So you could do those you could spend days on those, but actually, me just writing on a whiteboard and showing the whiteboard, and people love that. I stole that from Rand Fishkin, because he does this thing called Whiteboard Fridays in the old days, and he still does.
Oh, I love that. That's awesome.
And I think if you can hone the message, people don't really care about how. I think authenticity is kind of much more important than trying to create something that looks very corporate actually for YouTube.
Yeah, I think that's true. But I would say it's professional quality as opposed to stodgy professional is what I was trying to get at, right? It was very, very well executed. And then the last thing I want to say is, it has never occurred to me to exploit my cats. And so I'm definitely going to start doing more cat videos and cat photos and including them in just everything.
Everything should be cats. People, what else are they earning for their money?
I don't know. I don't know. I may even throw an I Can Has cheeseburger thing in there at some point in time.
Exploit. I was going to say exploit the cats. That's probably coming along.
Pay the kids, exploit the cats. I love it. That's great. If I've learned nothing else today, that is very good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jamie. Do you have any last thoughts? One last piece of advice you'd like to drop before we sign off?
Just get creating. That's the only thing. Create some content and enjoy the process. Make sure you enjoy the process.
I love it. Actually, there's a couple more questions. I don't have them to put on the screen, but here we are. Okay. I would really like the speed build to evolve into platform comparisons. Is that something that's considered?
Funny you should say that. We've got a special. The series returns in November, and we've got Wix versus WordPress.
Ooh, I like that. That'll be fun to watch.
That is a great question, and it's coming.
Awesome. And then the last one is that they're just starting their channel. Is it better to start with one style of video?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think you just got to. I'm not sure what style means. So what you start with is not where you're going to end up in a year's time. So that's why the cadence is so important, because you will find your path your creative path as you start creating. That's why that's so important.
I love that you keep using the word cadence too. So, and I know you mean it with a C instead of
Well,
with a K. But hey, if it works, it works.
it works. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, Jamie, for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah,
Thanks,
and
everyone.
we'll see you later.
Cheers, bye.
And we'll see everybody else up at the top of the hour. I have Melissa Love coming with Accelerate Your Client Builds with Semi-Custom Templates using Kadence. And she'll be with us in about 10 minutes. So you have time to grab a cup of coffee, grab some water, whatever it is that you need to do. Be back at the top of the hour. We will see you then. Welcome back to Kadence Amplify. If you're just joining us, our sessions today are designed to build your learning, solidify your knowledge, and help you grow. We have some amazing speakers who are going to give some great tips, advice, and information. All of our sessions are being recorded, so you'll have a chance not only to rewatch the ones you see today, but also to watch sessions in the other track or that you couldn't get to live today. You'll be able to see those on the Kadence YouTube channel in the coming weeks. You also have opportunities to ask questions in the chat, and I'll bring them up during the Q&A after each speaker finishes their presentation. So let's get going. Our next speaker is Melissa Love with Accelerate Your Client Builds with Semi-Custom Templates using Kadence. Melissa is a website designer and product developer for creative businesses and entrepreneurs. She's the founder of a Kadence theme company, Style Cloud, which makes excellent design accessible to all WordPress users. And she's a WordPress nerd who has taught thousands of business owners how to build their own beautiful websites. Through her online membership, The Marketing Fix, she and her team coach members through building ethical sales funnels. She lives in Spain with her family, where she spends her spare time swimming, eating, and exploring. Welcome, Melissa. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so happy to be here. And I was just saying in the chat, it's so nice to meet you. One of my ambitions is to have my picture taken with you at a WordCamp. So,
oh, I would love that. Michelle and me selfie. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity at some point to do that. Well, it's so nice to meet you virtually today as well. And I'm excited to hear your session. As I said, I'll bring all those questions that people have over to you. I'll take a few notes and have a few questions myself, I'm sure, as we get going. But I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you and bring your screen up for you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so I was here a year ago at Amplify, which was fantastic. And I talked a little bit about setting up your own cloud, because we had just launched Style Cloud, which is kind of a cloud full of layouts and everything. And I was pretty enthusiastic about that at the time. I still am, of course. But after that session, I got so many questions and requests, and people got in touch to say, what was that tool you mentioned? Or how do you handle that part of the client onboarding process? And so I've come back this year to really lay that bare and kind of dive really deeply into our client process. Because over the last kind of many years, really, I've been a web designer and then grown into kind of managing a small agency. We have perfected managing the client process. And what I'm going to do today is share all of our tools, plus show you how Kadence fits into that and having a cloud, so that you can speed up your builds and make more money. So, but yeah, and also I just want to thank Jamie for a great presentation before. It's quite a hard act to follow, but I'm going to try. Please don't worry. I'm going to mention quite a few tools. I have got this. I'll give you a link at the end to just grab this presentation, so you don't need to remember anything or take notes. Okay, so a little bit about me. I am a completely self-taught WordPress user and web designer. I started when you had to download WordPress and configure a database. There was no one-click install on hosting companies. So I am a kind of fully paid up self-taught nerd, about 15 years into using WordPress. And over the years, I have worked with all of the major platforms, Divi, Elementor. I was one of the first, my other company, Mother Brand, The Design Space, was the very first company to ever sell like a third-party product for Divi. So I've kind of been through kind of running an agency to creating digital products. And now I'm all in on block themes and Kadence, which you might know already. I also have a couple of side things. So a couple of plugins, SitePresser, which helps people package up themes for sale. And I have, as Michelle mentioned in the intro, I coach quite a lot of web designers. So I'm going to try and bring all of that knowledge together for you today and share it. Absolutely no gatekeeping. I share everything. So let's get into it. And let me just make sure my little mousey thing is working. There we go. So this session is specifically for you if you're not making enough money, because you always over-deliver when you're doing client work. And also, spoiler alert, I've done this so many times, it's ridiculous, not charging when there is scope creep, because you're a really nice person. So if that's you, you're in the right place. Maybe your projects drag on because you feel like you have to create everything from scratch when you're building a custom site. To not do that feels like cheating. And then, of course, you're not turning over projects quickly enough and you're not earning as much money. And the third one is, and this was a massive stumbling block for me, I know, you can't bring yourself to outsource anything because all of your work's custom, and actually you don't believe anyone could reach your super high standards. So I'm going to try and share with you how I broke that mindset and moved into being able to outsource things I didn't want to do or that weren't my specialist subjects, so that I could move on, turn projects over more quickly and earn more money. So if that sounds good, stick around. That's what we're going to be covering. And there will be plenty of time for questions at the end. So I want to talk about money and time because I started my business a little bit by accident. I was actually doing something completely different, which I built a website for. I owned a magazine, one of those little free community magazines, and all of my advertisers said, "Oh, I love your website. Could you build one for me?" And I was charging the princely sum of £495 for those websites. I thought I'd hit the big time because previously I was selling ad space for like £30 a go. So that seemed crazy big money. And I was soon inundated, and I was soon juggling many, many projects of very low value. And I kind of hit breaking point. You know, I had 2 kids under 5. I was staying up till 4 in the morning, and I realized something had to give. That was the first time when I thought, hang on, just kind of trading time for money is not working for me. At that point, I decided I needed to charge more. And as luck would have it, a friend asked me to work on her website, and she'd paid someone $5,000 and she wasn't very happy with it, and she recommended me to someone else and told them I charged £2,000, which was like obviously insane money. So I did move into a more profitable pricing band. I niched down. I still am in that niche, which is photographers and photography websites. So that's a whole separate conversation, which I'm happy to have another time. But if you can niche, do. But even then, these builds became bigger, more complex, very custom. And again, I found myself getting burnt out, kind of trading time for money. And there's only 2 things you can do, because it's quite scary when you're a one-person operation, isn't it? You're quite scared to sometimes turn down work. And that's where I was at. I needed the money. I had to bring in that income. So I was scared to turn anything down. I was scared to outsource. I didn't really have the systems or the experience to streamline what I was going to do. So that's exactly what I'm going to talk to you today about, breaking that time for money kind of hamster wheel of just working, not turning things down, not streamlining, not being efficient, not outsourcing. So, and central to that is kind of our cloud journey, because I have been on quite the journey. I've gone from being someone who does one-to-one builds for clients to hiring help, to learning how to outsource, to learn how to be efficient, and then developing digital products. So firstly, as I said, I sold themes for Divi and several other more niche photography platforms. And then as time went on, as we became an agency and we were using our themes, I started to still get a bit frustrated. I was like, here I am doing another 2-column layout with an image on one side, and I'm tweaking it for mobile, and I feel like I ought to do this because it's a custom build. And I thought, you don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time, even if it's a custom build. So as a team, we began to, not even on using Kadence at this point, we were using a system called Page Builder Cloud, which is a plugin that I also co-own. So I've so believed in the cloud that I actually bought into that company and still own part of that company. But when Kadence released its cloud, I was like, this is what we're going to go all in on, because this is the tool we're now building. We are, we're all in on block-based themes. So as a team, we set out to make ourselves much more efficient, because this was like the final stumbling block. We'd already covered all of the onboarding, the client process efficiency, which I'm about to share with you. But this bit we hadn't cracked. So we made it our mission to start saving. Every time we did a project, we'd say, what here can be neutralized, can be saved and reused to make ourselves more efficient. And we got to the end of that process and we were like, I was showing it to designer friends of mine, and they were like, oh my God, can I get access to that? That's amazing. I was like, yeah, sure. Here's a key. We've built this, our own Kadence cloud. And that's how Star Cloud came about. There was quite a demand for it. And then it's become what it is today, which is kind of a much more mature product with hundreds and hundreds of layouts and themes and what have you. But it did start from a need to just be more efficient within our business as a small agency. And in the process of building this cloud and also of refining our process as an agency, here are the 3 lessons that we're going to look at today that I've learnt and finally, took me long enough, but acted upon and developed this really, really slick process. So the first thing is automate every single repetitive process. I'm going to get into that in just a second. Number 2, do only what you do best and outsource the rest. And then have a pricing model that works for everyone, regardless of budget. So you never have to turn away work, but you don't feel that you're being taken advantage of. That's such a key thing to learn. And it can, I'll tell you now, it can take a while to build up your packages and your tools to enable you to do this. But when you do it, you'll find you become instantly more profitable. So let's get into it. So the first one, automate and document every single repetitive process. So the big one, which a lot of people get hung up on, is putting together client proposals, like spending ages making beautiful proposals and thinking, is this the right price? Have I got it right? Am I going to feel cheated or annoyed? You know, how am I going to deal with scope creep? All that kind of stuff. Then you've got to onboard them. So there's lots of things. We have a certain process we need people to understand. And of course, everyone's nemesis, content collection, which is, quite frankly, can absolutely derail a project, as we all know. I'll get into that in a second. The second thing is having your design base so you can eliminate repetitive design tasks. The next thing, which we think we do really differently to other people, is our very slick revisions and feedback process. And then a post-launch training and snagging and feedback system. This is also crucial to us being hands-off and putting a lot of responsibility on the client or clients to do this themselves. So we're going to spend most of our time on this part. And because I can't tell you, how important it is, can't tell you enough. So this was the point where last year I was like, but what tools are you using? Let's get into it. So it actually doesn't matter what tool it is, but we use something called Plutio. I have tried them all. I have tried Asana and ClickUp and you name it, I've tried it. So it doesn't really matter which one it is because they can all be set up like this. It can be Trello, what it needs to be is to have some kind of Kanban board system, which you can put in, you can make visual, put covers on, and you can put in an order that makes sense for your average user. So in the end, we went with Plutio, because it does everything. It does proposals, contracts, invoices, timesheets, like time tracking for the team. It also has conversations for messaging, and it has tasks and calendars. So it did everything we wanted to do, but also I just love the interface. It was super simple because we had been using other things like Basecamp and ClickUp, but clients were just trying to not use it. They were trying to circumvent the process. As soon as we started using Plutio, all of that kind of trying not to use it went away because it just looks so simple. When they first land in the portal, when we first invite them, they land on a landing page which has a video of me showing them how to use it. And once they click OK, it brings them to their project. And they can see this laid out visually. Like, it's so simple to understand. Onboarding, homework, VIP day, website build, launch, handover, follow-up. It's so simple that visually they can see all they need to do is open every task. And once they've done it, check it off. Or once we've done it, check it off. They can add tasks, we can add tasks, and everyone can add comments. And we can all kind of communicate. And this is really, really crucial if you have a team working on a project. So I did this because I had to basically get everything out of my head, because I went from being one designer to having 3 or 4 people working on a project at any one time. And all of those people had different things that they would do. So Tom would do the site setup, and Sarah would do the copy. So there were more than, when there was more than me involved, I had to get really organized. So yeah, so as I said, I'm not here to kind of push any particular tool. You guys have got to choose something that works for you. But this was the one for us that finally cracked it. And there's 2 tasks I'm just showing you here. The first one is we have an important links task. And in there, where it says, you can see at the top where it says brand assets, copy and images. That is just an embedded Google Drive link. So they can click straight through to their Google Drive. They don't have to look for a separate link. We set it up always in the same way. That's all automated, by the way. When somebody books a new project and I change their project status to live, it creates all the folders in Google using what's that called, Zapier. So we've automated that, and it always looks the same. And inside each of those folders, there's a little instruction doc. So but they don't have to go looking for it. There's also my permanent Zoom call link, and part of their onboarding in the video, I said, we're going to need your hosting details, blah, blah, blah. So they never need to look for anything. And we always say, this is the single source of truth. This is the Bible from which we all work. And if you don't use it, your project will take longer because, there's more than just me working on this. On the other side, you've got a task which is open. It says, complete your Pinterest homework. So we get them to mood board before we then go into our mood board part of the project. Not only is there's an embedded video, there is a little roundup, and there is a link to a blog post which explains it in more detail. So it's very rare. So when I do the onboarding call with clients, I show them this task. I don't then show them how to do the whole Pinterest mood board process. Why would I? I've already fully laid it out and documented. So if you imagine all the different touch points of onboarding, from completing their brand questionnaire to uploading their assets, it's all laid out for them to self-serve. And I can't tell you how much this changed my life. And these projects are also saved as templates inside Plutio. So when I've got kind of 4 or 5 different versions, if it's a brand only one or it's website and brand, I just select the correct template, it populates, and all I need to do is go and change a few dates. But generally everything is pretty much the same. Add the correct people to it, and away we go. So once, and part of this is also training people to respond in the way that works for you. So you can see I've circled there where it says conversations. I do say to them, and I kind of make a joke of it, but I always say, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm terrible at email. If you email me about something on the project, I'm not going to respond. I can only respond to messages in Plutio because there's not just me involved. I need everybody on the team to see what we're talking about. So it's with some clients, they'll be like, oh, they'll WhatsApp me or message me on Facebook. And I'm like, thanks so much. I'll reply in Plutio. And I just gently condition them to this is our only way of communicating, because I don't know about you, but when people are replying to stuff in email, it's a nightmare. I need everybody to see what's being said. So part of this is, I even do this during the sales call. I'll say we have this awesome project management system. It is part of how we'll manage to deliver your site in, less than 30 days. It's because we use this. I think you're going to really enjoy using it. Here's a sneak peek. I'll sometimes show it to them. But I will also put it in the contract that they have to use this. So, that selling process starts quite early on. So this is like the single source of truth for us. We love our little Plutio, and it means that you can have clients, I've got the active ones pinned to the left-hand side there in that screenshot. So I can have I can access my kind of ones that are on the go at any one time. But, you can archive projects, but often we use this as our work request thing as well, process too, which I'll come to in a second. Right, the other tool that we use is something called Markup. So if you've never used Markup, again, total game changer. You can get 5 sites for free, by the way, with a free Markup one. And during the design process, our key offer is that we are using Style Cloud and our themes as the base for nearly all builds, even the custom ones. So when we're brainstorming how they want things to look, we will we have it done. We will put our block library, which is here, we will put that site into Markup. So you can see in that screenshot, somebody has already left a comment saying, I like this one, or I'd like to achieve something similar to this. We let them go and brainstorm we normalize using the templates basically, and we sell it that way, by the way. Nobody's like, oh, I thought I was getting a custom site. Here's some blocks that I have to choose. That's part of our sales process. We're very upfront about that. So we will do that, and we will let them get involved and feel like they have control over the process. And we will also, because we have kind of 14, 15 themes, we will also say, they will say, I feel most attracted to this theme. So I will sling that theme in to Markup, and I'll say, go through and tell me what inspires me about it. So they might leave some comments saying, don't like this, love this, or can we use this on another page? But what you can see, you can't really see there, but I've got copy prompts in there too. So even though we haven't built their site, and we might be doing a custom homepage, but what we do is they can then start entering their content straight away. So, clients really struggle with visualizing how much copy they should have, or, putting it into a Google Doc. They get kind of bogged down, but with it very visual. And also all of our themes are built for photographers. They have the right amount of text. They're built for SEO, and there's also copy prompts in all of our themes. So they're very much led through that content process. And the other thing to say is when you get run into snags and projects get bogged down, and I coach a lot of web designers, they're like, oh, I've got 4 or 5 clients who just won't get me these final images or won't do this, and I need the money. I've got 50% project fee riding on completion. How can I move these people along? The answer is the process starts way, way, way before you actually start to work with them. So, and the key is selling it to them in a way where they think it is beneficial to them. I mean, finishing a project in 30 days is amazing, but if they're dragging their heels because you haven't communicated how the process works, then you will get bogged down. So I think it's a huge selling point. So during a sales call, I'll say, listen, we work quite differently to other agencies. This is our creative process, but also let me talk to you about how we can do this fast for you, because I know that you wanted a quick result. So I will outline the thing. I will say, these are the tools we use, and I will say to them, the thing that holds us up most often is if we don't have all of your content and your images before we start. So we generally have a 2 to 3 month waiting period, which is great because it gives them the time. And I sell that as a benefit. I say, and they'll say, well, I'm not ready yet. And I said, that's okay. You've got 6 to 8 weeks to gather this together. We have this process. You'll be able to enter your copy here. You'll be able to upload your images here. And this is how you format them. And there's a recorded training, of course, there is for them to watch. But I present it very much as a benefit. And I do say to them, if we get to your start date and we don't have all of that, I'm afraid we will have to move you to the back of the queue. And, you know, that could be 2 or 3 months down the line. And I'd hate for that to happen to you. So I'm selling that in from the very beginning. And when we do the onboarding call, I'm like, okay, let me just go over the content and image collection process again, because I'd hate for you to have to be bumped to the back of the queue when we get, you know, how do you feel about that? And also at this stage, I will say, do you have any doubts about being able to get your content together? If you do, would you like to book in with our copywriter, or would you like to book in with our VA who can help you curate your images, format them all? Would you like to book that service as well? Sometimes they will say, yes, I actually deep down know I'm not going to be able to get this done because I'm too busy. Sometimes they will say no, and I'll say, great. So as long as you're aware that you might lose your place in our design queue, that's okay, you know, but at any point, if you feel you're struggling, please reach out. So we're very, very clear about what the consequences of not being ready are. And in a loving way, by the way. That sounds like I'm like super tough, but I actually am really nice about it when we do this. Okay, so that's the kind of client onboarding process which I hope you can see is super hands-off. It puts a lot of the responsibility on them to watch trainings, deliver content, go and mark up the template with their copy, etc., and get things where they need to be, or they need to shout for help. So how the actual build process, how did we speed that up? So as I told you, we did set up a Kadence Cloud / pattern library. And if you don't have the full package from Kadence, which gives you your own cloud, you are 100% sleeping on that, because it is revolutionary. And, you know, if you've ever felt a bit sad when you've built a custom site thinking that was great, and, you know, I'd love to build a site like that again, it's kind of nice. At the end of every custom project, we go through and we pull out any little snippets you want to save to the cloud, because we know we're going to reuse them because they're like innovative. But also, you know, how many times can you reinvent the wheel? Like, how many times, different ways is there to do a contact page or whatever, or a footer? So, you know, definitely save your favorites. We also create customizer style kits. I'll show you one in a second. So our standard customizer settings for different scenarios, we export those. And if you've got the Kadence starter templates plugin, you can export your customizer and import it. So we have them all neatly organized in our Google Drive for everybody to grab a customizer style kit that's going to speed things up. We've also got a number of starter sites. We'll go into that in a second. And we have a really slick kind of deployment staging process. So let's break this down a bit. So one of the keys to this is making sure your cloud is really neutral. So if you just sling a load of stuff into your cloud, what will happen is and then you go to use it on another project and you haven't kind of neutralized it or decluttered it or changed some of the settings, you'll get fed up with it and you'll think, oh, it's more trouble than it's worth. I'm not going to bother doing that. So now, obviously, this is a product we sell, access to this cloud. So we're religious about every single block that ever goes in there. We make sure it's got identical margin, identical padding, that if we've chosen a font in a block, we make sure we reset that so it's inheriting from the customizer. We will go and unset button styles. So we want this to be as neutral as possible so that when these layouts drop into a client site or one of our customers drops it into their site, it just takes on their fonts and their colors and is automatically styled by the customizer settings. So if you just take that time to kind of strip back and neutralize your blocks and look at any, you know, problems that there might be if you're going to reuse it, honestly, you'll start to fall in love with the whole process. So yeah, as I said, we export customizer setups, and those files you get are DAT files, and they just import and export them. We also export, if you go to the tools export kind of WordPress feature, you can export Kadence elements, and we often will do like an incredible custom single blog post layout, or we build quite a lot of directories. So we'll do like wedding venue directories and things like that. I often save those with all the advanced custom fields all set up. And you can, of course, well, I'll talk to you about a second. You can, of course, install those in your master cloud site. So you can just export them whenever you want. But most often we will copy and paste them across. If you've never done this, I don't know if you know this, because I didn't know it for ages. If you've got one Kadence site open in one browser and another Kadence site open in another browser or tab, you can copy and paste blocks between the two. So in our fantastic super duper cloud site where everything is hosted, we can open up a Kadence element and we can have our target one open, a client site that we're working on, just copy and paste the whole thing across. And we just need to tweak a couple of settings into where it will display, and we're done. So all of those things, all of those elements, we also have on tap ready to copy and paste. And I've really got into using it's fairly recent, the Kadence Advanced Queries and Query Cards feature, because you have to create a different one for each instance you want to use it. That is another thing that you can export and import. So it takes me ages sometimes setting up quite complicated query cards for things like directories. So I'm sure as hell want to save those and reuse them. So yeah, so you can use your cloud site where everything is hosted. You do need like a separate subdomain or something to host your cloud site if you have the full Kadence package. But you can store a whole load more useful stuff in there that you can copy and paste as well. So that's setting up your neutral cloud. The other thing is, another one I find a brick wall when it comes to client work is people who say they've got branding, but actually they've just got a logo and maybe a color, and they've got some fonts, but they're different sizes. They don't have a font hierarchy or a type hierarchy. So for those people, we have all of our customizer style kits with recommended colors and fonts laid out like this inside each of our demo sites. So we tell them, go and have a browse through and have a look at which kind of style kit you feel will suit your brand the most. See if you like the fonts, see what you think. Sometimes they'll say, oh my God, this one is just what I'm looking for. Let's go with that. And what I then say is what you see on the right here is a brand guide. Now it's part of my training inside their Plutio portal. It will say, if you have a brand guide, upload it here. If you don't, please take a copy of this template on Canva and complete it, because we just want to be sure. And we will not, sometimes we include this, by the way. They might say, can you do it? And we'll say, sure. And we that's a package we offer and it's chargeable, but we don't start the build until we have this brand guide at the very least, and we know all of their colors. And so this just gives them a very quick route we know that our style kits work. We know they're harmonious. We know they all work together. We also need the brand guide to be sure. And it's a much longer document, by the way. And if anybody wants a copy of it, I will get that to you in some way or other. But yeah, you can. In fact, I tell you where you can get it from. We have a Learn Kadence course, and it's just on our website. And inside there is a whole section on doing your own branding guide and a link to this template, so you can grab it from there. Yeah, so we don't start building unless we know all the different components we're going to be working with, and we do push them to start thinking about this very early on. This happens during the onboarding call. In fact, during the sales call, I'll normally have sussed out what kind of level of brand, how organized they are about their branding. Okay, so we've got our fantastic neutral cloud. We've got some customizer style kits. They're going to do a brand guide. They're working through all their lovely tasks in Plutio. And when we come to the build, we also have some starter sites. So we have a master WordPress install with all our preferred plugins and customizer settings. We have a very nice neutral customizer setup as well. Plus we have 3 more templates with various configurations. We have a WooCommerce one. We have a LearnDash/Lifter LMS one. We have one that's more for photographers. And they already have our Style Cloud connection in place, and we use InstaWP for this. So we can quickly spin up, take a clone version of it and spin it up onto our server. You can also use BlogVault. If you use that for backups, that allows you to take a copy, to migrate a copy straight into your development server. Or what we often do is a lot of our photographers come to us with a lot of content. So we're normally creating a staging site. We will just we will go into one of these, and we will just upload it as a theme. So if you've got the full package from Kadence, it's got a child theme packager. You can package up a mini child theme and then just drop it into their staging site, so you don't lose any of their content, but you can quickly apply your settings. So depending on the project, we'll either deploy an instance from InstaWP or we'll upload a child theme, which is quite neutral. So either way, having those starter sites ready to go is awesome. The other thing we have is we have a couple of our templates on InstaWP, which allow them to spin up a copy and log in, and it has a video which shows them, and you're going to get access to this, what to do to try one of our demo sites to see if they like the Kadence interface. Some people don't, and but we give them a chance to get their hands dirty and try it. So it can be really good as a kind of sales tool. I will often say during a sales call, hey, let's spin up a site right now. I will do a little demo. I'll say, you've got access to this for 8 hours. Go away and have a play and see how you like it. And people are normally absolutely sold by that. And it has our cloud connections. They can just play around and they start to think, actually, this is cool. I get access to all these themes. I get access to this cloud. The interface seems really straightforward. it's a brilliant sales tool. So that's InstaWP. Okay, so now another stage of the process where people run into massive kind of roadblocks. So I've already talked about how much I like markup for collecting copy. Obviously, its main purpose is in the middle of a build, clients can go through and just write comments saying, I don't change this image or change this to this, or I don't like the way this looks on mobile. You can actually toggle between tablet, mobile, desktop in markup, so they can leave different comments depending on the viewport rather. Now, this next one is a little bit controversial. I would say to you, rather than so what we do is we say, put all your feedback on markup and I will go through and do the easy wins and tick them off. Done, done, done. It's normally things like change this heading to say this instead of this. But when it's something subjective, like, I don't know how I feel about this, I feel like this is too dark, or, this doesn't look right, I will leave a note saying bookmark for live design. So when we will then jump at a call. I will literally make the changes with them watching me. Now, it's not for the faint-hearted. I actually do, as part of my branding process and as part of our custom design service, I will design their brand right in front of them. It takes 2 or 3 hours, but the bones of it, and I will live design their homepage in Figma, or Illustrator, depending on the project. So, it's not for the faint-hearted, but at the very least, if the thought of that fills you with horror, that's cool. But what I would highly recommend is doing live revisions with you making the changes in the website, so they can instantly sign them off. So then you can go back into markup and go done, done, done. And it just eliminates that back and forth. Like, they say, I don't like this. You're like, well, how about this? Takes another day for them to go, yeah, I'm not sure. So I'm still not sure. 5 days later, you still haven't kind of solve this one point that you're not sure about. So save them all up, knock them, you'll knock them dead in half an hour. And people are actually really impressed, because we forget how impressive it is when people are using the back end of WordPress and working on the page and doing it super fast. It's really, really impressive. I also will, if we are waiting for I've said we always get all the content up front, but sometimes we decide to do an extra page and we need that content, or when maybe they're having some new headshots done and we're waiting for that. You can automate tasks in Plutio with reminders to nag them, so that those reminders won't go away until they tick them off till it's done. So I also, if it's something that's going to hold up the project, I will automate the reminders. I'm relentless, but in a nice, friendly way. So revisions and feedback automated. Then launch and training. So again, this is where you can run into a real-time suck, where you think a project's finished and it just keeps coming back to haunt you, because that's what happens. So I always assume there's going to be snagging to do and little things that we haven't thought of. So firstly, I have created a ton of self-serve training resources, like how to update your plugins, how to back up your website, and they have to work through those. And also, if they're not going to take a maintenance plan, they have to sign something to say they understand they are responsible for backups and updates, etc., etc. Sorry, I've written that twice. I'll talk about the work request process in a second. I make a post-launch snagging appointment. I know there's going to be things. So a bit like the live design revisions, for about 5 days after launch, I say, let's get a date in the diary now, because there's always a few things that we're going to need to snag. And also, I'm going to want to check that they have indeed gone. And normally I'll have done it. But if they're like, oh, I'll resubmit my site to Google, no problem, I like to check it's done. So I just put that in the diary, and I allow an hour for that, for any kind of snagging. It also stops them that kind of can you just, and on that kind of snagging appointment task, that's where we have a little checklist where all of us put tasks to check, and I'll say, check on your Google's search console. They might say, looks weird on mobile. So we then work through all of those. And if it's not on the list, it doesn't get done. Another thing I would recommend is, if you don't do this already, I will sometimes say to people, would you like to pre-book a block of, say, 6 hours of time, because you're bound to have extra requests like extra pages or, special templates for your blog posts, etc. If you pre-book or prepay for a block of time, that puts you on my VIP list, which means that every Friday morning I will sit down and do any updates or any work that you need, or the team will. So they can go on the VIP list by pre-booking some. This is if they don't, you might have different maintenance packages, but if you don't offer that, pre-booking blocks of time is a great way for, again, and if you have to kind of pre-sell the concept, all of your updates are done on a Friday. You need to have a task where you request that work to be done. So once they've finished their project, we then put a different board up for them to use, and it has another Kanban board with new work requests, and that's what happens on a Friday, then in progress, and then done and ready for them to sign off. If they don't enter it onto that board, the work doesn't get done. So, but as they've already worked through our system and they understand how we use the system, they just use it and they love it. My other best favorite thing at the moment is then once I sign off, once their project is signed off, they in an automated way, I use a piece of software. I use ActiveCampaign for our kind of CRM. So once they finish, they get tagged in ActiveCampaign, and that sets off about a month later. They get an email asking them for a testimonial. And I use something called Senja. And this is just literally an embedded piece of code from the Senja testimonial collection thing. This is what it looks like. I've chosen the colors, but this just updates itself. Like when I get new testimonials, I just go approve, 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 and then they appear here. It's so slick. So it's just another thing I don't have to physically go and do myself. It just, collecting testimonials, typing them out the site, copying and pasting, all done. It just completely eliminated. So I think that's one of my favorite purchases in the last year. I'm not affiliated with any of these things. These are just tools I absolutely love. Okay, so that's a lot of the process stuff. Let's move on to the kind of the model of, so you've got your really slick client management systems, you've got your design tools, your cloud, your starter sites, all of that. How do we then start to outsource the things you don't like doing so you can take on more projects and be more profitable? And how do you have a pricing model that works for everyone regardless of budget, so you're not turning people away? I'm going to deal with these two things at once because they're the same side of the coin. So let's just talk about your offer. And you may have seen this before from me, but I want to really, if you haven't, I want to just cover it briefly. So this is our model. It might not work for everyone, but obviously we sell templates / cloud access. So we have a DIY revenue stream. In the middle, we have customizing those products for people. And then at the high end, we have original custom design, which is, a lot of dollars. So your people or our people will land anywhere along that. And we have packages to suit that. So yeah, they might subscribe to Style Cloud. They don't quite want semi-custom, but we have a package called VIP, which is a half day. It's like $600, where they get 3 or 4 hours of our time and they can use it for training, or we tidy up their site. And then we have other packages which land somewhere along that kind of scale. But I'm sure you won't be surprised to know that we kind of price to the middle, a bit like everybody in Starbucks gets the middle size. Nobody gets the massive tall venti or whatever it's called. So semi-custom is our most commonly chosen package, and it's our most profitable, okay? Because it's quick. And this is something I realized that I love. The thing that I'm good at is original design. Like I love doing people's homepages, and I'm really good at that process. I do it live in front of people, as I said, not for the faint-hearted, but it's the thing I love. So I'm quite comfortable with it. And we do this VIP design session, and I do the live design of their homepage on paper. And as part of the onboarding, we'll have also chosen their starter site or cloud layouts. And then I hand that off to the team. So they go off and build that. The inner pages all come from the template or from the cloud. So they complete that. Because I don't love kind of formatting FAQ pages or contact pages. It's not what I'm best at. Like I'm really good at the original creative stuff. And actually some of the people on my team really don't like the original creative stuff, but they love doing the inner pages. So it works for everybody. And, one of my team members said, I just love it when I get a new project because it's a bit like doing a jigsaw puzzle. I find it really soothing. All I have to do is, match the colors from the brand guide, style it all, make sure it looks nice, upload their content. She said, I just find it really soothing. So if you find the right people who love what you don't, and they don't love what you are amazing at, you get to just show up and shine and be, do what you are best at, and you can outsource the rest. And then of course, Plutio kicks in with our quality control, our snagging, our training launch, and we give them some fun things when they launch. We've got all these social templates in Canva for them to drop their screenshots in and share it on social media. Sometimes I'll make them a little story thing which we share on our social media. So we get to have fun in the process. So that's our semi-custom process and our most profitable package. And you can see, here's just a couple of examples of, there's the template on the left that we started with. There's the kind of semi-custom with the custom homepage on the right, but you can see the similarities. Actually, the one on the right wasn't a semi-custom, it was maybe just a template customization. But either way, we are using all of our tools to accelerate these builds. Now, why is this scalable? Obviously, I've just said show up and do what you're best at, but also it allows you to maintain design standards even when you're delegating, because you are doing the bit that really matters, the homepage, the creative. You are bringing your talent where it works. You can achieve excellent profit margins, about 50%, but also when you have, like you might not have templates in the cloud you can sell, but what you can do is develop your own resources, starter sites, some demo sites, a mini cloud, which you can show people and say, we're going to use my starter resources to make your build go more quickly and make it more affordable for you. So it means that you can work with anyone, whatever their budget is. You could even say, look, here's one of our demo sites. We will do your homepage together, but then, I've got some training that I've made so you can carry on and finish the project yourself. You can develop your own model of from DIY right up to fully custom and decide how that's going to work for you. But I promise you, it will significantly accelerate your builds. And it means you can just outsource the things that, you don't like doing. I'll just talk real numbers. I showed this slide last year and everyone was like, what? That's crazy. So if I didn't have too many things in my life, like owning plugins and having a marketing membership where I coach people, if I was just me on my own in my business, I reckon I could do 4 semi-custom builds a month. Okay, so that's designing one homepage per week on paper. I then hand that off to the team, total revenue 16K. We pay 2K, so our 2K per build to the team member, outsource costs 8K. So that would leave me with 8K profit after costs. Whether that's a margin of 50% at the end of the month. Now, if we add upgrades, maintenance and hosting, maybe you've got some other revenue streams like template sales, that's a pretty, you're looking at 10K months. And, and that for me is a really happy place to be. A 10K month is, achievable. But what I hope you see from this system is you're not turning away any business because they can work with you at any level. Some additional revenue ideas, you could make cloud access to your own little cloud. You don't have to go out and publicly sell it, but you can sell access. You can show people. I do this when I do the handover. I say, hey, let me give you a tour of your site. This is how this works. Oh, here's our cloud. And I show them our cloud. It's very impressive. And they will say, oh, that's amazing. Like, well, if you'd like to have access, just go and get your subscription over at Style Cloud, and then you can continue to access this to build out more pages, etc. You could sell child themes like we do. As I've already mentioned, sell maintenance or blocks of time, update blocks. Another idea, which I think I haven't really, it's kind of been percolating in my mind, but if with something like InstaWP, where you can spin up copies of sites, I'm really interested in the model. I haven't tested it myself, but I know some people who do this really successfully, is to sell turnkey subscription sites with hosting. So you charge them one amount per month, no upfront design costs, but it's like a couple of $100 a month, and you have all your templates ready to spin up. So that's a model that's worth investigating as well. And then the other thing that I always do is selling the next step after the launch. So when people are going to have their website built, I always say, like, it reminds me of kind of, I've got 2 kids. And I remember when I was having my kids, I was like, all I could really focus on was the fact that I was going to have a baby. I wasn't really interested in how to look after it or how to give a baby a bath. I was like, not listening. I was like, la, 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 just not at all interested. And I've noticed that people are a bit like that when it comes to building their website. They're like, it's so pretty. And they're very focused on the website. So even if you try and tell them in 6 months' time, we're going to need to have a pillar content strategy for your blog, or we're going to build a sales page and a marketing funnel, they're just not ready to hear that. So what I do in my proposal that they see in Plutio, which by the way, we don't do fancy PDF proposals. We have quite a nicely formatted proposal in Plutio, and I make a little video talking them through it, so it feels very bespoke. But what I'm not doing is doing fancy PDFs. But in that proposal down the bottom, I will always put what the next step is as an additional add-on, like copywriting, marketing funnel setup, blogging strategy, whatever it is that we want to plant the seed. I know that they're not ready to hear it now, and I always put optional. They're like, oh, what is that? And I say, well, a lot of people go on to book this. I just want it to be in the back of your mind because I suspect you're going to want this in about 6 months' time. They're like, oh, cool. Right. Good to know. I won't take it now. But then about 3 months later, I will always go back and say, hey, do you remember we talked about this? And I noticed the other day you left me a message asking this question. Do you want to have a chat about how we could achieve that? Because do you remember we talked about your blogging strategy at the proposal stage? And oh, yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah, get me booked in. So if you've planted the seed quite early on at the proposal stage, now is the time after you've launched to go back and sell them whatever that next step is, whatever is in your wheelhouse, whatever your special skill is, whether it's SEO or whatever. Right, that was a lot, I know. So just a quick roundup of all the things I've mentioned. Obviously, Style Cloud, and obviously that's my company, so I do have vested interest in telling you about that. Plutio.com is what we use, but anything with a Kanban board will work. Markup.io, you get 5 slots for free, worth a try if you're not using this with clients. I predict you'll love it. And Senja.io is what I capture testimonials with on an automated basis. So I have got this ready for you to take a copy at stylecloud.co/amplify. If you want to kind of get a bit more involved with us, Style Cloud itself has, this huge library and the themes, but we have what we think it's a really good training course. It covers every aspect of building your site, from how to choose hosting to how to prepare a brand guide, right through to every detail of how to use Kadence, every block, right through to kind of advanced Kadence. Plus, we have some fun projects as well, which you can take on, things like some basic CSS projects or animations that you can create. So it's completely free. You'll find a link to it if you go to /amplify. And I also go live every single Wednesday inside our free Facebook community. Just do a website clinic. We kind of nerd out about WordPress and Kadence. If you've got a problem, you can bring it along. If you want to talk about web design, cool. If you want to talk about your business, we just have a really good time. And that's completely free. It's open to everyone. So if you've got questions about anything you've heard today and want to talk about it, come and meet me. I'm there every Wednesday at 2 p.m. UK, just hanging out with all my Kadence buddies. And I'd love to see you there. Right. Yeah, so that's the end of the official formal part of my presentation. And I don't know whether we've got any questions.
Yeah, so that was fantastic. Wow, that's a lot of information in a very short period of time. And I was taking notes, and I'm really glad that you've got the presentation online. I did share it in the chat as well, the link to your site with /amplify at the end. We have a couple comments, and then I have written down a few questions as well. So Jay Cox says he's a Style Cloud customer and he really subscribes to learn what is about to drop and suggests that people should do that. So that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Red Kit Design says loves the idea of live revisions. When I was thinking, oh my goodness, that sounds almost a little bit scary if you're not like really confident about doing it, right? And then Katie Boykin said, what was the name of the testimonial tool called that you mentioned?
Okay, yeah, so that was Senja, Senja.io. It's owned by a fantastic guy. When you first join, he will literally invite you to a call, like the CEO will invite you to a call just to talk about your business. He's super hands-on, and I love supporting other kind of business owners as well. And the thing about the live revisions, by the way, is you don't have to do it live, but what you can do is just go through your markup and talk through any of the thorny little things that are snagging everybody and say, right, I'm clear on what you want now. I'll go away and do that and let you know when it's done. I'm going to do it right now. So you literally can do it then. And they'll say, great, I'll keep an eye out for the notification from markup. Then I will give you the thumbs up or the thumbs down. So you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it live, but I like to get it done. Like I like to move our project along fast.
I understand that for sure. I also like that you said you do the updates. I'm reading my notes. Updates and new work requests on Fridays, which, everybody always says never launch on Friday. And I know you're not necessarily launching on Fridays, but it just feels like, oh, but what if something breaks? And I'm guessing you don't have a lot of difficulty with that then.
Oh, well, we don't actually offer maintenance plans. So we're not updating people's like WordPress or anything like that. It's just it's doing maintenance is not our bag. It's more like, oh, can you add an extra page, or can I, like, it's not going to be something that's going to break. It's more like, yeah. And it's so nice, like it stops people from going, oh, can you just, it's a 2-minute job, can you just, like, yep, on Friday,
Perfect.
And if it's not on the work request list, it's not getting done on the Friday.
Yeah, I can understand that for sure. I also like how you pre-book blocks for VIP, blocks of time and things like that. That's brilliant. And I think the way that you've designed things really keeps your calendar under control. which also follows something else you did, communication control. Back in my freelancing days, that drove me crazy because people would text me, they'd call me, they'd email me, they would message me through social media. And I was like, so many places to try to keep communication. I love that you just had like, hey, we'll go back to Plutio and answer that there. So that's brilliant.
Yeah, and you know, I've been kind of making jokes about it that I'm a tough cookie, but it's because I'm such a walkover that I had to develop these giving away the farm and just letting people walk all over me. So you know, it just over time evolved into a system where I'm firm but fair, and
I think that's great.
And I sell that to them as a bonus. Yeah.
That's perfect. So I have two questions for you. I know that you're not doing maintenance plans, but when you are working on a website and turning it over to a customer, how do you protect a website from its owner? Because I do know that sometimes that is they're their worst enemies sometimes with their own websites. Do you put them through a class? Do you tell them, like Simba, this is where we never walk, those kinds of things?
Well, we're lucky that we have our Learn Kadence course. So I will direct them to the post-launch section of the course and say, I'd highly recommend that you watch through these few videos. I will also say, we're very big. I'm really big on empowering people to be able to manage their own website. So we don't protect it from anyone, but in those training videos, it tells them what they should and shouldn't touch. But what I say to them is, don't be afraid to play. Have a page in the back of your website called test that is never in the menu. It's not indexed. We'll play to your heart's content. What you can do is go and take a copy of the blocks from your about page and stick it on your test page. And if you break it or you kill it, no biggie. But you know, you don't have to design on a live page. You can just have a play area. Go and test every Kadence block that there is. Add them to the page, see what happens. Pull stuff down from our cloud, see whether you like it. So we do encourage them to have like kind of a sandbox approach to their own website.
I love that. And then my last question for you is, what questions do you get most often when you're coaching or onboarding a new customer?
Oh, that's such a good question. How long will it take?
That's true. Can you make the logo bigger? That's no.
Yeah. I think it's more people say to me, which is extraordinary because nearly all of our customers are photographers, and they will say, I'm not very techie. I don't know how I feel about WordPress, or I've had WordPress for ages, but I don't really know how to use it. And I'm like, you can literally operate a really complex £5,000 piece of equipment and take those images into Photoshop. You are capable of editing your own site. And I say, I will empower you to this. So that's why we often use those sandbox sites in InstaWP for them to, I say, go and break one of those, play with it, and build up your confidence. Then when it comes time to hand over your site and do some live training, you won't be going in cold. You'll have had some, and we have some warm-up exercises to do inside our course. I'll say, go and do this lesson, which challenges them. This is how you add in sections. This is how you break down copy into bite-sized chunks. Go and have a play with some of the challenges inside the course and build up your confidence. And normally that's enough.
I love that. Lastly, I'm just going to read to you some of the feedback at the end here. So Steve, I don't know how to pronounce Steven's last name. There was so much here that was great advice. Vivian says, this is right in line with where we are trying to take our agency. Thank you. Red Kit Design says, thank you so much. This was great. John Broderick, great presentation. Thank you, Melissa. Well done. Mike Kindle says, inspiring. Loads of ideas from this. Thank you. And Jake says, my favorite lead in is, this is a little task, but can you?
Yeah. Can you just?
And you just, I used to say that just and only were two of my biggest feared words when I was designing sites for others.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if you are trying to grow your design business, please come and see me on a Wednesday during our live sessions. We love to hang out with other web designers and just nerd out and try and solve operational problems.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Melissa, so much for sharing today. Appreciate everything that you said and shared with us. And again, those will be available. This whole session, all of our sessions today will be available on our YouTube channel in just a week or two, when we have a chance to repackage them. So thank you, and really enjoyed meeting you as well. So we'll see you soon.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. Bye. So let's see. We have coming up at the top of the hour, which is just 6 minutes away. We're going to be talking to Jessica Wangelin, and she is going to be doing a session called How to Format Dynamic Blog Posts with Kadence Blocks. So we will see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Kadence Amplify. If you're just joining us, our sessions today are designed to build your learning, solidify your knowledge, and help you grow. We have some amazing speakers who are going to give you some great tips, advice, and information. All of our sessions are being recorded, so you'll have a chance to not only rewatch the ones you see today, but also to watch the sessions in the other track or those that you won't be able to get a chance to watch live. You'll be able to see those on our Kadence YouTube channel in the coming weeks. You also have an opportunity to ask questions in the chat, and I'll bring them up during the Q&A after each speaker finishes their presentation. So let's get moving. Jessica Wangelin is our next presenter with how to format dynamic blog posts with Kadence blocks. Jessica is a marketing and website specialist who started her online business as a home decor blogger in 2009 at decoradventures.com, where she wrote hundreds of articles to teach people how to do DIY projects and worked with many brand partnerships, gathering hundreds of thousands of page views on her blog. Wow, that's awesome. Her former career was in higher education. Now she is both a brand partner with a wellness company and runs her own marketing business at jessicawangelin.com, where she teaches entrepreneurs about marketing, website strategy, and content creation. Jessica is host of the Motivated Online Business podcast and offers VIP website design services as well as digital resources to use your website and content to promote your business. She lives in Buffalo, New York in a 120-year-old house with her husband and 2 children. Let's bring her on.
Hi there.
Welcome, Jessica. How are you?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we were just chatting backstage about the fact that we live about 80 minutes away from each other. So we're both here in Western New York. So we'll have to do lunch sometime for sure.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'm really excited to hear what you have to share today. So I'm going to go ahead and take myself off screen, share your screen, and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. So we are doing presentation here quick about blog posts, creating dynamic blog posts with Kadence blocks. We would love to know if you are a blogger. Tell us how long you've been doing that for, or maybe you started blogging a long time ago and you put it aside and you want to get back into it, or you're just starting. Tell us how many posts you've written. That would be really fun to know, right? To see how many we can get up to. I'm sure people have written quite a lot. I've written about 450 or so in my time, but that might be a small number compared to other people. So here's what we're going to cover when we talk about blogging, designing blog posts, using Kadence on your site, and all of those things that go with it. We're going to talk about blogging for your business really briefly, so we can just get a good understanding of why blogging is really valuable these days and some things to think about to prepare you to create really amazing posts. What does that look like? What are some of the things you should have ready? Then we're going to talk about formatting your posts right in your design, right when you're creating some blogs on your site. What are some things to try? What are some great blocks to use for that? And give you some ideas for how a post can look like, just go from plain text to being really visually engaging and exciting for your audience to read. And then I will share my screen and we'll do some design examples of working with some of my favorite blocks, some that are really great to use in blog posts. So you can see some ways to customize a couple of those. Just a brief thing about me. I know Michelle said a couple things. Thank you so much for that great intro. I did start a blog back in 2009, which is the dinosaur ages of blogging, I think, pretty much. And that was a lot of fun. It really entered me into the world of being strategic about writing, about getting better at writing, about the online world of Pinterest marketing and email and website design, of course. So that was really fun. And now I run my own business where I help other people use their website as a major tool for their business, specifically focused around the content that they have. So their blog posts, their offers, and things like that. But I do write about a lot of other fun things, lifestyle topics and productivity and such. Here's a couple of quick pictures, just a little bit about my life. So that's a couple of photos from my DIY blog, my family, a bit of traveling. I got to work with a lot of national partners on doing some different posts. So that was really fun. In the bottom right-hand corner, we are super hosts of an Airbnb. We recently renovated a family cottage, got renovated, which was a long project, but really fun and worthwhile. So that's kind of our side hobby, what we do for fun. But let's talk about blogging, of course. I've been joking with a lot of people in the online space about how blogging is back. And some people hear that and think, well, wait a minute, did it ever really go out of style? I think that what we have found is that long form content has become really more increasingly popular again over the past year, year and a half, things like that. Short form is definitely has its place and it's really fun and people use it. But blogging, long form content, even podcasting and videos really have a great place in your business model, particularly for some of these reasons. So number one, this can really streamline your communications that you do. You can use blog posts to educate an audience, to entertain people, of course, to teach them how to do some things. And you can put a lot of things in that in terms of educating potential clients or communicating with customers, helping do some of those things that you wish people knew before they worked with you and your company. There's obviously a lot of repurposing options when you are working with long form blog posts that can go to social and go to other formats and things, which makes it a really great use of your time. Blogging has a very long lifespan in terms of when we look at the kind of the content rainbow of things that are out there. When you compare short form type posts to blog posts that can last you for years, it's a really good investment of your time for your business. And then, of course, it can be a great educational resource. So thinking about what this looks like when you are working with a specific audience, how you're teaching people things, how you're using it then for your own self-reflection and growth. Because, of course, people blog about a lot of topics. So, you could be blogging about your family history or the travels that you do. So it's a really interesting way to kind of match that into your lifestyle and create a history there for, future generations to use and people to access, along the way. So here's some goals we keep in mind when blogging. If you haven't kind of reflected on some of these, it's really helpful, of course, when we are providing high quality content. We know that that's what search engines are looking for these days. So that should always be your top goal, really, when creating posts. We always want to make sure that we're engaging our readers. Obviously, we're writing for a specific reason. But then there's a whole kind of plethora of other things that you can invite people to do when they're reading your blog posts. So maybe you want them to complete a form. Maybe you want to showcase other content, or perhaps you want to provide them with the next step, like to fill out something to potentially work with you or book a call or request a quote or something like that. So when we think about blogging, we want to remember that it's a really great idea for people to get lost kind of in the rabbit hole of your blogs, of your site, and for them to click around, spend a lot of time there, make it like comfortable and exciting for them to engage with your brand that way. So what do we mean when we talk about creating and designing blog posts, specifically, on a website with the Kadence blocks? We are talking about creating really exciting content layouts that are easy to read, that are like visually exciting, that engage people, keeps them reading more, and helps people stay interested in what you are sharing on the material of the actual post. So a couple of reasons why we want to do that are as follows. Number one, doing this can really help to highlight your message when you are sharing things about your brand. We know that these days there's a lot of tips about formatting text the right way because people kind of are skimmers. We want to see and we want to get what we want to know about very quickly when we're looking at information because of our attention spans. So highlighting messages and really formatting things nicely can help you get across the points that you're looking to make in a post. Also, of course, helps increase, some read time that people are going to spend on the post. Again, people can find things easily, especially when you use blocks like the table of contents and things like that. They get to kind of scan and find what they want. It also, though, can help sell for you. So there's a lot of really fun ideas where you can put different things into a post, like, here are the products that I mentioned in this blog. Here are the affiliate items that go along with the topic that I'm talking about here. Here are the products that I'd like for you to take a look at and things like that to enhance kind of, again, the reader experience, help grow your business that way. Next, creates engagement. Of course, there's a lot of ways that you can put things in posts like videos or helping people to really know your personality, help them get to know you personally, helping them leave a comment, finding other ways to, reach out and connect with you, things like that. Of course, also well-formatted blog posts are great for SEO because having well-structured, long form tail, what am I saying? Like long keywords, those kind of things. And all of the things that go around with SEO can really be built well into a well-designed blog post. And then lastly, it enhances your brand. So if this is something that you focus on specifically in terms of creating long form content, helps you kind of organize those thoughts in terms of categories that you can have on your post, things like that, and get to connect with your audience, of course, more. So here's like we kind of just reviewed a couple elements of a successful blog post. But this is just so you can kind of keep in mind some of the things when preparing to actually do a blog post, thinking about that compelling title. What are the introductions and the body copy and the headings that you're going to have into a post? What are the things that you are going to do that are going to make it visually appealing for someone to want to read through? What are some things that you want people to take in terms of their next steps? What are call to actions that you might have, and perhaps any other content that you might be looking to promote. And so we're going to share some of these things when we get to the design part. But here's a couple other quick things about just preparing for writing. When we're going into write a post, these are some things that you want to have before you go in to actually do that design. Of course, you want to have the text that you're going to write, the copy, and any kind of supporting photos that might go with the topic that you're writing about. We want to make sure that our text is organized, that we don't just have a block of copy. We do have it broken up into paragraphs. There's definitely some subheadings in there, H2, 3, and what, not however far you want to go with the headings on your post itself. You know what kind of category you're organizing it into. This is really helpful when you're pulling in other posts to show on a design, and when you're asking people to read more about that specific topic. And again, calls to actions and other things that you want to have. Helpful to know. Sometimes it's really great to make these into patterns that you have on your site. So, or use for info boxes and things like that, that you want to share in the blog post itself. So this is kind of what we were just saying. I won't review all the text here, but titles, text, photos, other content going into our design. So let's talk about blocks and what are some amazing blocks that we use for Kadence. So info box is one that's really fun to use. And we'd like to know if you have heard of any of these, or which maybe are new to you, or you don't know too much about, or you love using yourself. Go ahead and tell us, because there's so many, of course, and everyone has their favorites, right? The post part. Now, there's a lot of different blocks you can actually use in terms of showing other posts. There's the categories, there's like the post excerpts, there's things like that. And we'll show a couple of those as well. Table of contents has become really popular in well-designed blog posts and really fun. So the table of contents block actually pulls the headings from your copy in the post itself, and organizes those into a table of contents. And then, like magic, it basically is anchor text that jumps down to the section when you publish that post for people to read specifically about that. The form block is really great. Of course, we always want to make sure that people are getting onto our email list, that we have a form that they want to fill out to either do that, again, request a code or book a call, whatever that might look like specifically for your business. The gallery blocks are really nice to use those images to enhance what you're talking about. We are visual people. We want to see images that go along with the post. But now you can do a lot of things, not only with just the gallery itself, but you can do the image over the text in some of the designs right now, which is a really fun block to use. They can change color, they can change to black and white, things like that. They can flip over and be a different image. So there's a lot of fun options for there in the blocks. Advanced text, of course, very common block that people use for our headings and things like that. And then the icon list is also a really fun one, because this can be a great way to highlight things like, again, affiliate links that you're sharing all in one place. So maybe you have a lot of copy written and you know, your links are kind of in different parts of the post. Having a section where you have an icon list can pull all of those into one spot. It can also be used for things like, this is the order of what I just instructed you to do in my blog post. Or it can also be something like, here are your next steps to take to learn, you know, to take this content further and, you know, engage and use it into your life. So these are some of my favorites. We're going to go over a couple of those, but here's just some examples, kind of what I said. So if you look at the type of block that you're going to use, what are some things that you can do with it? What it might be an example like in an actual blog post itself. So info boxes are great. If you have a site where you're pulling a couple of different authors, you could do things like that in those. There's also the site identity part where you can kind of go along and talk about, you know, showcase the brand of your site. Goes a little bit along with that. Posts itself, share related content, like we said, table of contents, forms, gallery for supporting visuals, advanced text, and then the icon list, like we had said. But here's some other posts to give you some ideas of what some might look like. I mean, there's so many to choose from. Site identity, like we had mentioned, there's a way to showcase your logo and your tagline for your site in posts, specifically if you're really looking to enhance your brand that way. There's a lot of blocks for navigation where you can bring in the menus on your site if you have specific menus created in certain parts. You want to talk about that information, allow people to click through to those. There's the accordion blocks where you can have people click on a specific title and it opens up some more information. This is really commonly used in FAQs and things like that. And then there's product carousels, which are great. So if you have a shop on your site and you can bring in different categories of shop items that you want to showcase in a specific post, also a really great way to get people to read about what you have, but then also to click through to read about those products and make some purchases and things like that. Advanced images, like we talked about. Tabs are really fun too. These look really nicely designed on sites where people click a heading and it reveals different points of information. You can summarize information really well that way. And again, make it look in a visually different way for people to not only just read text on a page, but have it be an engaging experience for them to kind of read through on the post. And then show more. This is also an opportunity you have to create a section where there's more content revealed in a specific design. So let's go, not to our next steps, but we are going to share our other screen to talk about, here we go, this one. Okay, we're going to go through some examples here of some of those blocks and what they look like on a site. And of course, if we have questions, feel free, of course, to jump in. Okay, so checking on the questions. Yes. So here's just an example post that I have written up on my site. Some text in here. We have a title. We have some numbered H2 headings going on, and we have some short paragraphs of text below them. So I put in some notes here, and I'm going to go and just show a couple of these in terms of what they look like in terms of adding and creating a post that looks really visually interesting, is engaging for your readers. So we know what this looks like now, right? We have a lot of copy. We just have some headings. It's just really all text for the site. So here, let's talk about adding a table of contents. So this is a really fun block to use. And if you haven't used it, what it does is pull the headings from your site and creates this. So table of contents, of course, can be formatted in a lot of different ways. You can go ahead and toggle on and off some of the different headings that you have here. If you just, like these ones right now are pulling the H2 headings from my site. But if you wanted to go and add something else, like this one is the H4, we're going to make sure that when we're in here, we're going to toggle on the H4 and you see that it shows up in the listing. So you could have multiple subheadings going under, you know, your hierarchy of content there to be able to see some different parts of it. But of course, when we look through the block itself over here on the right-hand design section of your site, you can go through and just look at all of the different options that it does for the actual design of that block itself. So we can toggle on and off the title. We can change like the font family of the title. Go ahead and do that if that matches maybe your brand a little bit more. Create some borders in here. Then we have some list settings, great things to do for here, changing how, you know, some of the spacing of the text. I like it when these are underlined when someone hovers over them. I just think that looks better, but of course that's everyone's design preference. And then container settings, of course. So say we want to have a little bit of a background here. That's really fun to do. A box shadow. I think this makes this stand out well on the page so people can very easily find this and see what is listed actually in the post itself. If you don't want to have numbers on your headings, of course, you can go ahead and take those off. There we go. The number goes away and we can do some different formatting that way. But the table of contents is really fun. We'd love to know if you've done it. There's some different settings, of course, for advanced features on that block itself. But this is really fun to use. And I like having it in post. It helps people to see exactly what's in there. Specifically, then you can highlight parts of the post that you actually want people to see. So just some different ideas about the table of contents. Tell us if you've used that one, of course. And then, of course, let's look at forms. So say you have a form that you want to add onto the site. This is the advanced form. And what you can do is select from any kind of forms that you already have pre-made on your site, or you can go ahead and create them in the form section. But if we're just doing the regular form, you can go ahead and customize the features on here. So this is a way for people to submit information. Nice to have like a title above it. So they know what they're filling out the form for, if you're having a photo with that, so people can see something perhaps that goes along with the form. And then working with, actions after submit is one area here in the general settings of the form that's really nice to pay attention to. You can separate different things in here, making sure that what's happening here is people are emailing you. There's some connectivity, which is really great, to MailerLite, Active Campaign, things like that, whatever you might have connected to your site based on your email service provider. And then email settings, of course. So this is where you want the information to go. You can name a subject for that. So you make it website form, something along that line, and things like that. And then there's other nice spam options on the forms as well, and other style options, of course, too. So button colors, things like that you can walk through, submit styles, labels, things like that. So that's really fun to have, the form. So if you're going to design something and you're going to have somebody want to fill out something, like book a time with me here or join my email list, we just make things like this. We go ahead and add this as a heading, and people get to see some of these kind of standout features really on the site itself. So that's fun to make, the form. And then we have advanced text. This is something fun I like to do. So what I often do on post is I write this about content here. So say you have a specific category that you want to highlight. What I usually do is I go ahead and make this a heading that I like to have. I can go ahead and align it. But this is great with the advanced text feature. And I'd like in this one to make a little bit of a background. So the whole section here then creates its own kind of visual element, stands out from just the white background that you might have, or a different color background on your site. And then, of course, you can go ahead and link that to anyone, whatever category, whatever link you're going to put in there in terms of where that's going to go. So this is something that I often do in post to call out the different content that you have. And that's why we talked about, think about where you want people to go. Do you want them to read other content, or do you want them to stay really in this part itself? So updating your website. So this is just another part here where, like, say for an example, in this section of your post, you were talking about products and you had linked to one of them. So we can see, once we start to look at all of the product blocks, there's a lot of them. So let's go ahead and look over this way. If we go and add a block here, you can hover over a lot of these and see what the different product titles and things like that are. Product summaries are really fun. Categories. Let's try the product carousel, but there really are a lot of different options that you can have here. If you wanted to add products that are from your shop tagged in just a specific, like, holiday, for example, it's a great thing to pull there. But let's add a product carousel, and we're going to see what that looks like. So right away, it pulls up several different products from my shop on the site itself. These are some digital items that I have. And we're going to go ahead and customize this so it looks how we want it to look. Right now, you can see it's boxed. There's 6 items here. We're going to take that down to 3, just so that people can kind of see a little bit easier how many there are. And then, of course, you can filter by categories. So if you have, like, just specific categories for your shop, I don't have any under that one right now. But so we'll leave all of them there. But if you have some, of course, it's a great way to pull up different types of things that you have. If you're talking about that, we can change our columns here to 2 or 3 or more, which looks really nice. And then, of course, there's some of the style. Unboxed kind of takes away that background kind of shadow on them. You can change the carousel settings, which is really fun. But this is a really nice element to add to your post itself, so people can, again, they don't have to find this somewhere else on your site. If you're talking about it in the blog post, it's really easy for the reader to see that information right ahead of them in terms of what that looks like. And then let's do an info box, because those are really fun. So info boxes are really nice. And as you can see, I put some notes here. So I so I can show some of the different elements of the info box. So this is a really nice kind of call out type of visual that comes up onto a post itself. When you're in the general settings here for the actual block itself, you can see different ways to kind of change what this might look like. And then, of course, being able to edit that border, how thick it is, what color it is, what this looks like, how you want it to align. Icon goes on the left or not at all. So the great thing about this is you can change so many features of it. In the style section, for example, if you didn't want it to be, just this color, you could actually change the whole background color of the icon box itself, which is really fun to do. You can actually change the media, which is kind of this like icon over here, which is really fun. You can make it an image if you wanted to. Then go ahead and select an image. So say you wanted to, what are we talking about here? We'll just do general. I recently did some fall posts, and we can go ahead and make that image whatever we wanted it to look like. And the fun thing here is the borders is what you can play with here. We have some different border. You can add a border to the image, of course, changing the size for that. Of course, edit what it looks like, how much space we have. Sometimes it's nice to see that white space around it. If we want to add on an image border, I think the 50 usually makes it about like a circle. If this were a square image, you could do that, but you can change that here too. So the image size we have based on changing that. Where are we doing? Let me think. Image type normal. Okay, I'm missing that right now, but you can change the image. Which one are you doing? Ratio. There we go. Yes, square. So there we go. So when we have a 50 image border on here, we get a circle for an image, which is kind of like an image mask, putting that on there. So you don't have to reformat and redesign all of your images, which is really nice. And then let's go ahead and take a look at, so if in the info box here, of course, you want to change the title, write something fun about what you're doing, changing the text, of course. And the fun thing about the info boxes is that you can have this learn more part here. We're in the styles tab of the info box, actual block settings, show the learn more. And then you can tell it what you want to do here. So like where you want this to go. Like if people want this, like you would just have that kind of call to action there. And there's also in here the like the text settings and the link settings as well. So what you can do is you can link the whole info box or just a part like when people hover over some of it, which is really fun. So those are the info boxes. Like, they think you can really help something stand out on a site, have it be a lot bigger than, any kind of text or titles or things like that, which is fun. So lastly, then let's look at the post blocks here. So this is really fun. Let's go over to this part so we can see all of the post blocks. So we have a list. We can have our posts come down on a list. We can have it where there's a photo included. We can have a carousel of the posts as well. And then like latest, most, recently written, published posts are in here. So these are fun to do. Let's click the regular post one and go ahead and look at some of the features for that. So right away, when we're in the block itself, we click on it, which allows us to do all this editing here of the actual post itself. And we can see all the different right now features that come up here. So it's showing 6 posts. I can see the blocking on the background here, and there's a lot of excerpt of the text coming out. So when you're at here, you can actually pick different pages, products, and other things on your site, depending on what kind of settings you have set up. But we're going to go ahead and change this down to 3 posts. Because again, I think the 3 columns usually looks really good on a site that's kind of general format of when we want to see other content and things like that. We can filter by the category here, which is really fun. So when you have your category set up, you can just pull posts that are based on specific things. So like this post, for example, we're talking about just a fall like to-do list for your business. But this one talks about, these posts are about content writing that I do. So you could, of course, have that match up to whatever you wanted to have. You could also exclude certain categories if you wanted all of them, but several to show. Which is a really nice way to customize and pull in the exact content that you want to have for that. Of course, and then we can change the layout settings. We can have them boxed or unboxed, which is fun. And then there's also the style settings for some of, for the pulling in the posts like here. We can go ahead. Let's make it a square image. Looks a little bit taller. Categories. You don't have to have the category if it's really just one. You can turn off like things like the author settings, etc. As well in here. And so we don't need any of that. Well, okay, so we're going to turn off the author because I'm the only writer on this. We don't need the date. and we are going to change how much content is here. So you see this text, this is previewing the text that comes from the blog post. We want to enable this excerpt, but we also want to enable how much of it is shown. And that's this part right here, enable custom excerpt length. This is kind of, it's not very long, but if you wanted it to be even shorter, you can make it just a little bit like that. And then people could kind of get a preview of it. But you can turn that off in general. Then you just have the titles and you have the read more, which you can also turn off. People can still hover over this and click right through to the blog posts. So that's one of my favorites. Also a really great way to bring in other content, to keep people reading on the site, to keep people doing, you know, some other different things with your posts and your content and really getting engaged that way. So lastly, another example of a post, we have some different things. So this is just an example of fall books to read for online entrepreneurs. So I have a list of books here that are really great. These are all titled already with their headings. So here's an example of one that I already put a little bit together so you can see, which is really fun to do in a blog post, is the accordion block. So it looks like this when we go ahead and search for it. We can see accordion and you'll get that when it comes up, which is really nice here. So you get to select the initial style of what you want this to look like. So you can kind of pick whatever matches your site or your brand, things like that. The rounded corners are kind of fun. And then of course you would go ahead, select right in here and be able to customize any of the things that you wanted here. So you would have like title or a question if you wanted about the post, and then being able to edit some of the things in this part as well. Column layout is really fun. Style setting, of course, you always want it to match. There's and a lot of settings in this one, specifically the accordion one, because you can change the background setting here, the color, you can change the font, text, things like that. Inner content is the answers that you would put in. And then you can also add other accordion items. So just looking at this one down here, like I had, like we have some questions that people might ask about your blog post and what you're writing about, where to find books, things like that. And other fun ideas for the accordion. So you could have a link here that shows, like, again, information that you might put in the post and things like that. So lastly, the search block is really fun. And I just want to share this one. So the search is really great because if people are reading and they want to look for other things, or maybe they know kind of your brand and your business and they want to find other things on the site, the search block is a great thing to have kind of just in the middle, not a bad thing to have on your site for people to look around. And those are some examples of the general kind of posts that we have for doing some different things with your content. So again, you can see kind of what this looks like once we have some of these elements like really put up onto the actual post itself. So you get a post kind of that will look a little bit like this, whether you have sidebar or not. We have, some ways for people to engage. We invite them to fill out a form. We invite them to read about other content. We share other things that we have in our business, our products, our links, etc. We highlight something here. It's a call out. It's about you, the author, or something else. And then we, just really promote our brand and other things. So you can really see how this turns a plain block, like just text blog post, into something really interesting and exciting for your audience to see. So with that, lastly, some of your next steps, let me just go here really quick and share some homework. So who wants homework? Anyone? I had a workshop last week and I told people that they had homework and everybody was like, what? And it was adults who don't want homework. But just some things to think about when you're thinking about designing your post, what that looks like for your business. Improve the content of posts that you already have. Spend your time enhancing those, get them back into, the search engines, things like that are really fun to do. Plan some more posts. And while you're doing that, keep these things in mind. It's really helpful to think about, okay, well, what things would I actually ask somebody to do when reading this blog information? What would that look like in terms of a design perspective? And then go practice and have fun. Look through all of those design tabs and elements and style tabs on the blocks itself. They're really fun to search through, to customize, to really make it work for you. Don't forget about making the patterns too for reusing those in the future. So here's just a little bit of inspiration for you. So beautifully crafted blog posts aren't just words on a page. They're an invitation to connect, inspire, and keep readers coming back for more on your site, which is really great for your business. And then lastly, if you are looking to enhance your website strategy, and if you have a site maybe that's just kind of been sitting around, you haven't really paid attention to it, I invite you to take my free training. It is very quick, shows about what your website can do for you, how to think about what your website strategy is, learn about where to start with content, and then some must-have pages for every website. And lastly, thank you. Thank you for being here. I will stop the share and we will get back to talk with Michelle. But this is where you can find me. Have fun with your blog posts, go update some old ones, publish some new ones, and have a really good time with your site and with your Kadence theme as well.
Well, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
Don't you feel like you dropped so much information in such a short amount of time?
It's a lot. And there's, when I was looking through all the block list, there's just so many and it's growing.
It really is. At the beginning, you asked people to kind of tell us how many blog posts they'd had. And I have to be honest, I have no idea. I know we're in the hundreds probably by now of how many blog posts I've created over how many different sites. But we have somebody in the chat who, F Group Media says, been online blogging since 2005 and wrote 2,800 plus posts.
Yeah. That's a
lot. That's a lot, right?
Yeah.
Has had a break for 2 to 3 years now. Wants to start again. They can find out how to make a nice looking layout for the different kinds of blog posts. So I think that you've really talked about a lot of that for sure, and how that works. So so just a couple of quick questions I had for you. So when you talked about having multiple authors, so does that include like guest posts? And if you do have guest posts, do you give them a set of rules or requirements for how they would participate on your blog? Do you have them maybe just submit it separately and you style it? Or do you give them editor access? Like, how do you manage that?
That's a good question. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of opportunity for guest posts to work on your site. And it's really helpful for kind of outsourcing and getting content published on a regular basis. So usually when working with guest posts, it's great to give them as much as you can customize what they would want to write about, what you want, the topics to be about. And then in terms of actually having them format or not, that would often depend on their skill level for sure.
Sure.
So someone necessarily, you don't want to make them an administrator on the site, but they can be an editor, of course, and do that. And maybe you have an outline, you have a list to say, in this post, we're talking about these things. So make sure you have this pattern that's brought in about, this thing we're promoting at this time of the year, or include a, post carousel about all the other posts in that same category that you're writing about. Is pretty straightforward thing to do. And then make sure it edits and to edit that and have it work well.
Yeah, you don't want something that just like looks so dissociated with the rest of your website, right? So you want to make sure everything kind of matches and puts together. But there is a benefit to having guest bloggers, like you said, because they then tend to share that with their channels as well, where you might not already have a foothold. So that might get more people onto your site and following what you're doing. And then, so I know this isn't Kadence related specifically, but what's your creative process for planning blog posts for what you're going to do, or what would you suggest to other people? And people ask me that a lot. And like the first question is always like, I heard you could make money blogging. How do I do that? Right. And what I always first say is, well, if you don't have 12 things to say so that you can blog at least once a month, this is not the right business for you. But what is a way for you to tell people as far as ideation and how to start planning for future content?
For future content, right? Good question. So obviously it always starts, I think, with your business mission and what you're looking to do. I mean, some businesses are focused on really like affiliate sales, things like that. That's a different type of content than if you're doing like tutorial type posts, things like that. So what exactly is the mission, and what are you kind of trying to achieve at the end of the day? When people come to your site, what do you want them to do? So you always kind of start with that. And when it comes to kind of planning for posts and coming up with topic ideas, there's a lot of different ways, of course, to come up with topic ideas. And some of those, I did a presentation on this, and I had 5 and let me see if I can remember them all. But it was, number one, like, what are people asking about when you're doing the SEO track? What are you matching up with what people are looking to do? How are you matching your skill set with what people are looking for online? That's the topic track. What is it that you're passionate about? Of course, what is your area of expertise? That's, your blog topic and what you want to find. By doing market research, of course, is a great idea. Asking questions to your audience, sending out email messages and getting their feedback. I've done that before, and you'd be just amazed. It's such a great source of information in terms of what people want to see that you can talk about. And then lastly, I think this is the fourth, if not five, is think about, like, in general, there's so much information out there, but a great way to come up with topics is to think about, like, what do you really wish people were talking about more? Like, what is it that you wish the conversation were about? Like, how can you use your blog as a platform for, getting to that place? That can really be a great way to get topics. And then the fifth idea I would say to people too is in terms of like client or customer onboarding. Mm-hmm. Are there things that you can put in blog posts that you don't have to then repeat on a regular basis to onboard someone, to your business, right? So what is it that you wish people knew before either working with you as a business or about your company in general that you could put into a blog post and then use that in your links and your email messages and your marketing communications for sure.
I think those are great.
So that's how to like come up with ideas, right?
You should write a blog post about that because I would read that for sure, right?
Yeah. But then you would ask about planning too. So it's like, any kind of process planning. Batch working here is really your friend. It's great to sit down and do a lot of writing one day and a lot of editing next day, and a lot of formatting another day, things like that. Yeah. And so just working with that and being consistent is a super huge key, of course, in blogging.
Because writer's block is real. So as much as you can plan ahead, it's better.
Yeah.
We had a question at one of the earlier sessions too about AI. So especially with blogging and blog posts, people want to know, like one of the questions earlier was, is AI going to take all our jobs? Well, I'm not asking you that, right? But what if you use AI at all in your planning process, or if you tell others how to do it, what is your suggestion with how you can use AI to work with you without replacing your voice and your thoughts as far as building your own blog?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So how do you get AI to work with you? For sure. Well, there's a lot of different ways to use it. Definitely. I would say number one is like coming up with ideas, asking it for ideas, telling it about who you are and what you do. These are some things you're thinking about. Give me some ideas for a blog post about, XYZ topic is a great way. But not also that is using it to like repurpose things. So last week, for example, I did a 3-day workshop about getting your website ready for the holiday season. And so I had presentations kind of like I had done, and I took the audio from the presentations and I put it through an AI app that I have. And I ask it to either do whatever you want it to do. So do summaries, write a blog post about that presentation, write podcast show notes, things like that. So those are some examples of how I use it. But specifically, of course, so like you never want to really just have it write a blog post and publish that. Sure. You definitely want to heavily edit it, add your personality in, of course, and, make it work for you that way.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I use it a lot for ideation, right? Like tell me 10 things people are asking about, 10 questions people are asking about XYZ. And then I can say, okay, I can answer those questions, or I don't really know that one and I don't see how it fits, but you can pick and choose that way. I think that's a great way to do it for sure.
Yeah.
Any last words of advice, Jessica, before we go to break?
I would say if you're thinking about blogging or wanting to get back into it, or, stuck a little bit, have fun with some of those design elements, get back into it. Just pick one post a week and publish. It's a great goal to have in terms of getting your content out there, and really use those parts to make your site and your post stand out, really look dynamic with all the options that Kadence has. It's really fun.
Yeah, and visually stimulating is just as important as what you write on the page. I agree. And Kadence is perfect for that. So thank you so much for sharing with us today. I really appreciate learning from you. So have a wonderful weekend. And like I said, you're not that far away. Let's get together for lunch soon.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thanks, Jessica.
Thanks. Bye.
We'll be back at the top of the hour. Katie Boykin will be taking over emceeing for the rest of the afternoon. And her first guest will be Cathy Mitchell, who's going to be talking about creating 2 product styles in one shop. So we'll see you then.
Hello and welcome back to Kadence Amplify. Thank you guys so much for being here. We are on track 1. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, there are actually 2 tracks that we have going on. So you can go check out both options. We've got amazing presenters and speakers. But for track number 1, to jump right back into our session, I have another incredible guest for you today. And I'm going to be bringing on Cathy Mitchell. Let me give you a little introduction about who Cathy is. As the owner-operator of WP Barista, Cathy has helped influencers and businesses navigate the digital landscape for 17 years. And her tutorials frequently are featured on the first page of Google, reflect her dedication to simplifying complex concepts and making tech accessible for everyone. A recognized voice in the WordPress community, Cathy has shared her insights as a guest speaker at WordCamps, WordPress meetups, and on various podcasts. And she brings a friendly and approachable style to her presentations, always aiming to empower her audience with practical, actionable advice. And every year, through WP Barista, Cathy donates to a deserving charity and supports small businesses in developing countries. She's all about making the web a better place for everyone. So please help me welcome Cathy to the stage. Hi, Cathy. How are you?
Hi, good. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I'm so excited about your presentation because you're going to be teaching us how to create 2 product styles in one WordPress shop. And I actually want to learn how to do this for one of my other side businesses too. So I really am excited to hear what you have to share with us. But without further ado, I'm going to let you just take it away.
Okay, sounds good. We are, like you said, Katie, going to talk about 2 styles in one shop. And for our example, we're going to use one of my client sites, thatbreadlady.com. So I have to thank her for letting us do that. If you have more than one type of product in your shop, then this is the perfect demo for you. If you have some familiarity with WooCommerce, you'll know that we can make some good adjustments. Kadence has given us some good options, but those apply universally to all the products on the shop, especially when you use the customizer, some of the blocks, but they just apply everywhere. So we're going to use ShopKit, and we're going to focus on the Woo template feature, which is pretty exciting. I guess I already got an intro, so I don't need to say this stuff. More stuff about me and what I've done. But I do want to say the most important thing that I think I've done is work for some small companies and mom and pop shops, because that way I get to know what part the website plays in what they do. And then we can take a more holistic view at it. Okay, I also believe that the next 40 minutes or 50 or whatever we have, it should be worth your time. So I'm going to go kind of quickly. I want to get as much information into your hands as possible. So we're going to stop and take questions, put them in the comments if you're watching on YouTube, and I think Katie will be in there to grab them. And yeah, at the end, we'll have some time for that. So Heather, I'll tell you a little bit about the website and why we're doing this. She has a bakery, a website. She holds baking retreats. She blogs and she sells classes online. And then we combined a whole bunch of classes for a membership. So for one price, they can get a whole bunch of classes. And so when we sell merchandise, and her site became so popular, the retreats in particular, that people wanted to buy the t-shirts that she had made for the retreats. So now she's adding merchandise to the shop. So if I have time, I can show you how we build the custom shop page. But for now, we're going to stick to the Woo templates and try and get 2 different products. For today's talk, we're going to do a class, and we're also going to do the merchandise. So if you know some block editor basics, this is for you. And I do mean basic, just adding text and images. If you know how to add a product in WooCommerce, that would be great. Just the regular data, the text, the images, a price, that's it. We're going to focus on the Woo templates feature so that we can have these styles automatically applied to the correct product at the right time. We're going to use the product tabs features. We're going to go through size charts and swatches, but we're not going to sacrifice speed, security, and SEO. So in other words, you doing it this way instead of a whole bunch of plugins is much better for the website speed, SEO, extensibility, all of that. We will get into the demo quickly. The first thing that we're going to do is prepare the site. We're going to get a quick overview of the plugins and which settings have to be on to accomplish what we're going to do today. Then we're going to go through the first product template, which is going to be for the digital classes that she sells online. We're going to just use dynamic content and Kadence tabs, not the WooCommerce tabs, but Kadence tabs for that one. And we're also going to want to put a banner in the bottom so that if somebody is buying the class, they can see the option to just have the membership and get a whole bunch of classes for one price. And then lastly, we will go through the product template for physical products, the merchandise. And when we go through that, we get to look at a whole bunch of bells and whistles for the shop kit. We're going to do custom tabs, a size chart, and color swatches. So I'm going to try and get through as much of this as I can. The WordPress site, you're going to have the Pro add-on to the Kadence theme. So the Kadence theme and the Pro add-on, the Kadence blocks and the Pro add-on, WooCommerce, of course, one product, and the shop kit by Kadence. Now in that product, you have to have at least one product so we can do some testing and previewing. Only the basic fields we're going to use. The title, the short and long description, a price, and at least one photo. Okay, so let's move to the, oh, sorry, I'm looking at my mouse on the feedback. Anyway, we're going to go to the demo. So the first thing we're going to do is go to Kadence. We're going to go to that Pro add-on, and we're going to turn on the WooCommerce add-ons. This is important. Then we're going to go and turn on the custom shop page in the customizer. So you go to the customizer and open the WooCommerce tab, and now you'll have some extra features. The product catalog is what they call the shop. It's all of the products. But what we want to do is towards the bottom, turn on the custom content for the shop page. And this way we can advertise all the different kinds of products we have. And when somebody uses the back button or the breadcrumbs that are automatically added by WooCommerce, then it will work because WooCommerce adds links in some places and even in emails. And so we want them not to break or send somebody to an unexpected spot. So using that custom page helps with that. Okay, now we got to publish that. Okay, let's go back to here. The thing we want to have, I have a screenshot here of what we're going to be looking at. So this is what we're going to try and create. This is for selling the classes. We're going to have a gallery and the sales information. That's easy enough. We want some custom tabs in the back because we're going to address one of the concerns people have when buying a class, like why can't I just get it on YouTube? So we're going to put why pay for a class. We're going to talk about Heather, the instructor, and the included in this class is going to be the full description. Here's a short. And then, like I said, at the bottom of here is going to be the bottom of the tab. So we're going to put the Academy ad to let people know they can have all of it for one. And then we're going to do related posts below in case we can bump up the sale. Okay, one thing I want you to notice is in here, instead of an H1 on this page or the product title, we're going to try and bring that in onto the tab. And we're also going to want it in the tab, the first tab, so that you can see the product name and have that in there. When we're doing custom stuff, I think it's really important to make sure that we continue the good use of HTML elements for SEO. Okay, so now we're going to go back to our demo, and we're going to open the Woo templates. I missed one of the pages. We didn't turn them on. Hold on one second. We're going to go to the shop kit. This is where all the good stuff is. We're going to turn on the custom galleries, because why not? And the templates. Those are the two that we're going to need. All the other settings you can leave as is, or you can play with them. It doesn't matter. Now, when we reload under products, not there yet, so we're going to reload the page. There's our Woo templates. Excellent. So we're going to go into Woo templates. We're going to add a new one. This is for a single product, not the archive, or not a catalog of products. We're going to start blank today. Okay, this is the fun part. Nobody can see the title here, so we might as well make it something really obvious. This is our template for the class product. And now I like to organize things in rows. And this is going to have the image in the background that we're going to want. Now, I'm going to use the advanced image block. There's a few that would do it, but I'll tell you why in a second. So I don't have an image that I want to put on this product. I want it to pick whatever product I'm looking at. I want that image to show up. So what we're going to do is look for a little icon that looks like two stacked tires on top of each other. That's the database icon. I don't know how else to describe it. It's this guy right here. And that will enable some dynamic content. So we just enabled it. It doesn't know what to pick yet. So we're going to click it again. We're going to go in here and we're going to pick the featured image. Now it says post up above, but it kind of is referring to like a post type. So whether it says post or whether you're working on a page or a product or a post, it's all the same. We want the featured image of this post type, which is a product. We want that to show up. Perfect. Okay. Now we have a problem because this is merchandise, not a class. This is to sell aprons. So there is a great feature in Woo template. We're going to go to the template settings. We're going to go to preview settings, this button, and we're going to select which product we want while we're doing this styling and working on this. So we're going to pick sourdough pizzas, which is a class. Close that up. There's sourdough pizza dough. Okay. Now we want to make it a skinny banner. So we're going to go back into the sidebar for blocks. And we're going to go to the image. We're going to use a 4:1 ratio so we can get a nice skinny guy. Now the reason I picked the advanced image block is because we want to put an overlay on it. We're going to go to style, down to the overlay color. We just want the tabs to show up a little bit better. So we're going to pick a color and we're going to make it a little bit more opaque. Perfect. Okay, that's it. Now we're going to add some tabs. We are not going to use the product tabs, and I can explain later. We are going to use the regular Kadence tabs. And actually, I saved some of these tabs just to make it a little bit faster for us. I already styled them. These are the tabs. We can get rid of this guy. Shift-Alt-Z will get rid of whatever block you are in without you having to do anything about it. Okay, so we're going to erase the default, tab 1. And like we saw in the screenshot, we're going to want the title of the product to be in this tab. So again, we're looking for that tire icon. So we're going to go into the block settings. Right here on the contextual menu is the dynamic button, and we're going to want to put that in this tab. So we're going to want the post title. Again, product title, same thing. Add it in there. Perfect. Okay. The second one was going to be the long description. So we can give that a nice title. And it's not called long description. It's just called the description. That's the WooCommerce description. And in here, we're going to put about the author or about Heather. I just saved this content, but really it's just a block with text and an image. That's it. We're going to do static because she's the instructor for all of them. We want one more where we're going to deal with the argument about getting information for free. Why pay for a class? And again, this is going to be the same for all of the classes. So I just saved it to save us some time. Why pay for a class? So it's in this. Okay. I love the list view because it's the fastest way to make changes. So in the very last tab is where we want to put why pay for a class. We're just going to drag this up and put it inside the tab. And that way we're not in this grouping either, which is giving it some weird padding. Okay, then we can get rid of this guy. All right, so now we have this tab all done. Excellent. Now we're left with some of the sales stuff. Now, if you remember, we split this tab in half, and on one half, we were going to have the gallery. On another, we're going to have some sales info. So like I said, I like organizing things in rows. We're going to put the product gallery in this. Great. In this, we're going to put the title on the left and the price on the right. That's the product price. Here's the product title. We're going to make this right aligned. So we need the block menu here. Okay. And then I believe we had the short description. Oops, underneath that. And then we have the add to cart button. Easy peasy. This is really cool thing too that Kadence has done. If you don't need to show quantities and people will only buy one class at a time, they have a little full width button, which I love. So cool and so easy. Okay. We also want the additional information. So we added a few attributes so that we could add prerequisites. So we could add any equipment that they needed in order to take this class. So those will just go in here nicely. Those are global attributes. If you're not sure what those are, you can look them up in WooCommerce. They're very handy, and they're almost always styled like this, but they're put inside of one of the, on a default WooCommerce product page, they're just put inside of the additional information tab. Okay, so I think we have everything in here the way we want. I like the standard one the best. And it looks like they're about even here too. Okay, so I'm not going to go through the styling. You need to use a negative margin to pull it up here, up a little bit, you know, over top of our image to make it cute. We did include this. We got the instructor. Now, the thing up here is I can see there's some space here, and this is not going full width. So I'm going to go back into my row. You keep going to the left. I'm not going to do a block. How to use blocks. There's the row layout. We want this to go full width. Okay. And then on this row, did I not put them in a row? I like rows because then they can go full width, but they can also, yeah, I should have done a row. So I'm just going to add that in here. Come on. There we go. That way you can control the width and the width of the background, but also the width of the inner content. I just find them handy. Okay, our row is going to go up here, and we're just going to have one section, and then we're going to put our tabs inside that section. Great. And now we can make this do not go any further than the inner content width. That is full width. This is inner content width. And then we are going to put a little banner ad for the Academy, which I just saved. We want this to go full width. We want the inner content to be the content width of the theme. Okay, and then after that, we're just going to do some related posts. Products, related products. Now let's go, we're going to publish this and we're going to go have a look at one of our classes. So this is what the default is for WooCommerce. And you can tell right away it made absolutely no changes. And I did update it. And this will happen because we haven't told it where to display this template. So it is a Woo template, but it does not know where to display. So we go to template settings again, same place where we click the preview. And if it says unset, then it is not going to display anywhere. So we can pick, and you can go as granular as you like on these. There's tons of options, but we put all of our classes into a category to make it easy. So we're going to pick which category we want them to show up in. Then we're going to save it. Now, when we refresh our screen, oh, you can't see. Okay, sorry. There you go. That's the, did you see that refresh? Okay. This is what we had done, except this is exactly like what we had looked at in our screenshot, except it's too far down because I'm not going to go over some of the styling stuff because that would just, this is styling. And I'm assuming you know how to style some things. So the related products need to be put inside a row and need to be the width of the theme page content. Again, because that's going too far to the sides. But we have all of our dynamic content in here working perfectly. And like I said, I should have checked to make sure that this isn't an H1 because we don't want to neglect our SEO. It is the product title, so I'd have to check the HTML. It doesn't say, I'm assuming that's an H1, but we'd have to check the HTML to be sure. Okay, so that has the class template. We added an advanced image block. We added dynamic content, the two tires, the database icon. We did full width and page width. We set up the preview settings. And now we have a template that will display on any product that's in this category. So if you have questions, you can leave them in the YouTube question place and I can answer them. Let's go back to the slides for just a second. So this is what we had envisioned. The tabs, the dynamic content, the banner at the bottom, the image or gallery on the right-hand side. So just to review, we started with a blank template. We added the advanced image block, dynamic content, again, with that little database icon. And we set the preview settings so that we could actually test it properly. But then we added the tabs. Here's a little thing of the tabs. You can have these slides if you'd find them helpful. And then we had the display settings set to make sure that they displayed only on the products that we want them to. And that would be the classes. Okay, that's the first product style, and we're at 10:24. So we got time. We're going to do another one. We got the plugins in there. We have the shop kit. Now we're going to do the second template, which is for our physical products. And this is where we get to work with some fun bells and whistles. We're going to go back into the demo. And we're going to go back into the shop kit. Oh, I think I didn't save that. Oh, well, that's okay. Shop kit. And we already enabled the galleries, the templates. Now we're going to do variation swatches because we want to have our t-shirts so that people can select color. So you can fill this out however you like. The one that matters is the default swatch type. So we want to pick taxonomy defined. We want the type of swatch to be per attribute. So if it's a size, I don't want a picture of each size. I just want to drop down. So now if we use taxonomy defined, I can go into each attribute and set the default there. So if you have thousands of products already in your shop with those attributes already selected, you don't have to go into every product to change this. This will do it per taxonomy, per attribute, which is perfect. Anything else is fine. You can save it or enable any of these that you want. The options, same thing. You can do what you like with those. Now we're going to turn on size charts. And this will give us the little pop-up. Like if you've seen on, I think Amazon has it. When you're buying clothing, there's a little pop-up that says size chart. And you just click the button and it brings up information about how to get the right size. Okay, now we're going to turn on global tabs. So on the first template, we used Kadence tabs and filled them out with dynamic content. We're now going to create some tabs that we can use on any product that we want. And that's it. That's it. Did I save this one? I did. Okay. So now that we have that done, oh, I do need to show you what our goal is. This is our goal. We want to have a merchandise product with the drop down for the size, the color swatches for the color. We want this. This is where the button is for the little size chart. So if they need more information, the add to cart button, and we want big images on the left. Underneath, we're going to have a pretty standard tabs, but we're going to create some custom tabs for shipping and handling information. And I had another one, but one tab is good enough to show you how to make it work. We're going to give them specifics about, I don't know, if shipping clothing has some super important shipping detail that they really, really need to know. So that's what we're going to do. But this will be handy to know for other products. Oh, and the other thing that we're going to do on this template is we're going to do a hand-picked assortment of related products so that the client can go in here and go into the template and say it's fall. She can go in and click a bunch of fall designs to show on any merchandise product. And the winter, she can change it out just by going to the template. So that'll take a little tutorial on my part to show her how to do that. But it's easier than having to, and it changes for all of the merchandise at once. And it's easier than her having to go into each product and set the related posts, set the upsell and the cross sells in order to get them to be the ones that she wants. Okay, so let's turn these bells and whistles on first before we get going. The first thing we're going to do is go to products. We're going to go to the tabs. Did I set them? I did. Okay. Turn it, refresh the page here. Under products should be product tabs. There they are. Whoops. Products, product tabs. We're going to click that and we're going to create a new one, just like you'd create a post. Add new product tab. Perfect. That's it. This title is not shown either. So I'm going to call it tab shipping and handling to be brief, but on the tab title, I'm going to write it out properly. That's the shipping and handling information. This is just going to be some static content. So I saved it in advance for us. There's my shipping information and a big ship. So, you know, now we know what that is. Come on, just deleting some of that. This goes in here. Go back. There we go. Okay. Now, This is where we're going to pick if it's going to display everywhere or not at all. And it's not. Yeah, so we can overwrite this in the template as well. And we can overwrite it. I don't know if you can overwrite it per product, but we can in the templates. So I'm going to go to the display type and I'm going to leave it added to. No, I'm not. I'm not going to leave it added to every product. What I'm going to do is add this just to the merchandise anyway. So you can add it only to specific products. So again, super cool that you can go so granular. We're going to do this on merchandise. Now, a tab priority, this is used in PHP, and 0 is the first, and it goes up. So if you want something to be the very first tab, and there's a little cheat sheet here, the description is tab 10, is the number 10. So it has to be below 10 if you want it to be before the description. So you could have it be 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, doesn't matter. Anything below 10. And on it goes. So if additional information in the default product template is 20 and you want it to go right between the description and the additional information, then you'd pick something between 10 and 20. So 15 usually. And then that gives you room on either side if later down the road you decide to add another tab and want it to go in there somewhere. Okay, so we're going to put it at the end. I just put number 40. We're going to save this. And that's as easy as it is to get these tabs created. When we go into the template, I'll show you how to pick which tabs. It's very cool, so easy. We used to have to pull templates from WooCommerce, the plugin, and put it into a custom theme. But then every time WooCommerce updated, there's a chance that we'd have to go into the theme and update it, which costs clients a lot of money. So this saves them a ton of money because Kadence stays updated with WooCommerce. So all we have to do is keep our Kadence updated and no redoing code, which is brilliant. Just brilliant. Okay, let's go do the size chart, which is under products again. Same as the tabs. We're going to add a new one. Now this one has a few more options, which is very fun. This title, I think, is shown. But that's what we're going to put there. Just some static content again. Okay, now down here is where all the options are. So I had it, if you remember in the screenshot, just under the add to cart button. You can, and then a modal is a pop-up window. It's another name for a pop-up window. So the modal title, color, and text, and all of this is all selectable down here. But if you want to put the size chart into one of the tabs, you can do that here. You set the label, and then here's the priority, which again is that 10, 20, 30 business. And so you pick a number, and that tells you where the tab is going to be placed in the product tabs. So if you want it to be a tab and not a pop-up, you can do that here. And if it's a tab, you get to set the label here. Now the chart, we don't want it to show on classes or anything irrelevant. So we can only show the chart on our merchandise category. That's what we're going to do. And this one, actually, you don't have a choice in the templates, in WooCommerce templates yet, probably. There's no block that goes with this so that you can drag it around or something. If you want to change where it goes, that's right here. You can put it before or after attributes. You can put it as a tab, no button, or you can put it before or after description cart. There's a couple of options in here. So I chose under the add to cart button. That's it, done. Publish this little goodie. So now we have a custom tab. We have a custom size chart. Now we want to get those color swatches to show up. And all of this is prep, and it might seem like a lot, but you can do this on a per product base. But if you have hundreds and hundreds or thousands of products, this is so much faster and so much easier. And you can change all of them just using a template. So this is really handy in those situations. All right, so now we're going to go to attributes. I did turn them on, right? Let's go to ShopKit and just make sure I turned on the attributes. Variation swatches. Variations are what come from attributes. So the global attributes, I did turn them on. Okay. So under here, we're going to go to the attributes under products, and attributes are the sizes and colors, and you can put each of them manually into a product if you like. But like I said, if you have hundreds of t-shirts to sell, this is perfect. So what you do is you add your attribute and just make sure that the slug matches the one that is already on all of those products. So I just used colors, no spaces on either side, nothing like exactly so the slug matches. And then you can pick if the colors should be a radio box, a drop down, or an image. So for our colors, I obviously chose image. We want it to be image. See the image and color swatches here. That's all that you have to do. And now the default, every time a product has a color, it will show a color swatch. So now we have to go to the terms in this taxonomy. So this is the taxonomy. We set it per taxonomy. Now we're going to go back here to our attributes. Colors, for example. So now we have all of these colors. We have to actually upload an image or a color for each one of them. So I've already done this, and you can choose whether you want to bring in a color or an image right there. I selected all the colors. That's it. Super easy. And I also made sure that the URLs match exactly for the colors that are already on products. So URLs is important, especially spaces before and after will mess a lot of people up. And the slug is lowercase. So now we have colors. They all have a beautiful little color patch on them. And so when we go to Baking is My Therapy Tea, this is one without the WooCommerce template. This is what it looks like now that we have those set up. No custom template. This is just what it is. Additional information, shipping and handling. That's the standard, which you can recognize. WooCommerce template. So now let's change up that template a little bit. We're going to go back here just for a second to revisit what we want this to look like. We want to get rid of the metadata, the info. We want to get rid of the category, and we want to add a custom shipping and handling tab. And we don't need the additional information in here again. So in the default, the additional information is here as well as up here. So we can get rid of that. So let's go back to our products and let's make another Woo template. This time, instead of starting from blank, we might as well start, it's a single template. Yep. We might as well start with something we already have. Now we don't need to change the preview product because this is aprons and that's a merchandise item. So let's give this an obvious title. That's the template for merchandise. Okay, now we are going to use this. We're going to want to move this over a little bit. Want to change this into the standard because I kind of like that one better. And we're going to get rid of this description. We're going to put that in a tab. Okay, so now we have our gallery on the left. We have this on the right. And again, we want to put the price up top. So we're just going to add a row. We're going to drag this price guy over to here. And we're going to drag this title into here. Or you could use the list view. The padding is a little bit off here. Okay, better. There's our short description. Now, this does not show up twice because we've turned off the extra title elsewhere. Okay, so this is one of the options that you get in that template that we use to load. These are called collapsed style. So it's like an FAQ. the information, and then you click on it, and then you can see it, and then you can unclick it, and it goes back up. Now we're going to want to put a row here because we want the tabs spread out so we can add some more custom tabs in here. So we're going to add a row. And it's just going to have one item in it, the tabs that are going to go all the way across. We're going to use the product tabs this time, not the Kadence ones. I mean, they are the Kadence ones, but it's the product tabs, not regular tabs. Okay, and we're going to get rid of this tab here. I'm not sure why there is that extra padding there, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. I would want to know why this is going a negative margin, but let's not worry about that right now. This is the cool thing about the tabs. On the right-hand side, how are we doing for time? Okay, we're almost done. We have the tabs that we can enable, which is so cool. So anything we made, this shipping and handling tab, it'll automatically show up here now. So I can enable it or disable it. And I can also change the tab priority here. And it's the same thing with the numbers. So this additional information, we do not need that. We can get rid of that. We do need the description because we erased it before. And we need our shipping and handling. And we can add reviews here, but she has reviews turned off, so we're not going to worry about that. And then in here, you can style it if you like. Now, it needs to be in here because this is going full width. I can tell already. So we're going to make that a little bit fit in a little bit better. And then the other thing I was going to show you how to do, we can do that right in this tab, this row. We're going to have 2 blocks in this row. So we're going to have 2 blocks. We're going to do them up and down. And in here, we're going to add the product carousel. This one will allow you to get super granular with which products you show. So like I said, she can go in here seasonally, probably wouldn't want to do it more than that. So 4 and 4, she can go in here and she can pick which merchandise she wants to show. So instead of selecting products and letting WooCommerce do it, you can select on sale, all of those, or you can select them individually. So we're going to do individually, and we're going to select merchandise because what was showing before were her classes. So we just select them. They're in there. Perfect. That's it. That is now within the same tab, so it's all looking pretty. Oh, we want to put a title in here probably. So we're going to put, what would we call that? Most popular this week or this season or something. Use the list view so I can get it in the right spot. There we go. Now, again, we need to do the template settings, and we need to show it. It's unset. So we need the display settings set up so we know what products is going to use this template. It is a single product template. We are going to select it by the group category, and we're going to want it on all the merchandise products. So now when we publish that, okay, so this is what it looked like before. Now we're going to reload it. And this is what it looks like now. Much better. And we have our custom tab in here. And right here we have the size chart. So you click it, it pops up. Remember we made that. And here are the swatches. And there's no double tag here, even though it looks like that in the template. I think that might just be a glitch. Most popular this week. Oh, I should have changed that to an H2. And here's our hand selected products. So that is our second template. And that concludes what I was going to talk about today. We added the custom tabs, we added the size chart, we added color swatches, we made it pretty close to this one. The merch template, we started with something already there and then just removed the stuff. So today you went through a bunch of really cool options for ShopKit and Kadence Pro, which allows some WooCommerce options. We learned about the Kadence tabs, dynamic content when we did the first template. In the second template, we learned about custom tabs, the size chart, and the color swatches, and how to display each one as well. That's my talk. Do you have any questions? Hopefully that was a lot of information and it was worth your time.
Yes, that was wonderful. I'm going to remove your slide here, unless you have another one. Is there another one after this? I can keep it up if needed.
No,
Okay.
It was just me.
Okay, well, I will actually leave this up on the slide so that everybody can see how to get in contact with you as well. But let's go through a handful of questions. Well, first, I just wanted to say that I am such a big fan of Kadence ShopKit. Long before I started working with Kadence in the marketing department at all, like I use it on my other website that I have as well. And I absolutely love that you can customize WooCommerce, because WooCommerce is so particular. Like it's uncustomizable without code. So I love that Kadence has this.
Unless you code it, but then you have to pay for a developer every time it updates.
100%. And Kadence makes it so easy for you to just style whatever you want. But I'm wondering, what are some other use cases where someone might need multiple product styles on their one shop?
For other than just different products?
Yeah. Like, is there, like, if I'm watching this and I'm maybe a blogger, if I have digital products in my shop, would you advise, everybody does multiple product listings or different templates for each of those use cases?
I think it's whatever's going to sell your products the best, right? So for Heather's classes, that's a digital product. It's an entirely different ball game for somebody to pay $30 for a video nowadays. So that's why we did that. And also because we wanted to collect all the classes together and feature them in a membership. And so selling a membership is also very different than selling a class, because that's the recurring thing. So then we want more information about what you're going to get, which is great if you have more than one. Now she has one membership, so we can just use a page and the little short code for WooCommerce, and she can customize it as she wants. But if you had a whole bunch, then I think that's when a template comes in handy. And for her, she has affiliates, but for ShopKit, we just turn on click the photo and go straight to the affiliate shop. Click the title, go straight to the affiliate shop. Like, it's so easy. So that takes care of that. And then we have the classes, the merchandise, the retreats we do a little differently. And then the membership, because there's only one membership, she just does a custom page.
Yeah, I have done multiple templates on different websites as well for other clients. And I think it depends. Like, if you're going to try to make your sales page or your WooCommerce template kind of mimic a sales page, you really want to have those dynamic fields, right? Instead of it just feeling like a real basic listing. I love all that you showed. Okay, another question. What are some best practices for managing multiple product templates in the same shop, especially if someone has a large number of products? Is there anything crazy that someone needs to keep in mind if they have a massive shop?
The most, as far as speed, like loading these templates, I don't think that's an issue, because you load a template every time you open WordPress anyway. So it's going to load the default one or a custom one. And the difference with how Kadence codes their templates is very, very little. Like, it's just as fast as any default template. So in that way, go to town, create as many templates as you want. The most important thing is having not too many dynamic calls to the database if you have a giant shop. So the most important thing is keeping your variations down. If you have thousands of products, You need to have really good hosting, and you need to not have too many variations, because that every single variation is pulled up when you look at a product. For speed, that's for speed. For user experience, you have to know your audience. And keeping them organized. The easiest way to use templates is categories, obviously. So keeping your products really organized is important the bigger you get.
Yeah, and you're usually not creating templates based on a single product. You're usually doing it based on a category, and that template would apply to everything in that category. So hopefully, even if you had a dozen, because you had a dozen categories, that's still manageable, right?
As far as speed and SEO, that doesn't have any impact. The number of templates doesn't have any impact. The number of variations that you load on each product, that does have an impact on speed.
Perfect. I have a few more comments here as well. Let me pull these up. It says, Adrian just said, thank you. So much useful info. Lori says, so helpful. Thank you so much. Could you show the site's pages? I'm especially wondering what all products or all classes pages looks like.
So I have not done a template for her all. So I didn't do the archive to really show you. So it looks just like a regular WooCommerce archive. Now, the templates, though, you can create an archive. And so I have done that. I'm racking my brain trying to remember which client I did that for. But it was really important. Oh, yes, it was her, because we wanted her classes to show the images, but we also wanted the archive to be separate for the membership clients and separate for people who weren't logged in. So we could use a shop kit template for an archive. Today we did 2 single product templates, but if you do it for an archive, you can include whatever you want. I should have said, though, when creating these templates, you can mess it up. Like, you can forget to put the price. If you forget to put an add to cart button, there will be no way to add it to cart. Like, it just won't. So you have to make sure that you add all of the elements that you want in there as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. This has been an amazing talk. Thank you again. We are going to be back here in just a little bit. Anything else you want to share, Cathy, before we send you on your way?
If people want more information, I have a newsletter that I try to get out every other week, and I post all kinds of stuff for bloggers and influencers, psychology type of stuff and sciencey stuff, and it's fun.
Great.
So they can get that on my website.
Yep, I was about to ask you that. Just go to wpbarista.com and you guys can get signed up for that newsletter. Thanks again, Cathy. Wonderful presentation. People got a ton of value from it.
Good.
Awesome.
Bye.
Wonderful. Okay, so we are going to be back at the top of the hour, just about a 7-minute break here with our next speaker, which is Nathan Ingram, and he's going to be talking all about how systems equal success. So be sure to come back in just a few minutes. Go to the bathroom, grab a drink, just get comfortable again, and we'll see you in just a few. Oh, I was muted. Hi, welcome back. We are about to kick off another session at Kadence Amplify. For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Katie Boykin. I'm the marketing manager here at Kadence, and I am so excited about all of the amazing sessions that we have had so far. Just as a reminder, we are running 2 tracks at the exact same time. So we are recording every session, and we will have them posted next week for you to watch and rewatch. But let me go ahead and introduce you to our next presenter. This is Nathan Ingram. Nathan is the host at Solid Academy, where he live streams a few times a week on WordPress and business development topics. He is also the creator of Monster Contracts, proven contracts for WordPress client work, and co-creator of Monster Secure, security essentials training for clients. Nathan has been building websites for clients since 1995 and is a growth coach for micro agency owners. Please help me welcome Nathan Ingram. Hello. I don't think I can hear you. Are you? Maybe it's me. Hold on one second. Let me take out my headphones. Can you guys tell us in the comments if you guys can hear Nathan? Let's see. Someone says we're lagging on video. Hi, Nathan. Can you hear me? I can't hear you for some reason. Let me see. There we go.
You can hear me now, okay?
I can hear you. Wonderful.
The default had the correct mic, but when I switched it to specifically the mic, it decided to work. So who knows?
All the good tech issues. That's okay. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. Good. I'm excited to learn all about your systems, how systems equal success. So without further ado, I'll let you take it away.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much, Katie. So I'm really excited about this presentation because this is a subject that can legitimately transform your business once you get your hands around it. As Katie mentioned in her nice introduction, I've been a growth coach for micro agency owners for almost 10 years now. And this is one of the areas that I work with the folks that I coach because it's been so impactful to me in my growth from a solopreneur to now a small agency. So I want to talk about this whole issue of systems over the next few minutes here and hopefully give you some tips and tools that will be helpful. So let's just start off with a little bit of a dream, right? Like, wouldn't it be nice if you had no problem clients whatsoever? Wouldn't it be wonderful if you didn't have to worry about delays in content and collecting content from clients? Wouldn't it be great if it took less time to do everything that you do and you were more accurate when you did it? These things aren't a pipe dream and they're not just fantasy. The answer to all of these questions is actually what we're talking about today, which is systems. Now, I've had over 1,000 coaching conversations in the last 10 years as I've been working with solopreneurs and micro agency owners. And what I've come to realize is that virtually every business frustration that we have can be solved by systems. So you might say, when it comes to business and systems, this is the way. So here's what we're going to be looking at over the next few minutes together. And that is, first of all, what is a system? Let's put some words around it so we know what we're talking about. Then we're going to take a look into the value of systems to your business. Then we're going to look at an overview of a system. It'll actually be my website creation process, the system that we use in my agency to build websites as an example. And then how do you create a system? What does that process look like? I'm going to give you a tool to help along with that. And finally, how do I refine my systems to make them better and better? So that's where we're headed, and we'll hopefully have some good time for Q&A when we wrap up. So first of all, let's start off with this question of what is a system? And the definition I like to use is that a system is a collection of processes that you use to run your business. So at the core, a system is a collection of lots of different processes that you're going to use every client, every project, every time without fail. So a system being a collection of processes, what then is a process? Well, a process is a combination of 3 things: tasks, tools, and templates. So a system is a bunch of processes, and every process is comprised of some combination of tasks, tools, and templates. And these are the things that we do to do our work. So your system might have multiple processes in it, and we'll show some examples of that. But this is sort of how it breaks down. So business has systems, systems has processes, and every process is some combination of tasks, tools, and templates. And you're going to use these processes to work with every client on every project every single time. Now, a key part of what really makes an effective system is that the system is repeatable by someone other than you. Now, this is where a lot of folks, especially if you are a solopreneur or a freelancer or whatever label you choose to define yourself, if you're working alone and you're primarily the one that's executing these things, we don't tend to think about this very often. Actually, something begins to happen that I call the hero syndrome. So a lot of times in our businesses, we tend to focus on heroics. And what I mean by that is we just sort of know everything that we're supposed to do in our heads. And whenever a problem needs to be solved, we put on our cape and we swoop in with the answer and the solution. And all these things are in our head, and that works okay for a little while. But as soon as you start to grow a little bit, or some other things that we'll talk about in a minute, it starts to become much less valuable to have these things just in your head. It's really this difference between intuition versus intention. The first real mental hurdle to beginning to implement systems in our businesses is to learn to focus on process and not heroics, to focus on intention rather than just intuition. I sort of know what to do next. And the reason is that intuition does not scale. You can't scale the intuition in your mind. It has to get out of your head and onto paper in a repeatable process. By the way, intuition also doesn't sell very well. There may be a day that comes when you want to grow your business or sell your business. Rarely, if ever, are businesses static for a very long period of time. So when the time comes where you want to grow or maybe sell, we have to be intentional about these things. It's a really tricky thing to move from an artisan who is doing the work to a manager who is managing others doing the work. And systems will help you along that process. So let's talk a little bit more and unpack a bit more about what the value of systems are to your business. Now, it may be that you are a solopreneur and you just heard me talking about scaling or selling your business, and none of that connects with you very well. And so I want to bring up a few objections that I typically receive when I talk about this, either with coaching clients or in a live stream like this or an in-person event. There's a few that always seem to pop up. And the first objection is this. Hey, look, I do custom work for every client, so I can't create a system that we just repeat every time because every project is different. Now, I found a particular emoji that I like to use to answer this objection, and that's it right there. Because no matter how custom your work is, you can still create repeatable systems. And I know this to be true because this was the excuse that I used for many years as I was doing business the wrong way. As was mentioned earlier, I've been working with clients to build websites since 1995, almost 30 years. And for a lot of that time, I did it the wrong way. And I did a lot of extra work and I was not very organized. And I had to learn these things the hard way. I used to say, I do custom work, and so I can't have a repeatable system. And it's bogus. You absolutely can create repeatable systems, and those systems will make you better. Now, the second objection that also came from my brain at one time was this. Oh, look, my clients don't want to be constrained by systems and processes. If I put processes in place and rules they have to follow, they're not going to like that. And again, the answer is this fun little emoji right here, because the reality is systems and processes keep problem clients fenced in. Now, my little friendly monster just made an appearance there. If you're familiar with some of the other talks that I've given about dealing with problem clients and building fences around friendly monsters, that's my fun little monster guy there. And these problem clients can be a real concern. I mean, spend any time in a group of people who do what we do, building websites for clients, and typically you're going to hear stories of problem clients. Jump in on Facebook groups where there's web developers and everybody's got a story of a problem client, right? The reality of good systems and processes is that they keep these problem clients fenced in so they don't run amok all over your world. And the reality also is not only do systems and processes help you deal with problem clients and keep them contained, they also give good clients confidence, because good clients love the fact that you're not just shooting from the hip when it comes to running your business. Good clients actually become more confident and are able to trust you more because you know what you're doing and you've got those things documented in excellent processes. Now, there's a third objection that I typically hear, and that's, look, I'm just a solopreneur. I'm just a one-person show. I'm not trying to grow my business. I'm not trying to sell my business. And by the way, nothing wrong with that. I think our businesses ought to support whatever the goals we have for our life are, and you can do that as a solo or as a team or whatever. There's nothing wrong with this, but saying that I don't need systems because I'm not trying to grow or sell, again, gets the fun little emoji here, because my response is, look, you're not trying to grow or sell yet. Right now, that may not be your plan, but I've talked to so many people over the last 10 years of doing coaching conversations where at one point in this chapter of their life, they were fine with just being a solo, but the day came where they wanted to sell their business or they needed to bring some people in. Our businesses rarely stay static. You may not be trying to grow or sell now, but that day may come. And there's two things that bring value to an agency when it comes time to sell, and that's recurring revenue and repeatable systems. Those two things make an agency sellable. Plus, there may come a day when you're not able to work. What if something happens to you and you can't do what you normally do? How easy would it be for somebody to step in and sort of pick up the ball where you left it and continue to work with your clients because you have your repeatable systems in place? But either way, systems and processes make you more efficient now. And this is the beautiful part, that kind of the hidden value of systems is that even if you're a solopreneur, even if you don't want to grow or sell, now, today, systems and processes can make you more efficient. So let's talk a little bit about what a system might look like in practice. I want to give you an overview of my website development system. This is how we build projects in my agency. We have done it this way for many years now, and we do it for every client, every project, every time. Now, I want to visualize this as like a game board. If there's board game fans out there, this is like a little game board, and we're going to drop in right here our friendly monster, our client, into our world, right? And we're going to start out in the first little bit of this little board game that our little guy is going to walk around here in our discovery phase. So when a client first appears into our world, we're going to do have some basic conversations to figure out, where'd they come from? Are they serious? We're going to give them a starting price to let them know, our minimum cost of engagement, so we're not wasting our time. They're going to fill out a discovery form that will ultimately lead to scheduling a discovery meeting. Now, what you're going to see as we progress through this little pathway here is that there's a back and forth of commitment between us and the client. We'll give a little bit to the client. We're going to expect a little bit in return. They're going to give a little bit, and we're going to return with some more that we give. So it's a back and forth cooperative effort to move through this process of building a website. So for us to do anything, they're going to understand our starting price. They're going to spend some time and invest some time to complete our discovery form, and then we'll commit back to them an hour for a discovery meeting. And during that time, it is a limited time. It's constrained. We're not going to give 4 or 5 hours of our time away for free like I used to. We have a checklist that we use for every discovery conversation that asks the questions just to uncover what the scope of the project is going to be. And we have 2 goals for this discovery call. Number 1, should we even write a proposal for this client? Is this a client that we want to work with? And number 2, to get everything in that call from the client that we need in order to write a proposal if we're going to proceed. So that's what we do. There's a checklist. Again, we're talking about systems and processes, tasks, tools, and templates. There's a set of tasks we do for every discovery phase. There are templates, of checklists of questions. So all this works together in that piece of the process. Now, once we get through discovery, we're going to move into our documents and deposit phase. It's at this point where we give them a proposal, which is a scope of work, the price to build the site, and the price to manage the site, as well as our payment terms and methods. They get all that stuff in that document. We also then have them sign the contract or a master services agreement, which we provide through Monster Contracts if you want our agency template. You agree in that contract to our processes. This is how we do it. The specifics of the way we build websites, the specifics of the way we manage websites. So you have to sign those two documents and, of course, give a deposit that's typically 50% of the project cost. It is non-refundable under any circumstances. And as soon as we get those documents and the deposit back from the client, well, we move on to the next phase, which is content. So we have a content-first approach to website development. This is a hard-learned lesson over the years. This is going to start with content definition, where we actually decide what it is that needs to be created as far as content. From that, we're going to figure out what the architecture of that content looks like, and then we create a content guide that's going to help the client provide to us the assets that we need, whether we're informing a content writer that we bring in or whether the client is providing their own content, all the media, all the stuff, everything that goes on the website. We're going to give them a checklist of things in that content guide to provide to us. And then we get content approval, which means everything that they have as far as content from the site is delivered to us at this point and approved. This is the approved content to build the website. It's a form to fill out, and we don't go any further until we get all of that content from the client. When we do, we move into our design phase, where we're going to design typically a rendering of the homepage, maybe one of the handcrafted pages of the site that's like a special landing page or a special services page, maybe a look at one of the standard pages of the site, what a blog post looks like, any other special pages. We're going to render that out either in the browser or graphically, depending on the project. It's at this point where we're going to ask the client to sign off on colors and typography, the design language of the site, and we're going to ask for design approval. Now, notice we're moving forward through this little board game, and we're getting approvals at each step. And if we have to go backwards, that's when it starts to cost money. And all of that is specified in the contract. So we're moving slowly, step by step through this process. Each of these phases has their own set of tasks, templates, and tools that are the same for every client, every project, every time. Now, once the design is approved, we're going to move on into the development phase, where we start with our base site that uses the Kadence theme and our own plugin stack that we like to use for every project. We spin that up with a spin-up checklist from a sample site into, we just replicate that into the build site for the client. We're going to render out the design, enter the content, create the functionality, and then we hand it over to the client for review and revisions. Now, when the client says, hey, this is great, we like it, or we've got some changes, whatever, when it's right to the point where they're ready to launch, we move them into launch approval. There is a form they fill out to signify that, yes, development is complete. We're ready to launch the site. We receive that final payment, and then boom, we're going to launch the website according to our launch checklist. Again, tasks, tools, templates, always the same for every client, every project, every time. Now, once the site is launched, we drop them into our management process. So they live down there where another project process takes over. This is our hubs system, our hosting, updates, backup, security to keep a website healthy. As we all know, website management process here. And they're right there in that bucket with a bunch of other clients, and hopefully they're all happy. And then when the next client comes along, boom, they just drop right back into the same system because we use it, again, for every client, every project, every time. Now, that is an example of one system that's used in my business. It's a collection of tasks, tools, and templates in one process and lots of other processes all together to make that web development system work. So we've got our web development system. We also have a web management system. Maybe, well, we don't do SEO, but maybe you do have an SEO system. There's all sorts of different systems that you might have in your business, because your business is a family of systems, each comprised of processes, which are comprised of tasks, templates, and tools. So hopefully that starts to make a little sense about how all of this stuff works together. So that's the concept of systems and how they work out potentially in a business. Let's talk a little bit about creating systems now. How do you begin to create systems for your business? Well, my suggestion is that you start, first of all, with a couple of lists, 2 lists. First of all, a list of everything you're doing now. Like, you have systems, whether you realize it or not. They may not be consistent, but you typically, if you've been doing web design for any length of time, you've got a way that you like to do things. So let's make a list of all those things. What are all the things that I'm doing? Second, what are the processes that are part of every system? Just make a list. And here's the thing. Start with paper, not software. Or if paper's a little too much for you, then just, start with a list in a very simple text editor, because I promise you, software is not the answer when you're starting to define systems and create systems. You will be constrained by the limitations of particular software to think correctly about your systems. Always plan your processes first. So let's talk about how that might work. And just in general, how do we flesh out all the processes in a system? Well, remember, processes are comprised of tasks, tools, and templates. Okay. So let's talk about tasks. When we start to list the processes of each system and start to unpack what tasks are needed, again, we're just listing them out. They don't have to be complete yet. We're just creating a list. But let's talk about tasks. We need to have, if there's tasks in a system, for example, there's a list of all the questions that we want to ask in a discovery call to unpack the client's expectations and requirements for a website. That needs to be a checklist, because I don't want to have to rely on my memory to make it happen. So if it depends on memory, if anything you do depends on your memory, if you're operating currently in heroics by intuition instead of by process, get that stuff out of your head and into a list. Write that checklist like somebody else is going to follow it. If you work in an agency, it may well be that somebody else, actually some other person, is going to execute this. If you're a solopreneur, still write it like somebody else will follow it. Use video when you can. There's great tools out there that will allow you to record your processes quickly and just leave a link in a Google Doc or whatever to a short video that explains how to do something. Remember, this is all about process, not heroics. Don't rely on your own intuition to remember this stuff every time. There's a great book that I recommend that talks about this, and perhaps you've heard of it. It's called The Checklist Manifesto, and it explains the value of creating checklists. There's actually a book, Checklist Manifesto is great, but the book that I recommend is called A Summary of the Checklist Manifesto. You can get it on Amazon, and it's basically the high points of that book, and you can read it in just, like less than an hour instead of all the stories and examples in the book itself. The stories and examples are great, but if you want to just get to the nitty-gritty, then get the summary of the Checklist Manifesto, and it'll explain to you this incredible value of offloading all this stuff, all these lists and things, getting them onto a piece of paper or a Word doc or whatever, just getting them out of my head and into someplace else, because that will free up your mental RAM and give you more operating system power in your own brain. It's an amazing thing, and it actually works. So we're going to start with our tasks, and we're going to list out all those things, all the tasks that we need that are part of this process in this system. Now, the next part of our processes are our templates. So we're going to make templates for everything that repeats. If you're going to do it again, make a template for it so that you never start from scratch again. Now, for example, have you ever in your work with clients written the perfect email that describes in the exact words that you love about, some piece of this process? Save that email, because it's likely that can just be a template that you repeat every time. Never start from scratch again. And the way to start thinking about this is the next time I do a thing, I'm going to make a template for it. So don't try to create all your templates at once. You'll get lost and overwhelmed. But the next time that I'm going to do something that I know is going to repeat again in the future, well, I'm going to save that. The next time I do it, I'm going to save it. And that might be scripts for phone calls and emails. It might be really great templates for your proposal. Like if you've got a proposal that's for a brochure type website, great. Maybe you've got an e-commerce website proposal you just did. And wow, this is going to be something I could probably use again for future e-commerce projects. Well, make a template for it. Have a contract template. Have guides for clients you create to help them think through their content or think through design options or technical things that they need to think through. These guides and things that you'll use over and over, anything that's going to repeat, make a template from it, and you're going to be better for it. It's going to save you so much time as you go forward. Now, last of all, there is the issue of tools. Now, we need to have standard tools for every process. Now, one of the biggest recommendations I give to people, especially just starting out, a lot of times I'll get asked in an event or in questions in a live stream or whatever, I'm just starting out. What's your advice? And there's two things I always tell people really at any level of business, but especially those just starting out. And it's number one, build recurring revenue as quickly as possible. That's a whole other topic. But number two is standardize your tool set as quickly as you can. Get standard tools, pick a tool set and stick with it, and then optimize your tool set for your workflow. Now, that for us starts with a theme and plugin stack that we use for every project that we build. It starts with a Kadence theme and a set of plugins that we love, and we build every site from that. Now, what that does is it lets us do our work more quickly because we're using tools that we're familiar with. But the hidden value of this is that later, after you've launched this site and it's in your management bucket with all the other sites you're managing, it's much easier to manage sites that share the same tool set because you get familiar with some of the quirks sometimes that happen with your favorite plugins or whatever, and you're not having to manage a different tool set for all the sites that you're managing. It makes it so much easier and more consistent. So resist the temptation of the new and shiny. And I'm looking at you, AppSumo. We need to be real careful about this. Don't just change your tool set because something new and shiny has come along. So pick your tool set, stick with it. Starts with WordPress, theme and plugins. It can be the apps or gateways you use for payments, your support tickets, what you use for document signing. Integrate as much of that stuff as possible and stick with it unless there's a compelling business reason to make a change. So keep our tools consistent. So again, a list of all my systems, a list of the processes in each one, and then list out those tasks, templates, and tools that go into each of those processes. Now, if that sounds a little overwhelming, it can be, which is why I'm going to give you a tool. Now, at the very end of this presentation, I'm going to give you a QR code that's everything in this slide deck and this tool I'm about to give you, which is a separate page, a printable that you can do with what you want. This tool is called the Advanced Coaching Process Generator. Advanced Coaching is my coaching service. And there's nothing magic about this. It's just a brainstorming canvas, but it's got spaces where you can write the answers to the appropriate questions to ask when you're building out a process. So it starts here with the process name. What am I going to call this? This is website launch checklist, for example. What does the client need to do in this process? What are they responsible for? What am I responsible for in this process? What are the tasks that need to be part of this process? Now, again, this is not the individual items of a checklist. It's, I need a checklist for this. I need a checklist for that, and so forth. What templates are involved? What tools are involved? And very importantly, this process concludes when what happens? The client signs off on a form, or the website is actually launched, or we receive payment for this, or whatever. Now, down below here, there's actually the process sequence where we're actually listing the steps of the process. Now, again, there's nothing magic about this. It's just a bunch of boxes that help you think through in a logical way how to, visualize a process in your business. So I would encourage you to grab the slide deck, print this out, and just use it as a template as you're thinking through the different processes there in your business. Now, once a system is created, it always needs to be refined. The very nature of systems and the very nature of the work that we do is that things change all the time. My goodness. Just for example, just this week, I had to go back through and refine our process for setting up Cloudflare because, again, they changed the user interface and things are in different places. So it always is, your systems and processes are always going to need refining, and your system will never be perfect. So my advice to you is just start getting things written down, start getting things out of your head and into some sort of documentation, because done is better than perfect. It's never going to be perfect. Just get it done and then refine as you go. Now, there's a warning I want to give you here, and that's that those of us that self-identify as geeks tend to get frustrated with this piece of advice, that done is better than perfect, because we want everything to be perfect. We want the perfect system. And many times we'll delay putting a system into place because we want it to be perfect. And that's a mental hurdle we have to get over, because anything worth doing is worth doing badly at first, and we'll refine it. We'll just get better. Let's get it out there, get it started, get it, the basics documented, and then we'll add to, refine, record the videos later, next time we do it, whatever. Just get started. Done is better than perfect. Another piece of boots on the ground type advice is to refine it as you run it. So whenever you run your website development process, for example, once you're finished, do a systems check after every project. Let's take a minute and think about it. If you have a team, it's a great team exercise. If you're a solo, just after you launch a website, for example, just sit down and think through, okay, I had some problems in my system at this point. And don't necessarily change everything if you encounter a problem, but ask yourself the question, was that friction that I experienced the exception, or is this normal? Like, is this really a piece that I need to refine and deal with it that way? So just refine it as you run it. Get it down, get it started, just start. And then as you use it every time, massage that checklist, move number 7 up to number 3 or whatever. Refine it as you run it. The last bit of advice I'll give you is this. Systems take a lot of work. They do. They take a lot of work, but they're absolutely worth it. So the question I'll leave you with today is this. If you focused on systems for 6 months, for the next 6 months, or maybe you start in January with the new year, and one of your big goals of the new year is that over the course of the first 6 months, I'm going to really focus on my systems. I'm going to start getting things down. I'm going to start refining them. I'm going to start getting consistency in my tasks, tools, and templates. How much different could your business be if you focused on this for 6 months? How would this consistency impact your free time, the amount of time it takes you to do projects or to manage websites? If you got consistent with tasks, tools, and templates, how could that shrink the amount of time you would have to invest in running your business? And as a result of that, the big question is, how much different would your life be if business didn't take as much time as it does now because you've got good systems in place? How much different would your life be? Would you have more free time for hobbies or vacation? Would you have less stress because that, if something were to happen to you, that there's a good system in place? If you have a team, how much better would the team flow be if everybody was playing from the same set of notes? So that's my challenge to you. Systems equals success. My name is Nathan Ingram. I'm the host at Solid Academy, creator of Monster Contracts and Monster Secure, and you can find me on Twitter at Nathan Ingram. Thanks so much.
That is amazing. Truly an incredible presentation. I also need to know, maybe next Amplify, you're going to have to teach us how to make these amazing slide decks. This was so cool. This QR code, remind everybody about what they're going to get when they scan this QR code.
So that QR code will download a PDF file that contains all the slides. And the last page of the PDF is the printable advanced process generator that will help you think through the process of creating systems.
Awesome. Well, let's dive into a few questions. And by the way, if you haven't asked your question yet, pop that into the YouTube chat right now, and we'll be sure to address that. I know you said don't get caught up in software, but for someone who is a solopreneur and is thinking long-term, they want to eventually work towards a team, but they are doing everything themselves. Maybe they don't have a lot of money in the budget. What's the most affordable system that someone could get started with, in your opinion?
Oh boy. Software for managing processes?
Any of the systems. Yeah, for processes and keeping track of your tasks and starting your documentation process. And
yes.
Where should someone kind of keep all that organized?
So I'll answer this two ways. First of all, whenever we talk about software, the perfect software doesn't exist for everything. Like there is no perfect project management software. You sort of have to go with the one that you hate the least. And that's also true when it comes to, where I'm storing my documentation. For years, we used Google Docs and it just works. It's generally going to be free. Unless if you have a Google Workspace account, it's included, or just use a Gmail account for that matter. And Google Docs are really, really great with having the table of contents view on the side where you can skip to different pieces and sections of your process, linking back and forth to each other. We've since moved, we're actually in the process of moving away from Google Docs into a tool called Process Street, which we really like as an agency.
That's awesome. And then what about for more advanced users? I know you just said Process Street, but what if someone is getting to a point where they're like, okay, Google Docs has worked for a while, but now I need to assign tasks to people. Does Process Street do that type of work too, or?
No, Process Street is, it allows you to run the processes piece by piece. But if you're dealing with a team and you're assigning tasks to assets, people, contractors, employees, whatever, you really need a project management software. And I'm seeing my videos lagging. I'm not sure what's going on there, so I apologize for that.
You seem okay to me.
Okay, good. So you need some sort of project management software. And I got to tell you, there is the number of project management softwares that I find awful it's a very large number. We tried, we finally settled on one that we like called Nifty. It is not perfect, but it works for us. You kind of have to settle on the project management tool that you hate the least.
That's actually really great advice. I feel like I'm in a unique position because I also work here at Kadence, and I also have my own business where I run a boutique agency too. So everything that you were talking about, I'm like, yep, because I went from a solo designer and then now I'm trying to manage a team, and that's a totally a different process. And I was actually listening to a podcast. This would have been a few years ago, but James Clear had done a podcast with Brene Brown, and he was just talking about, your success will rise to the level of your systems, which is exactly what your talk is about. And so from that moment, I was like, yeah, I need to get my life together because it's all in my brain. And as the business owner, where you're trying to outsource, it's like you're usually the bottleneck when you're trying to get past that part. Any tips about, for that new beginner, like someone who's moving from that solopreneur to the agency model where they're outsourcing and hiring contractors or maybe even full-time employees?
Yeah.
I know that's broad.
Well, no, that's a real challenge. And the wonderful thing about these sorts of questions is that there are the details of the question are different from person to person, but the challenge is the same. These are challenges that we all share. So, what you're getting at is this: how do I make the transition from the artisan to the manager? And it's just really hard. And some people can't do it. And that's not good or bad. That's just reality. And maybe maybe you don't want to be a manager. I've had, conversations with coaching clients over the years where after a long discussion, we just finally decided, it's probably better if you stay solo and just say yes to the right projects for you. And you don't want the stress and anxiety of outsourcing. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a personal choice. And you can be successful either way. It's a myth that says you have to grow your agency to multiple team members and whatever. That may not fit for you, and that's okay. But if you're at the point where you've decided, yes, I want to grow, and yes, I want to outsource, and you've been the expert for all these years, you're the artisan who does things their way, releasing control of that is the biggest challenge, because I want things exactly like I want it. And, the contractors you hire are not going to be you. Employees you hire will not have your same level of competence generally. Otherwise, they'd be running a business, right? So at some point, you have to realize when I outsource or when I hand off or whatever, that 80% is going to be good enough if I get back from them. 80% of what I could do is good enough, and then I can either tweak it or just kind of maybe it's okay at 80%, and the client's happy. And when I try to push it from 80 to 100, I'm spending a lot of extra time doing little details that nobody really cares about anyway. So it's a mental hurdle to get around at that point.
Yeah, that's actually a really helpful tip. And, speaking of control, like what tips do you have for people to give up that control? Because I know that's a really hard thing, especially for business owners. Any business owner is like, either they go into it knowing that they want to have an exit strategy, and so they go in starting with, I'm outsourcing and doing as little as possible, or they come in as that artisan, they want to stick it to the man type mentality, I find. So any tips around that?
Yeah, it's if you're on the road to grow and that's what you want to do and you're bringing people in, there's some degree of like, you have to decide what's important that you must control, right? Like there are certain standards that we're going to meet. But kind of like I alluded to earlier, I would spend just hours, I'm trying to think of a specific example, but just hours on like design things and I got to get that corner. Maybe, okay, if I just round that corner this much and then back and forth, and I would spend hours doing little small modifications to a design that nobody's ever really going to appreciate other than me. And those are some of the things I just had to let go, because ultimately the client's satisfied and the product, the website, for example, meets the business objective without me having spent 5-8 extra hours on some crazy, just perfection design thing that I was trying to accomplish.
So sometimes we can be guilty of our own scope creep.
Oh, 100%. That's so good. We can create our own scope creep by the pressure to over deliver to the client.
Man, I feel like you're speaking right to me. This whole presentation.
We all struggle with the same thing.
Yes, it really is like just giving up control, but also wanting to maintain a level of quality for your client, is that like juxtaposition and that balance that you have to maintain. We did have a few comments on YouTube. Everybody's just saying, awesome, great job. Thanks. Great presentation as always. And then Greg said, I would love to see a sample of one of his systems, and just for the layout, not for what his system actually is. Do you have something like that handy? If not, that's okay. That might be putting you on the spot.
Not that I could share at this point. That's something that I do get into, very practical things in coaching conversations, but yeah, I don't have something I can just show on the screen at this moment.
That's okay. And then how would someone work with you in the coaching capacity?
Yeah, just reach out to me. There at nathaningram.com, there's a contact form. There's some information about coaching there.
Awesome. Great. Well, this was an amazing presentation. I don't think oh, wait, one more question just came in. Sorry. This is from, I think it's Amadeo. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce his name. It says, would you think by now there's sample starter templates of these systems, emails, contracts, checklists, tools, etc., for download as a starting point?
Sure. There are a number of places that give templates. I just Google, website design process template, and there's going to be 100 of them out there. I was about to say I never find those useful. That's not true. I think they're helpful at least to get your mind around some things that maybe should happen in what order, but they're always going to have to be customized for your work and the way you like to do things, and what makes sense for your clients and your process. So yeah, there are tons of libraries of processes out there. I can't call a specific website at the moment, but a quick Google search will turn up plenty. But just again, they're helpful to jump off, but you're going to have to spend time refining those to match your process.
Yeah, that's really good. I like what you said at the beginning or inside of your presentation about doing a systems audit and just writing down what you currently do, because that's probably the jumping off point. Maybe you download some sort of like checklist that's kind of generic as like a free PDF to see maybe what your process is missing. But I would audit. I like what you advised at the beginning of saying, start with where you are and then add to it instead of
trying to get things out of my head. And most people that I've worked with, they know what to do. They know how to launch a website, for example, but they don't have it written out into different points. And what you find is when you start to do that, when you start to create a checklist like that, you end up saving yourself time, because if I move point number 7 up to point number 3, that actually makes the rest of this flow quicker. And over time, getting them out of my head first, and then refining those processes each time I run them, ultimately will save you time in the future.
What would you say to the person who is drowning in client projects and they are so busy servicing all of the customers that they've already promised to deliver, projects for, and they don't have time to work on their business to do systems? What advice would you give to that person?
Oh, welcome to the club. Like, that's normal. Yeah. So there is always there's always friction between strategy and execution in a business. Like, we know we need to take time to do strategic work to improve our business, but we're always having to execute and do client work. And this is not just true in our industry. This is a corporate thing that people at the corporate level and large businesses talk about: strategy versus execution. And what I would recommend, if anybody's interested in that, just Google "Taming the Whirlwind" and my name, Nathan Ingram, and there's recordings of a talk I give that addresses this exact point. The most recent one that's out there is probably WordCamp US 2022. Just Google "Taming the Whirlwind" on WordPress.tv, and I've given that at multiple WordCamps. And there's another tool there also to help, but it's basically, how do I grow my business when I'm busy doing client work? Like, how do I find time to do all of this work, like create systems, when I come in the morning and I got an email with a client for 15 things to do before noon? How do I do that? And that talk will give a very practical approach to actually making that happen.
That's amazing. I wrote that down. I'm going to go check that out, because that's, I think, a valuable resource. And I think a lot of people struggle with that same thing. I think
Absolutely.
Those are all of the questions that we had. Thank you so much. Anything else you want to share? I'm going to bring up your slide one more time. Anything, last tips, or how someone can reach you or work with you?
Yeah, folks are welcome to join me on Solid Academy. We do 3 live streams a week, typically Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Most are free. Some are for members, and that's with Solid WP, which is, of course, a stellar product just like Kadence. You can just go to solidwp.com and follow the Academy links and learn more about that. I'm live streaming all the time. Otherwise, check out Monster Contracts and monstersecure.com, or me at nathaningram.com.
That's wonderful. Thank you again so much for your presentation. You did an amazing job. We will be back here at the top of the hour. So we're just going to take a short little break, and we are going to be listening to our next presenter, which is David Johnson. His talk is going to be all about when disaster strikes, 3 critical keys to bulletproofing your site. So this is going to be all about security, and I definitely think this is a topic you want to tune back in for. So join us back at the top of the hour. We'll see you guys in a little bit. I don't think I was unmuted. Let me start over. Hi, welcome back to Kadence Amplify. We're in track 1, and I'm Katie Boykin. I'm the marketing manager at Kadence, and we have had some incredible sessions so far today. I've gotten so much value out of it myself. I hope that you guys have been as well. Make sure you smash that like button or give us some little hearts in the live if you guys are also getting a ton of value. Our next presenter is David Johnson. And David Johnson is the product owner for Solid WP, which is a stellar product that Nathan in the previous talk just mentioned. And David, he is going to be using his many years of experience advising businesses on marketing and technology to help build foundational tools every website needs. David has been involved in the WordPress community since 2007, speaks for WordCamps and other conferences, and is also the co-organizer of the Sarasota, Florida WordPress meetup. So help me welcome David Johnson to the session. Hi, David.
Hi there. How are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm really pumped up to hear all that you have to share with us. Let me actually read your official title. So the session title is When Disaster Strikes, 3 Critical Keys to Bulletproofing Your Sites. Tell us what we're going to be learning about today.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to focus on 3 main things. We're going to be talking about principles. Sorry, I was just switching slides there. We're going to talk about the principles underlying making sure that your sites are always online. And we're going to talk about how to transform those principles into strategies that you can use to make sure that you and your client's sites, yours and your client's sites, never suffer from downtime, or if you do, that downtime is minimized as much as possible. And then we're going to get into some tools, and I've even got a demo for you today.
Awesome.
Something brand new, which you just mentioned, actually. So I'm excited about that.
Cool. Well, I will let you take it away and do your presentation, and then I'll come back on. Please ask any questions as they come up during the presentation. We will have time at the very end to address those questions. So I'll let you take it away, and then we'll pop back on and do some Q&A at the end.
That sounds great. Well, I'm excited to be here. I hope you're having a fantastic Kadence Amplify event already. And I'm thrilled to hear that Nathan mentioned our new product here, which is something that we'll talk about in a little bit of detail here because it's so valuable when it comes to making sure that your sites are bulletproof. So I'm excited to be here. And I actually had a little bio slide, so I'm going to skip right over that because you've already heard about it. And as we mentioned, principles, strategies, and tools. Those are the 3 main things. We're going to do this. I'm going to move kind of quickly today, so we have some time to address questions toward the end. I'm really excited to hear what questions you might have about what we're talking about today. But first, I'll start with a little story. So I'm a coffee fanatic. I have a cup here, as I usually do throughout the day. I was once asked, how much coffee do you drink in a day? And I said, not enough. So I think I'm not alone. For whatever reason, tech and WordPress, this world, we tend to attract folks who are, shall we say, neurodivergent, and us neurodivergent types, we like our stimulants. So caffeine is a critical part of my daily life. And one day, this is about 1.5 years ago, I was in my kitchen and I was doing the morning routine. I had the French press going, and I was actually dumping out the grounds from the last batch, and was about to make a new batch. And the glass, it was actually this is a stock photo, as you can probably tell, but the glass carafe that I was holding was actually really similar to this. And it slipped out of my hands into the porcelain sink and just shattered everywhere. And I may have yelled something that I won't repeat here. And my teenager was in the other room, and I heard this, "What happened?" And I explained, "Hey, I just destroyed my French press." And I heard this laughter, like, just amusement at my expense. And I said, "Well, what's so funny?" "Well, that's going to ruin your day because you won't have coffee and all that sort of stuff." And I said, "Well, I got news for you." And so I reached up into the cabinet and I produced a brand new unused French press, which I proceeded to wash and put new grounds into. I grind the beans by the cup, as any, good connoisseur of coffee probably does. So I heard this, shout like, "Wait, you have another French press?" And I repeated the line that I'm going to share with you today, which is our first principle that is something that you can rely on for Making sure that your client sites, your websites are always available. And that is, every critical system requires redundancy. So yes, I had a spare French press because, listen, it's a critical system. If you expect me to be able to function in my day, caffeine is a requirement. And so I urge you to think about the French press story, because there are a number of critical systems involved in our websites. Think about all the layers of software and tools and hardware and service providers and all of the various pieces that come in between not only your WordPress site, but all of the things that you offer as a business, and what comes between those and your customers, your buyers, the folks visiting your site. You want, especially if you have something like e-commerce going on, or if you rely on lead gen through your website, you want to make sure that that site is always available and always up. And so there are a lot of layers in there where redundancy is available. Sometimes we think, well, hey, I bought hosting and maybe I use something like a web application firewall, a CDN, something like that to maybe protect me from DDoS attacks or make sure that my site is loading quickly, like Cloudflare, for example. And sometimes we think, well, you know, I can only buy one of whatever those things are. And I'm not necessarily saying that you need to buy two of everything, but I am saying that there are a lot of different ways in which redundancy can factor into your decisions with respect to how you run your day-to-day business of keeping your website serving the needs of your site visitors. And so that is a strategy, or a principle, I should say, that I believe is foundational to the strategies we'll be talking about today. And it's one that I personally believe in. Now, is every system critical, and is redundancy, absolutely required for each and every one? There's always a trade-off. We'll get into this a little bit more when we talk about how you form your strategic plan, but there's always a trade-off between the level of effort required and the expense, perhaps, and other investments that you make, and the benefit that you get back. And so, in every case, does it make sense? Should you have two hosting companies? I don't. So I'm not necessarily saying that it applies at every layer. However, there are ways in which we can think about redundancy. And if you're a coffee addict like I am, then you just might need an extra coffee maker. So the next example that I'll use comes as a familiar idea. I'm sure that's not the first time you've heard someone talk about having a belt and having suspenders too. But when it comes to keeping your sites online, whether we're talking about security, making sure that there are multiple layers of protection for your site to keep hackers out, or whether we're talking about serving the site in reliable ways, there are lots of places where you can apply the belt and suspenders approach. And this is not the same thing as redundancy. It's a little bit of a different idea. And that is the idea that you really don't want eggs all in one basket. Eggs belong in different baskets. So this is a principle that I urge you to think about, which is, and I know I'm mixing metaphors here, so I apologize. So we've got belts and suspenders and we've got eggs and baskets. But the idea is that when you approach having a strategy for keeping your sites online, the idea is to separate some key pieces of the puzzle. So I'll use a quick example because I like to get right into some practical concepts so that you can understand sort of what I'm thinking about. When you apply user security, login security to your websites, and I know we're going to have a fantastic session from Cathy Zant, who will be talking about risks and security for your websites as well. But when you think about security for your websites, one of the concepts that you obviously want to think about is using strong passwords, right? You want to have strong passwords yourself. And so let's talk about your own password hygiene. I'm sure that if you are here at a Kadence Amplify event, you've already reached the place where you understand that a password manager is critical. You don't want to rely on your memory because any password you can remember is likely to be insecure. Especially when we talk about the number of passwords that we need to keep track of in today's modern world, right? So how do you apply the belt and suspenders approach to login security? Well, I, for one, also use second factors. I use 2FA everywhere I possibly can, banks and other places. Well, I would argue that WordPress sites also need to have second factor. If you don't have second factor authentication set up for your WordPress sites, then I would strongly urge you to think about using a tool like Solid Security. And yes, I'm biased. I'm involved in the Solid WP team. We build solid security. But just because I'm biased, that doesn't make me wrong, right? I believe in using a second factor on my website. So I use solid security, especially for admin level users. Maybe you don't want your e-commerce customers to be required to put a second factor in every time they log in, but you want those who have privileged access to your websites to have the ability to use a strong password and make sure that your site enforces that policy, which of course you can use tools like Solid Security to do. And then also you want to have a second factor, but I don't like to store my second factor in the same tool that I use to store my passwords. You might use like a 1Password. If you're looking closely at my browser, you'll see I have 1Password. You'll see I have Bitwarden. One's my work tool. One's my personal. The other's my personal tool. Both of these tools now allow you to store second factor authentication codes. If you think about those time-based one-time password tokens, the ones that you open an app, maybe it's Google Authenticator, maybe it's Authy, maybe it's one of the other tools that allows you to display a 6-digit or whatever the digit count might be, a code that authenticates. It's your second factor. Well, in my opinion, if your password manager has both your password and your second factor, then you've defeated the purpose of a second factor. If someone breaches your vault with your password manager, not to name any names, but those vaults have been breached. If someone breaches your vault, you want to make sure that you have your eggs in different baskets. And so this is a principle that I follow. Again, maybe there's a trade-off, and there always is a trade-off between convenience and security. And so you might have a different approach than the one that I use. But I believe in this idea that thinking about ways to put your eggs in different baskets will help you build a more secure, more reliable, more robust online presence so that you are able to recover when disaster does indeed strike. So let's talk after we've hit a couple of principles here. Critical systems require redundancy. You want your eggs in different baskets. What are some strategies for making sure that your websites are truly bulletproof, that they're always online? How do you build your strategy? And so to think that through, I'd like to start by thinking about risks. What are the risks that we face with websites in today's day and age? And how do you think about those risks and how do you assess them? So what could possibly go wrong is another way to phrase that question. And so here's one of the more common ones that we're all too familiar with in the world of WordPress, right? A plugin or theme gets updated. And I know that you're using Kadence, so this is unlikely to happen to you, which I'm glad for you about that. But a plugin or theme goes rogue, and then maybe, I don't know, you have some compatibility issues. Your site breaks. Something goes awry as a result of what happens with a plugin or theme. That's a common example. It's probably one we've all seen before. You've seen this movie before, right? And so you might get hacked. This is another one. Of course, we're talking about login security. There are lots of factors that affect your login security. Password hygiene 2FA is one that we've talked about, and I do urge you to use a tool to enforce good security, good, strong policies for your passwords, as well as 2FA for those admin users, those users who have the privileges required to really manage your site. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're practicing really good hygiene around that. And you're enforcing those policies, and so are your users, and they're using 2FA. But even with the best of efforts, sometimes things happen, like session cookies get stolen. And I know that Cathy will be talking about this. Info stealers come along and they grab your session cookies. That means that they don't need, whoever has that, they don't need your password. They don't need your 2FA code. You're already signed in. They can make use of your session cookies. They can access your site and do things that will harm your site. And in those situations, you need to have protection against those. And I'll leave it to Cathy to talk a little bit more about what those are. Another thing that can happen, believe it or not, sometimes hosts get hacked. There are scenarios that have happened to many of us, especially when we're using shared hosting, where a host gets hacked. Somebody else who is maybe hosting sites on the same host as you, on the same server, their stuff goes, awry. They get taken over, or maybe the host itself gets hacked, and your sites are affected as a result. Another thing that could happen is your site gets defaced. Maybe your site is serving malware. These are the results of being hacked, right? Lots of different things that can occur here. We don't have to talk about all of those. Hardware failure. This is another one that does happen. think about a server crash, right? Maybe your host goes out. And yes, sorry, I'm using all the space on my slides. Thanks for paying attention to that there. Another thing that can happen is maybe a disk fails or something affects the reliability of files or your database. And these things occur. So how do you make sure that you're protected in the event that something happens at the hosting level or perhaps at the hardware level? Maybe a data center goes out. I live in Florida. In fact, Sarasota, you may have seen us in the news. We were recently the recipients of a direct hit from Hurricane Milton. And thankfully, I'm not hosting any sites from my environment here, but I was without an internet connection for a couple of days. Things can happen. If you're using a good quality host, they are handling the redundancy of internet connectivity for you. In a data center, they'll have multiple redundant internet connections. And so if something goes down with one of their suppliers, your sites can stay online because they've thought about this principle that critical systems require redundancy. So maybe their internet connection doesn't go out, but most of the time your site's going to be on one piece of hardware. And what happens if something happens there? Your host is going to do everything in their power, I am sure, to make sure that your site gets back up and running as quickly as possible. But what if you just needed to quickly put your site on a different host? Maybe you spin up another hosting account and get that rolling quickly because that becomes a requirement. Do you have the tools to be able to do that? Maybe you don't already have the second hosting account, but maybe you have a solution in place, a plan, a disaster recovery plan in place. And there can be lots of other things that can happen to our sites. When we're assessing risk, what else could go wrong? A disgruntled employee might use a login and go do bad things to your website, or maybe there's a failure on the part of an employee offboarding process that doesn't properly account for someone still having access, even though they don't work for you anymore. And so there are things that we can think about that give us the ability to recover in the event of all of these and other types of catastrophes that can happen. So I've mentioned a few components for your strategy here, and it looks like I actually undid some of my changes. So this only has 3 bullet points, but let's talk about rock solid hosting. Of course, you are already a Kadence Amplify attendee today, so you're probably using a great host. This is not the time when you're talking about sites that require uptime, sites that are running transactions, processing e-commerce orders, sites that are handling the traffic from your online advertising. If you're purchasing ads or running social campaigns or email campaigns, the last thing you want is to have your site not serving those visitors who are coming. You've done all the work to get the traffic and they're not able to fill out your form and opt in to your offer or purchase the thing. The last thing you want the last situation you want to be in is one in which that happens because you're using a quality of hosting that doesn't match the level of expectation that you have or the level of critical value that your site offers you and your business or your clients, of course. And so rock solid hosting is a requirement. This is not the time to cheap out and purchase that shared hosting and pay as little as possible. It is time to investigate good quality hosts and use those, and use one that will make sure to keep your site online. Another tool that is something that we often forget is that you can have a third party monitor your website for uptime. I personally love a solution that I'll show you in a few minutes that checks your site regularly. And if it's not available for more than 5 minutes, you get an email notification and it says, hey, your site can't be reached right now. And that is something that I'll tell you as somebody that's been managing websites for more than 20 plus years now, approaching 25 years now. I wish I had this back in the day, because there were times when sites went down and I didn't have a reason to be paying attention. I didn't have staff back in those days. I was a freelancer. I was really just a consultant even. Like calling me a freelancer wasn't really even a term I would have used, but I was not visiting those sites. I wasn't checking them. And so sites sometimes went offline for days before we realized, because we weren't just going to check all the time. So having a third-party tool that monitors your site for uptime and notifies you, and that gets to the third piece here. And what I had written here earlier that I managed to delete was notifications that actually get to you. And this is where having a strategy for managing notifications becomes really important. I want to get an email if a site goes offline, but I might want something a little more attention getting than that. And so what can you do to make sure that a notification when something is critical actually gets to you? And there are tools that you can use. I'll mention a couple of quick examples, right? if you want to make sure that your phone goes off and you get a text message, let's say, if a site goes down, well, maybe the solution you're using for uptime monitoring, let's say, only notifies you via email. That's okay. You can use a third-party tool like Zapier to receive the email notification. Make sure that you get a copy, of course. You send a carbon copy to yourself and to an email address that comes from Zapier. And Zapier then, in turn, can send a push notification to your phone, send you a text message, or something along those lines. So you can use third-party automation tools to help make sure that the notifications that are really the most critical are the ones that make it all the way to you. In my environment, we use Slack all the time. And so I love the ability to extend Slack and connect notifications up to Slack. And so maybe something is a Slack notification that gets to me if it's during my workday, right? So there are a lot of things that you can think about to make sure that you receive the notifications that you absolutely need in order to make sure they sort of break through the noise or get you when your attention is elsewhere, and ensure that you can see what is going to be something that you need to take action on right away. And so to that end, let's talk about some of the other needs that you might face in today's modern world. We are increasingly subject to monitoring and to regulatory compliance in today's world. Websites have to comply with various regulatory bodies, right? And one of the things that comes up that you might not think about is data retention. And so if your website is the source of truth, let's say for e-commerce orders, or it is the source of truth for making sure that you're complying with GDPR data completion or data removal requests, data deletion requests, or maybe you're subject to the state of California, for example, in the United States has some very specific requirements, and you've built tools into your website to make sure that you're complying with those regulatory mandates. When someone requests data deletion, that you delete their data. Well, how can you prove that you are complying with those regulations? One of the things that you need to think about is making sure that you have a backup strategy that includes retention of data for long enough that if a regulator audits you or you get approached or maybe you're sued and you are required to produce data, does your backup strategy serve that need as well? Maybe you normally would only retain backups for 7 days or 30 days. But in the case of regulatory compliance, you might need to be able to produce maybe not a daily backup, but a single backup from a longer period of time ago than just 7 days or 30 days or whatever that normal window of time is that you want to think about for your backups. And this is an area that often bites people when we're not aware that maybe those regulatory requirements affect us in ways that we haven't had to face yet. And when the day comes, you don't want to be caught without the ability to get back to an earlier backup. So I believe in not only always having a recovery plan, but I believe in also making sure that we've thought through all the various scenarios that affect our business. And increasingly, regulatory and legal requirements come into play. If you are ever sued, not that there are any lawsuits happening in the world of WordPress right now, but data retention is a factor. As soon as a lawsuit gets filed, often courts will mandate you have to be able to produce data. You can't start deleting stuff. And if you have a system deleting stuff because your backups aren't being retained, let's say, then you might be in trouble when something like that happens. And so safeguarding your transaction data is another great example, right? How do you make sure that you can get back to earlier time periods when you need to? So these are some of the strategies that come into play. And there is one place that you can look in, one tool you can look at as a way to make sure that you're handling all of these scenarios, right? The site gets hacked. The disgruntled employee does something to your website. You need to bring a site back quickly or move to a different host quickly. You need to be able to recover data that would otherwise be deleted just because of a legal requirement or a regulatory mandate. What is that tool? Well, I have mentioned the word backups any number of times already. And I want to demonstrate something for you that's brand new. This is so hot off the presses. We literally just launched this product at SolidWP last week. And I want to show you why it's a completely different approach to backups. And to get into that, I'll talk to you just real quickly on answering this question. Why did we decide at SolidWP that it was time for us to build a new backup solution? If you're not familiar with SolidWP, we rebranded a little over a year ago. And previous to that time, this company was known as iThemes. And so you may remember the venerable iThemes backup buddy. If you've been around WordPress as long as I have, I started, in the WordPress world in 2006. And at that time, we didn't even backup sites. Like you just, I don't know, it wasn't a factor we really thought about. If you were thinking about a backup, well, then you might actually log into your hosting account, export the database, create a zip copy of all your files and download it to your local machine, maybe as a way to make sure that you had a backup. But honestly, I'm not even sure that I was thinking about that in the earliest days. But fast forward a few years, 2009, 2010, along comes a plugin called Backup Buddy. And the purpose of Backup Buddy was to run as a plugin on your website. You would add it to your site and it would do the database backup. It would do the files backup. It would zip everything up and store it on your server, on your hosting environment for you. But then anybody who's been around IT as long as I have, and I will say this is 30 plus years now around information technology for me, then you know that one of the very core ideas with backups is that if you have a backup and it's located in the same place that your data is created, then you don't have a backup. We had this idea, this notion of an offsite backup was required. And so when hurricane season comes around, you better believe one of the things I do is dump my laptop's contents to an external drive. I've got one sitting right here, right? And then this goes somewhere safe. And maybe it goes into, I won't tell you all my secrets, right? But a couple of things that I've done in the past. One might be a bank safe deposit box because, hey, banks have a way of, vaults have a way of sticking around when when disasters strike. Another solution today, and this is what the folks who created Backup Buddy back then, that was long before I joined the team, but back then they created the solution of why not just push a copy of that data to a cloud host, to a cloud provider. So a storage provider back then would have been Amazon S3. Maybe you were an earlier adopter of Google Drive or Dropbox, one of those solutions. In fact, the iThemes team built something called Stash, which is a way to provide a cloud backup storage solution for folks. So in any case, you would make a copy of the data and push it somewhere else. So the backup still happened on your server, but the data that was generated in the backup process would get pushed somewhere else. So you had an offsite backup. By the way, another solution is just to stash this in the dishwasher because most of us, our dishwashers are waterproof. And so it's a great place to stash electronics during a hurricane. Not that I have experience with this, but these were some of the thoughts that we had in 2024. We were approaching backups, had been rebranded. So the product known as Backup Buddy had been rebranded along with Solid WP. From iThemes to Solid WP, Backup Buddy became Solid Backups. But in 2024, at the beginning of this year, we were looking at making some changes to our backup solution. And one of the things that happens when you have a product that's been around for 10, 15 years is that there's a lot of old code sitting around. And sometimes you think about like a house where you see an old house and there was originally this structure and maybe there was a carport or something, and they turned that into a room and they walled it in, and then they built another carport and then they walled that in. And so they've sort of like, packaged on more rooms over time. And there wasn't really a plan at the beginning. It just, let's do it this way now. And that's sort of what happened with it happens all the time with software products, right? Changing needs, changing user needs, changing environments cause you to do different things. And we were in that situation where it was like, do we add another thing to this product? And what we realized was that we had a moment, we had an opportunity. It's no longer 2009, 2010, 2015 when Backup Buddy was the #1 backup plugin on the market. If we were to build backups today, what might we do differently? And so one of the things that we said is like, why would you ever store backups on your hosting environment to begin with? Right? They need to, hey, I'm getting the thumbs up because I'm gesturing. Thank you, Macintosh. Why would you store the backups there to begin with? And in fact, why would you even run them in a plugin? One of the things that's happened in the last few years, we think about changing environments. Remember the Google Experience update from about 4 years ago, whenever that was, where all of us started learning new terms like Core Web Vitals. And there was a great talk on performance earlier today where we talked about, the presenter talked about the ideas around, your load times and your speed, your website speed. Why would you use server resources that are best deployed, making sure that your site is producing a page whenever a visitor requests it as quickly as possible? Why would you drain those resources to run a backup? It doesn't make sense for backups to even be in a plugin anymore. And so we thought, what would it be like if we architected and reimagined a backup solution for 2024? And that's exactly what we decided to do. So today, our backups are done normally in one of two ways. And you've probably got backup solutions already doing this for you right now. One is your hosting provider. And hosting providers are great. Any good quality hosting provider is going to make sure that you have a backup running. And the second way is the plugin, right? And that's what we just talked about. Why would you continue using a plugin in 2024 if you have an alternative solution? But remember, I believe in belt and suspenders here. So even if you have the world's greatest hosting provider and they're backing up your site, one of the things that I have found to be true, and we've had people tell us over the years, I learned this for many years running an agency, a digital agency myself, is that often your hosting provider is the backup that you want to go to only as a last resort, because it's not necessarily always the easiest experience to find the backup that you want. Sure, here's a list of daily backups, but you don't get a lot of context. This backup occurred on this day at this time doesn't tell you what happened between those two backups that you're looking at, right? Did we install a plugin? Did something go rogue? Did something happen between those two times? Did a user account get added that we didn't authorize? How can we tell? And so maybe there's a better experience than the hosting provider. Again, you want to stick with that hosting provider, make sure that you're using their backup. But in the spirit of having belts and suspenders, using a second solution does make a lot of sense. And I would argue that today, that second solution shouldn't be a plugin. And so I'd like to tell you a little bit about and show you, actually, I'll demonstrate what it looks like for in 2024 for us to have a cloud first, cloud native, server to server backup solution that doesn't use a plugin. And you're going to hear me say Solid Backups Next Gen, which is our new solution. We called it Next Gen because it's the next generation of backups. Does have a plugin, but it is not a plugin in the traditional sense. And so you'll see me show a plugin, but I want to reiterate that what we've built here is a brand new approach. And so I'll explain more as I walk through the process here. But when you purchase Solid Backups Next Gen, you're going to be confronted with this welcome screen, something that looks like this. And I am now being asked to provide the URL to a site. So I'm going to grab this URL. This is a site that my team put together for me about a year ago, a little less than a year ago when I joined the team. And they were using an old ithem.es domain. And so they gave me thebeard.itheme.es. I have no idea why they would do that, but that's what they did. And so I've given it the URL to my site. So this is a connection process. You notice that I'm in a web browser, but I am not in WordPress right now. I haven't installed a plugin. I am merely going through the connection process here for Backups Next Gen. And so it's asking me to continue to my WordPress permissions here. And so over here I have, and I'm going to grab this from a different browser window real quick, just for reasons that I'm sure will be obvious to you. But I'm going to grab my login information here so that I can get signed in. And let's see here. I had all of this lined up, and for whatever reason, it is not as friendly as I was hoping. So here we go. All right. And I am going to then grab the password and pop that in. And as I mentioned, I believe in second factor authentication. So I have the Authy app, which happens to be the one that I use on my phone. And so I'm just grabbing my second factor code here. And by the way, if your website doesn't do this, if it doesn't allow you to set up a second factor, then I would strongly urge you to check out Solid Security. Solid Security Basic is a free plugin in the WordPress.org repository. And then, of course, we have a pro version as well. But now I'm being taken to WordPress where now that I'm signed in, I am given the opportunity to authorize a connection to my website. Now, you may not have seen this screen. This is using a feature that's baked into WordPress called application passwords. And application passwords allow you to authenticate a third-party tool to your website. In a lot of, this is very similar to the way that you might use sign in with Google. If you've ever been confronted with that login with Google button on a website, this is a very similar idea. It's the idea that once you've authenticated to WordPress, that you have the permissions that you need. I needed to be an administrator, by the way, for this connection to work. I'm an administrator on this website. And just as soon as I approve this connection from here on out, the third-party solution, in this case, the Solid WP system that runs backups next gen, doesn't need to ask for the password every time. All it knows is that at some point in time, I, as this user, had the requisite privileges and I approved the connection. And by the way, if my user account were ever removed from this website, I've just approved that connection. If my user account were ever removed from this website, then that authentication would also go away. So it's a really interesting idea. If you haven't seen application passwords, they are baked into the WordPress core now and have been since maybe 2020, 2021, something like that. But right now, what's happening in the background is that Solid Backups Next Gen is doing some installation for me. And so this is something that's invisible. If you're a user, you don't necessarily even need to know that this is happening. But in the background, for your sake, as somebody participating today, I can tell you a little bit about how the magic happens. It's installing two plugins, actually. One is called Solid Central, which connects you to the central place where all of your Solid WP stuff is available to you. And the other thing that it does is install the Solid Backups Next Gen plugin. We do have a plugin. Again, it doesn't power your backups. That plugin's job right now, its only purpose is to show you the connection status so that if you're in your WP admin, you'll be able to tell, is the site actually connected to Solid Backups Next Gen as I expect it to be, or is it not? But otherwise, the plugin really doesn't do anything except facilitate that connection and facilitate the status, showing you the status of the system. So this takes just a moment. Usually it happens a little more quickly than this. So we may get an error message here. I don't know. This is the third live demo I've done this week. And I will say that I did have some issues earlier in the week. So hopefully that's not going to be what's happening right now. Okay, it didn't error. That's good. It just took a moment. So now we're at the step where those plugins have been installed. Solid WP is authorized to connect to the site. Now let me show you the magic of this system. I said earlier that there's a server-to-server connection behind the scenes. And so that's what I'm about to set up. So now I'm in my Solid WP account here. This is a demo account we're using for this purpose. And you'll see I have the ability to license multiple sites with Backups Next Gen. I have 26 sites remaining. So I'm going to click enroll, and that will use up one of my licenses. And the next question that comes up is, how long do you want to retain these backups? Remember what I mentioned earlier about compliance with regulatory mandates? Here is where you have the opportunity to decide, is this the backup system that you're going to rely on to make sure that your backups are around long enough for you to meet any regulatory requirements or not? And so you get to choose. So maybe 7, 30, 120 days. I'm going to choose a year because I would love to be able to reach back in time and grab a backup from a year ago. There's no way I'm going to restore that backup, most likely. But I might need to download that backup and take a look at what's in the database at some point in time. So I'm going to keep those backups around for a year. Once I do that, I choose save and continue. I'm now given the opportunity to proceed with the server-to-server connection. Now remember, Solid Backups Next Gen doesn't use your server's resources to back up your site. It doesn't use a plugin. It doesn't rely on the CPU and RAM. It doesn't occupy PHP workers on your website. Those Solid Backups Next Gen leaves intact so that they can be used to serve your site's visitors. And so at this point in time, so that the Solid system can connect to the server that powers my website and runs my website, I need to authorize a server-to-server connection. Now, we've listed a few of the common WordPress hosts here. And so you can choose the one that applies, or if your host isn't listed, you can choose the bottom option. I happen to be using a site today that's hosted on Nexus, which is one of our sister companies. And so I'm going to bring over some information that I've already gathered and got handy here. I need the server address. A lot of times you can just put in your site's domain name. So I could put in, for example, this is the site that I'm on, thebeer.ifm.es. I could populate that in there. But sometimes it's more reliable to use a server address provided by your hosting company. So I recommend that you grab that. And by the way, I just grabbed that right here. I'm in the Nexus control panel right over here. You can see there is the host name for an SSH connection, which, by the way, that's what we're setting up. We're setting up an SSH or an SFTP connection. It also tells me what the port number is going to be. And in most cases, 22 is going to work. 22 is the default SSH port. And then I need the SSH username. So I'm going to grab that and we'll populate that down here. The other thing that it's going to want is the path to your website. Now, I retrieve this information ahead of time. We have an auto detect button right here, which will probably 90% of hosts out there, this auto detect button will come back with the right value. It just happens that with Nexus, the value that we need to put in for this to work properly is slightly different than the one we would get from the auto detect. So I've got that handy. But with your host, like I said, there's a really good chance that this auto detect will work. And if you're not sure about it, each of the links, this is one of the other things that happens in this user interface, is that we've updated each of these links here so that they point to a URL that will give you information specific to your host. So that's one of the other reasons to choose the specific host that you're using. And then this next screen here, I'm going to move a little bit more quickly at this point. We have an opportunity to use a public key to connect or to use a password. If you're not familiar with the difference, a public key is the preferred option from a security point of view. A public and private key pair is generated, and there's only one server on the planet that can produce the public key, and that is the solid WP server that's running your backup here. And so when I click reveal public key, it's going to show me a key. And you might say, well, why are you willing to show that public key on a live stream? You would never show your password on a live stream, right? And that's true. If I flipped over to the use password option, I would never want to show that option or that password to an audience like this. But that's the beauty of a public key. A public key is something that can be public. And so I'm going to jump over here into Nexus, and there's a place here in the Nexus interface. Every host does this a little bit differently, but it's super simple to find. There's a place for your SSH keys, and I'm going to add a key right now. And I'm going to say, well, this is my solid backups next gen Kadence Amplify demo key. So I can spell Amplify. There we go. That'll be sufficient. And once I've added this to the account, and you'll see that I got a success notification there, that's been added. Now I can click the test server connection button. And when I do this, what's happening now in the background is the solid WP system is using its public key, the one that it showed me just a moment ago, to create a server to server connection that runs across the SSH protocol. And that server-to-server connection, now that it's established, it allows our servers to talk to your hosting server. And in this case, the hosting server is mine running on Nexus, but our server is now actually running a backup. So a couple of things happened instantly as soon as I did this. The solid WP, solid backups next gen system connected, and it said, hey, give me the database for this website. And so that was exported and transferred. And then it also then began to grab all of the files associated with that WordPress site so that it could create a backup. I'm going to click the finish up button, and you'll see now we got a nice little congratulations screen. And there's a button here that says view your first backup. And the reason that it says that is because, as you can see, that backup is already running right now. It's not available yet because it hasn't completed. It's actually running through the process of getting all the files and so forth. But you can see that on this timeline now in solid WP's central location, which is where I'm signed in right now, I'm able to see not just this backup, but other backups. And you can see some of these are for different websites. So I've actually got multiple websites connected to this solid account. And if I jump over here to sites, I can show you what that looks like. We've got a handful of different sites connected. And some of them are connected to backups already. You might remember that there were already 4 licenses used. So there are 4 sites that are connected there to the backup system. And this timeline this is the beauty of this timeline, is that I can use the timeline to help me understand if something goes wrong. Maybe the site got defaced or got hacked, and I need to be able to choose a backup from before the hack. How would you then go about figuring out which one to choose? Well, the timeline gives you a view. You can see some of the things that have happened earlier in this week. A plugin got updated. Another plugin got updated. A plugin got deactivated. Maybe we updated this plugin on that date. Another thing that I'll show you can filter this view by site, for example. So I'm going to use one of the sites that belongs to one of my team members here who connected his site a little while back. You can see it's been backing up every day, but notice we show you with every backup in the timeline, there were 6 posts, 5 pages, 81 uploads, 3 users. Well, if I scroll back a little bit, you can see that something changes here. So on this date, there were only 5 posts, and on this date, there were 6. So there are things, you know this to be true, right? When something happens to your website, you know, sometimes you remember, well, it was when we installed that plugin, or we activated or deactivated a plugin that the site broke, or maybe the user accounts, maybe the user account number changed. One of the things that often happens when someone nefarious gets a hold of a site is they'll create an admin level user account for themselves so that they can go in and do whatever they need to do. I might choose a backup to restore that comes from before that user account got created. So you can see all kinds of information. Now, this is a demo account, so in reality, this doesn't show the kind of detail that you would probably expect to see from a typical scenario. But one of the things you can do, you can click restore. If I choose this backup to restore, then it will say, hey, do you want to go ahead and kick off a restore on this site? If I click yes, it will actually begin restoring right now. But this site doesn't belong to me, so I'm not going to do that. And you can choose, by the way, whether you want to enable a maintenance mode so that visitors see that there's something going on the site or not. And then that site restore just as quickly as a backup happens, which, by the way, is very fast because of the way that we've engineered this. Your backup will happen very quickly. So will the restore happen very quickly. Another thing you can do, you can see there's a create archive button. If I decide, hey, I want to create an archive, a zip file of this site as it existed on this date at that time, I can hit create archive. And you might say, well, why would we need to hit the create archive? Why isn't there just a zip file sitting there? I'll tell you why. On the first backup, which is the one that's running, I'm going to undo that filter real quick so I can jump back up. This backup is running right now, the very first backup for this site, the one I just connected in the demo here. This first backup is going to capture everything, the entire database and all the files, everything in the media library. This is a small site because it's a demo site, but it's going to back up absolutely everything the first time. Tomorrow, when this backup runs, it runs a backup every single day. It's going to get the entire database again, but it will only retrieve the files that have changed. So if a site doesn't change much, maybe you don't upload new stuff to your media library that often, maybe you haven't installed any new plugins or whatever, then the backup for day 2 will take up a lot less space than the backup for day 1. And so it's incremental with respect to the files on a site. And what that means is that if I said, hey, create me an archive from this date at this time, that archive can't just show me whatever got backed up that day. Instead, because that might have only included the changed files, any new files or those that got modified between the backup, this backup and the one before it. Instead, if I need to download a zip, I need the entire site, right? So what it's got to do is reach back into the storage system and say, hey, I need to grab the current version. It does automatic file versioning, by the way. I need to grab the current version of every file that was present on the site at this date and time. So it takes a few minutes for it to generate the archive. And then once that happens, you'll see, I think there's one here where I can show you an example right here. Here's the download the backup file. And when I click this, it will download the zip file that was generated of that archive. And so the zip contains everything, even though the backup that I pointed to only had changed files in it. So that's what I have for the demo. I'm going to stop here because there are lots of things I could talk about, but I want to make sure we have plenty of time for questions and answers and so forth. And I just want to remind you, hey, having backups, having the kinds of backups that allow you to solve for all of those different challenges that we talked about earlier is a single tool that you can use that will make all the difference in making sure that you have the ability to recover regardless of what kind of catastrophe your sites face. And so bulletproofing your sites, if there's only one tool you can use, I want to highly recommend that you check out Solid Backups Next Gen. And I'd love to dive into any questions that may have come in. So I see Katie is here. Hey, how are you?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. We haven't had a ton of questions come through yet, but this is a really exciting product. And just, I can see so many use cases for people to come back and revisit the way that they're doing backups. Like you said, there is the old way, but it may not be the best way. And so if you guys are looking to increase your security, your backups, definitely check out the Next Gen Solid Backups tool. You want to share details about that?
If we don't have a question to dive into, I will say, there's one thing I'll mention. We just launched this last week, and now through the end of the month, we have a special offer for you. It's 30% off. And so you can jump over to solidwp.com/backups. And you don't need a coupon code or anything. Just head over there right now and you can see pricing. I'll just show you real quickly the way that it's priced. This is also something different from a way that plugins are priced, is you choose however many sites you need to back up. But you'll see that the price that we show you, although you pay annually, we'll show you a monthly price because it helps you just do comparison shopping. Whatever package you choose also includes some storage. And so if you choose only one site, you get 20 gigs of storage for that site. By the way, some people are worried, is that going to be enough? Well, if you have a really huge site, it may not be enough, but you can always bump up to the next package, and you'll see that we start to include more storage space per site at this level. So instead of 20 gigs per site, we're at 25 gigs here, 30 gigs per site here at the 10 site level, and we get up to 40 gigs per site when you get to the 25 site package. So you get a terabyte essentially of data storage that goes along with your backup plan there. So when we sell plugins, we didn't price storage with the plugin, but part of what you see with Solid Backups Next Gen is that you get a nice generous amount of storage along with your purchase when you do go ahead and purchase.
Amazing. Yeah. So if you guys are ready to rethink the way you're doing your backups, this is a great opportunity to take advantage of that special. So be sure to visit solidwp.com/backups. That would be amazing. David, thank you so much. And I'm really thrilled with the whole presentation. I know I learned a lot, and I'm actually, like, for my own agency that I have, I'm like, man, I need to reevaluate my backup system too now. So really eyeing that next gen backup solution. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
We do have a few questions that just came through. So let me ask those. Okay. Timothy Wood says, do you have a strategy for migrating authenticated key if the user is removed?
Okay, so the authenticated key. So this is an interesting scenario where the user is removed from WordPress. The key will not be affected. The key itself is part of the server to server. So you saw there were two connection stages. The initial connection stage is, hey, let's connect the site WordPress to SolidWP. And the second stage is where we use the key, and that's the server to server authentication scenario. And so what happens is, if the WordPress user disappears, an email will go out. The email will say, hey, your site's no longer connected to SolidWP, but guess what? We're still running the backup for 7 days. So for 7 days, our system will continue because it already has SSH access using the SSH key. It already has the access required for it to continue to use the server to server connection. So it'll still run the backup. You have 7 days during which you can reestablish the connection to SolidWP. And in that scenario, you would need to authorize a new user to connect to the SolidWP account. And then once that site is reconnected to SolidWP, the backups will continue just as they did before. But we have a 7-day grace period for you there in that scenario. So I hope that answers the exact question you're asking. There's a couple different ways to interpret the question, but I'm using my best guess to make sure. So if you want to ask a follow-up question, I'd love to make sure that we're answering the question you're actually asking.
That's great. And then we had Isla said, really appreciate this talk. Lots of stuff to consider. Thank you. Vivian wants to know, what if we already use solid backups? Are we grandfathered into the next gen?
I am so glad you asked this question. The answer is yes, you are. In fact, you should have. Hopefully you got an email from us. We decided that although this is a brand new product and it does use brand new technology that we've built from the ground up, SolidWP has this philosophy that our users and our customers deserve to have everything that we have to offer if we can possibly do it. And so what we decided is that, yeah, it's Solid Backups Next Gen, not Solid Backups. But if you have a valid active subscription to Solid Backups, then we have already added to your existing SolidWP account access to Solid Backups Next Gen. And so if you had a 5-site plan, you have a 5-site plan for Solid Backups Next Gen. You don't need to pay any more money and the storage that goes along with it. So we're making that available to you with no change to your previous plan. The one scenario that could come up, if you happen to be one of those folks that bought a lifetime deal many years ago, right? And there was a lifetime deal for iThemes Backup Buddy back in the day, and it was unlimited sites. And so if you happen to be in that scenario, what we've done is we've still given you unlimited sites in Solid Backups Next Gen, but your storage space is going to be the equivalent to what you got from SolidWP, or back then it was iThemes, back at that time. And so most of those lifetime deals came with 1 gigabyte of storage in the iThemes stash or Backup Buddy stash. Stash still runs. You can still use Stash to this day. And if you happen to be one of those folks, the lifetime deal, we gave you lifetime access with unlimited sites, but we gave you 1 gigabyte of storage on the new Backups Next Gen system to match what was available back then. And so this kind of brings up another question that has come up quite a bit, which is like, hey, what if I use all my storage? Is there a way to buy more? And yes, you can contact Account Services and they can hook you up with more storage. It's not a lot of money. Frankly, some people are worried, well, hey, are you just going to gouge me on the cloud storage cost? And the absolute answer is no. We're not in the business of selling add-on storage. That's not why we're here. We want to make sure that there's a generous amount of storage available to you. So chances are, Isla, I think your name is, that if you sign in to your Solid WP account, you're going to find that not only do you have access to Backups Next Gen, but unless you just happen to be one of those lifetime deal customers, you're going to find you have plenty of storage available already for no matter what you might want to throw at this product. And we'd love for you to try it out and tell us what you think.
Perfect. Thank you again, David. This was wonderful. We have about 5 more minutes until the top of the hour, so we're going to take a quick break. Anything else you want to say before we sign off, David?
I'm just thrilled to be here. Thank you so much for the invite to Kadence Amplify today. It's been a fantastic event. I've jumped in and out a couple of different times along the way. I wasn't able to pay attention all day, but I've seen it's been some really, really great material. So I'm just honored to be here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present, and I hope it's been valuable.
Wonderful. It definitely has been valuable. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate you. All right, so I will be back here at the top of the hour, which is just in 5 minutes, with Timothy Wood. Timothy Wood is going to be talking about how to use KadenceWP with Gravity Forms to build apps, and I am super excited to learn all about this. So join us back here in just a bit. Hey guys, welcome back. We are in Amplify track 1 with KadenceWP here. And I hope you guys have been getting a ton of value out of all of the sessions we have had today. We have another amazing presentation on deck with Timothy Wood. So let me introduce Timothy to you really quickly. I've got a short intro for you. So Timothy loves product engineering as a developer of people and a maker of things. He has built a career pursuing functional design, open source, and connecting people through democratized technology. So help me welcome Timothy Wood. Hello.
Hello, friends.
How are you?
Life is good. Life is good. It's been an
Great.
awesome day, though.
Yeah, it has. I know you had just asked our previous presenter a question and he answered it beautifully. So thanks for being engaged this whole time as well as presenting and sharing your amazing ideas. You're going to be teaching us how to use KadenceWP with Gravity Forms to build apps. So I'm really excited to see what you're going to teach us. So I'm going to bring your presentation on the screen here. I'm going to remove myself and I will let you take it away. Just before I do that, though, as a reminder, if you would like to ask Timothy any questions, please go ahead and pop those in the chat on YouTube as they come up. And at the very end, we'll save all those questions for Q&A. So be sure to ask away if you want to get direct feedback. All right, without further ado, I'm going to hide myself and take it away.
Awesome. This is super exciting. Just to kind of start off, it's been a fantastic day, and I'm really fortunate to be a part of the Kadence Amplify conference this week. And I will say it's a bit poetic that the last 3 in this track have a bit of a vertical challenge with our hair at the moment. But I do have to say David Johnson definitely wins when it comes to well-groomed beards. So along those lines, today is going to be definitely a dig into how to use WordPress as a platform to build and to play off the catchy term of SaaS, but to really build applications for yourself, either as micro apps or for clients, and expand from there. And to give you a little background on me or myself, I've been in the web development community for 20 plus years. I've been specifically involved in WordPress for as long as I can remember, which is a little bit longer. But the growth that I've seen within WordPress as a capable blogging platform to then CMS to then expanded with the plugin architecture into e-commerce into other areas, I do think it is a extremely capable application. So even though I may throw some shade today at specific pieces of application architecture, such as the limited database structures around posts and meta types and things like that, please know that it comes from deep respect in my own heart from the community at whole and the participation to continue to go to the next level. So with that being said, let's move to the next one. So as much as my ADHD allows me, I do like to be organized, but I will probably hit a few rabbit trails today, and we'll walk through some actual live demos and things like that. But hopefully by the time I wrap up, you will have a good understanding of how to use WordPress beyond just the basic content management system, but to think about it in the sense of how can this be converted to an application that I can use much more holistically or in creative ways that may not necessarily fit the way WordPress is marketed or built. So along those lines, we're going to go through kind of a quick introduction. We're going to define the requirements of a really basic SaaS or an application that we might have and kind of some of those commonality components that we'll leverage. We're going to take a break for some meme jokes and some hilarity, and then start working through what it actually looks like in practice, what these applications look like in the real world. And then we'll go through the final countdown of what does this mean to you as a agency owner, as an individual freelancer, as an individual site owner, or someone who's just curious. Realistically, this specific talk is probably geared more for someone in that medium to a more advanced stage of use of WordPress. So I know I will go through pretty quickly a lot of some pretty advanced concepts, but my contact information is in here. I know Kadence has done a fantastic job of sharing the presentations and things like that. So if you have questions that are not answered during this presentation, please reach out to me directly or reach out to the community, and we'll do the best we can. And then the final piece is I'm hopeful that this will inspire you to build something cool. I've built my career around making and building and developing not just the technical nerd things, but also looking at how this improves people's lives and being able to give back and add tools that will allow you to do the same. So with that, let's jump into kind of the simplified requirement set that we're looking at. Typically, in my perspective, I look at how WordPress as a whole kind of addresses a lot of commonality needs when it comes to content management and user management. So a lot of the kind of out of the box features are pretty good and pretty decent. And so in regards to a SaaS, if you see a lot on YouTube and on social media and other places where folks are saying, here, buy my starter pack for $200 and you get all these cool features. One of the things that we get with WordPress out of the box is almost a very similar or competitive advantage when it comes to some of those core features. When it comes to your business idea or your specific core features, that's where we want to look more beyond just the strategy and then how do we actually execute on that. So I've broken down, and there's many different ways to address this, but I've broken down SaaS, like a SaaS app in general, really is constituted of 5 main areas. One is your idea. What is the idea of you or that your client has as far as being able to get data, do something with the data, process the data, and then do something, and then provide value back into their client or marketplace. So those core features listed here are not necessarily the core features of WordPress, but it's the core features that you're trying to develop or build from your application. Then most importantly after that is what value are you providing another human or another system? And that is where user management comes into play. So building that path between being able to be paid or to just track users if it's a free application, just because it's a SaaS doesn't mean you are taking money at the moment. Like we'll deal with some payment processing concepts later in the talk today, but as far as the user management is how do we get converting of users from being kind of interested prospects into active participants, and that user management platform behind the scenes on that. Third, we have a data architecture, and data architecture is really thinking about what I like to refer to as data portability. Ultimately, in my mind, if you're doing application development correctly, you're going to iterate through things. Just because your first idea isn't what ends up actually launching doesn't mean that that's not a success. If anything, you're going to go through many different iterations of that idea to finally get to your launch. And once you're launched, it doesn't stop there. It continues to iterate over time. And that's where WordPress as a platform really can help. We see that iterative process over the countless years of patches and releases and new features and functionality. Earlier in the conference, we were seeing some awesome use of the Kadence block editor and the block tools that take the WordPress blocks and just expand on them even greater. Similar in that same case is that if we can spend a little time up front kind of planning that way your data is going to interact with itself, interact with your users, interact with your application, and essentially taking your strategy of your core features and bringing that down into more of a tactical delivery, it's going to be a much more easy to iterate process. And there may be things where you end up having to tweak and refine those over time, but getting that platform built out or planned out initially, even before you click install and let's begin, is going to give you a really good runway for the development of your future ideas. Number 4 is your integrations. Realistically, none of us are a silo. We do not operate as an island unto ourselves. And so the idea behind the integrations is you're going to have integrations with or tied to other vendors. We saw some GTM integrations earlier today as far as tracking analytics and management of front-end code and things like that. We've seen some integrations with like the backup processes and secure backup. We've also seen integrations with payment processors and other aspects of an application where you take your core feature, you ingest data, potentially through an integration, you modify that data potentially through an integration, and then you push that data back out to your user base, potentially through an integration. And so think about how those ways to tie into those third-party services or appliances to allow for that data flow. So you're part of the ecosystem at large. And then finally, monitor and scale. And that is really about understanding how to see what's going on with your application, seeing how your application is being used, both at the user level, but also at the technical level, beyond just looking at your server platform and saying, do I have enough server space? Do I have enough CPU power? Am I getting billed too much? Am I getting billed too less? Like understanding how to monitor your application health, understand how to monitor your user behaviors. That can also even be through integrations. I know we saw a presentation on Google Analytics and the integration through GTM and Facebook pixel tracking. Those kinds of front-end conversions or front-end observations are crucial for understanding how your users are using your application, because the way you may have expected may not actually be on the execution. So breaking that down and seeing your idea, as rough as it may be, then understanding how to work through each of these steps is really kind of the foundation and starting point for your application. So where do we start? The reality is you have to start with WordPress. Now, you can build any kind of application with any tech stack. I prefer to use WordPress. My agency called Always Curious, we primarily focus on WordPress applications and clients that are focused in that arena. And as of the last year plus, we have only done Kadence. So I will sell my support towards the Kadence platform and the theme and plugin suite. You can definitely do a lot with the free theme and plugins for block editing, but my experience has been if you go into the more premium section, the capabilities just tend to really expand. And then to build on that, we start with that building block of Kadence and of the theme and the blocks management. Then personally, I prefer to use advanced custom fields. I know that's a hot topic at the moment. I'll let you all come to your own conclusions on where you need to stand with using MetaBox or Croco or Voxel or Pods or SCF or whatever you decide to use. The reality is that picking a tool that allows you to handle that data architecture in the form of making things more WordPressy. It's a new technical term we're going to coin, which is driving the construction or the definitions around your post types, around your meta fields, around your taxonomies, and the relationships of your data across those systems. And with the three that I've mentioned already, with WordPress and Kadence and ACF, the beautiful part about them is they're all very low to no code implementations to start with. And then you start to expand from there. On my slide here, I mentioned code snippets before Gravity Forms. The reality is Gravity Forms and ACF are the core kind of underground blocks that everything that I build, everything that my team builds is based on within the WordPress ecosystem. We personally really like to use code snippets. There's other options out there, WP code block. You can even build this stuff yourself and build your own custom plugin to drop into sites so that you just have kind of this pre-built template. But the reality is code snippets kind of comes before Gravity Forms, in that there will be other pieces that you're going to kind of stage up or set into place so that when Gravity Forms is enabled and you start pulling in some of those additional add-ons, that you can expand on that even further. I'm not going to go into all of these plugins mentioned at the bottom. This is more hopefully meant that you can take a snapshot or grab the link and review at your own time. The demos that I will be showing later will feature actually all of these other plugins, and I'll kind of explain how we use those. So next step on this is I've given you the build blocks. So at this point, you should be able to go and just build your whole application. And at this point, we should be able to take questions. If you're amazing and soaked all that in, rock and roll. It took me years to get here, so I fully understand. We're going to start digging into, like, what does this actually look like? How are we actually going to build these things and put these building blocks together? So today we're going to walk through a couple of different demos. I do have a demo on Kadence Demo WP Nexus. We probably actually won't work through that one today because I ended up breaking it before the presentation. But I can actually show you some cool in production applications, as well as some that are in flight. And then finally, this is kind of a bonus link. If you made it this far, I've got a few goodies to give you as far as the code snippets and some cool features that I'm using today. So the first one we're going to jump into is actually the cynics at alwayscurious.co. And just make sure my screen shares over. There it is. What this is actually a product that we're working on with one of our clients that does financial forecasting in the construction industry. And what you're seeing is literally a site as it's in progress. So we have regular meetings with our client. They give us content, they give us feature and functionality desires. And in their specific case, the user requirement that they have is that they are trying to build a new aspect of their business to provide their customers a way to have an authenticated login to see what their forecasts are and compare that to actually real-time data that's being pulled in from hundreds of thousands of different construction material manufacturers. So, for example, companies that make doors and windows for use in homes or even in commercial installations. More specific in cases of companies that make carpet or hardwood flooring, sheetrock, and all that kind of stuff. And so what we've done is used WordPress. Their main marketing site is WordPress. So this allows for them to have their clients pull in from their main marketing site, come into this area, start seeing what kind of options that they can get. And again, a lot of this is boilerplate that you're seeing, but it should help you inspire or see what you can do for your own application. So what we have is a Kadence theme. We have the new custom headers, which is fantastic. I absolutely love it. In this case here, this is an unauthenticated header. So that way that if you are not logged in, this is what you see. And we'll give you options to start your free trial, to create a new account. If you want to see what our pricing is, we built out pricing tables using the Kadence AI for template generation. And if you want to go see like a specific window or a door, if you're not logged in, we have ways to get you into the pricing. I'm going to demonstrate a quick login, and we'll come back to this login page in just a second. Once the user is logged in, and again, I'm logged in as myself, so that's why I see the gray or the black bar across the top. A general user would actually come to this dashboard, and they would see this kind of display. We're currently waiting on our client to give us some more information to make it more compelling. But we have an active use of our subscriptions. So in my particular case, my account is tied and working with these two product categories of windows and doors. We focus currently on generators, major appliances, and windows and doors because those are the top main areas within the construction industry that heavily rely on pricing and forecasting and along those lines. So in this case, we can go into like manage subscription, and I can add a subscription. So I can select a different or additional properties and add those. We can do coupon codes. We can take pricing information. We can change our names and go from there. And this is all using Gravity Forms. So we're using an additional plugin besides Gravity Forms to do the subscription management through Stripe. But there's other awesome plugins out there that allow for integration with, for example, with authorize.net or through other similar kinds of systems. And I'm just going to reload this back to manage subscription here. Clear my session. Oh, look at that. And we see stuff that's breaking in real time. So that's the awesome part of this. So you can see here under subscription history, these are the management of us doing simple tests to manage or upgrade and downgrade. And this is part of those integrations with Gravity Forms. Gravity Forms Stripe subscription plugin, I believe is what it's called. And it's listed as a link at the end of the presentation. So in here, we're just giving really basic information. And again, we can go and develop this in greater detail. And we'll look into some of how the page building pieces are going. But just to refer back, again, we're using the custom headers that Kadence has. We're using a lot of out-of-the-box kind of tooling that allows us to get this more dynamic interface for our users. Moving to our next demo real quick. We have another client, and this is a national locksmithing agency, and they provide similar to like Angie's List in the US for custom services if you need a handyman around the house or if you need a new plumbing job done or things like that. This particular company does that, but they only focus within the locksmithing industry and for commercial and residential users. And so one of the things that they've built is a platform by which to dispatch locksmiths on custom jobs or specific jobs that have been requested. And they have about 180 different partnerships with other organizations that provide leads in. So, for example, large enterprise companies like Walmart, each store has their own agent or kind of reference manager, part of usually the store owner, and that person is then uses tools that the corporate office hands them, and one of those is the relationship with the locksmith agency. And so when they need access to the safe, something happens with the key codes, or if there's an issue with their sliding doors or anything like that, instead of them having to go find the local service provider that can help resolve that, they have a portal through the locksmith agents to be able to put a request in, and then that gets filtered out to a authorized, vetted, and certified locksmith that they can pick that work up. So locksmiths can come in, and this is really more of a back-end application for the locksmiths in that space. And this is a tool that then locksmiths can go and they can log in and use this tool and register themselves with their subscription system. And we can have pieces where they can go into, for example, to service requests. And they can see these are the specific service requests that they then have leads that are offered. And they can go and use an accept or decline workflow, and that is all defined through the back end of WordPress. And there's some really awesome plugins out there for handling custom workflows, similar to Zapier, however you say it. And there's some awesome other tools that you can use to build that. In this particular case, for this customer, we used Gravity Forms along with some Gravity Flow integrations to build some workflow and work statuses. And then from there, provide kind of the backbone for this application. And we'll dig more deeply into some of these. This next kind of demo that we're going to walk through is a company called Arena. They're a financial services company, and their big job is to, or their main focus is to provide customers with the ability to, give me just a second. Provide customers with the ability to have a fractional CFO on staff without having to pay for a full-time service. And so they have a marketing site, and this is one way that they can kind of market out their services. And then from there, it ties into a back-end system, which is their app.cfo. And so what they do is they work with tax accountants, CPAs, CFOs, and other financial kind of services industry kind of professionals, and they have a system in the back end to where they can then manage their hours, they can manage company reports and meetings, and things along those lines. And we'll dig into kind of how that plays between the SaaS. And in this case, we're actually using WordPress for their marketing site, and then we've stood up a separate WordPress site to run the application for the back end. So the first part that's interesting of the Arena integration is that you'll notice that I just logged in on the back end of the app, and I'm going to refresh the front end site. These are two separate domains on two separate hosting systems on completely different integration providers. And what we have done is we are leveraging tools to session share between those two systems all of your user credentials. So when you sign up as underneath the marketing site, you're able to then automatically have accounts that are then set over into your application and be able to have a single sign-on in both approaches. It was kind of a unique experience in our case. We've done this several other times, but in this one here, we've built some tools that will then allow you to transition. So as a client, when you go and you sign up, it will create you a profile on the SaaS, and then as the system administrator within that SaaS, they can manage those specific tools and kind of the profiles of those users outside of it. So we have a team that is dedicated to the marketing piece, and they worry about our SEO, and they worry about content generation, creating blogs and outreach. And then we have a separate team that handles all of the staff and support for the financial services when it comes to the organizational management, KPIs, assessments, user history, and things like that. So we're going to switch back to our presentation. Go back here. just to go to the list of the applications that, or the plugins that we're using. So on all of these sites, we're using Kadence. On all of these sites, we're using ACF. On all these sites, we're using Gravity Forms in variated levels. We're also using code snippets. And most of the time with my agency, we typically build a custom plugin to drive this. In this particular case, all of these demos, I wanted to build them a little quicker, a little faster, and have less of a version control while we're building them out. So these are more recent deliveries. And so we kind of prototype this stuff out within code snippets. And then from there, we'll let it sit, bake, we'll adjust the code as needed, and then we'll push that into more of a structured version control through GitHub. We're also using plugins like Role Editor and user switching, Advanced Custom Fields Extended Pro, and some database tables with hook turn. Just from a performance standpoint, we do have some pop-ups for modals, and we'll walk through some of that. And then query monitoring, admin columns, stuff like this is all more for the administrative side as a business user. If you are using these tools to see what's the health or the performance of that application. So on every page, we're using Query Monitor. If you notice at the top on every single one of these, we have something that's going on in the header bar as an admin user, to where we can see what's the consumption level, as far as, do we see errors that are occurring? Do we see long running things? Like, for example, 6.7 seconds, that's a problem to me. So I'm going to call out and say, okay, what is this issue? And that allows me to go chase that down. But for a less technical user, other things that we can also leverage are systems where we can go and impersonate a user as if they were impersonate a user as if we can then see the way that they're using the application. So for example, if we go into the locksmith agency, and I think this one's going to take a while to load as well, and we can go down into our user base here, again, as WordPressy as possible, and we're just going to use S. Wilson just because I know that this user exists, because this is one of my testing users at the moment. And we can go, and we're using a user impersonate plugin, and we can do a switch to. So what this now does is this allows me to then impersonate this user within their application. And if you noticed, when I originally logged in, I had a dashboard that was not customized to me. In this particular case, I can now see what the dashboard is that is customized to this specific user, and I can see, oh, we're giving them their offers. They haven't completely finished out their profile. We want to promote and market to them and things like that. And so this now allows me to see what would my user see if they were to log in. I know in other systems that in the past that I've worked in, you have to know the user's name and password. And from a security standpoint, the less you can, or the more you can protect yourself, but the less you know about your user as far as what their private credentials are, allows you to use things like the single sign-on or OAuth through social media profiles or shared account profiles. And then using impersonate user allows you to kind of isolate that security at one layer through a point and click interface. Again, very no to low code solution, and then be able to impersonate so that you can see how that user is performing or what they're doing. And those kinds of things are, I'm just going to make it very simple, super easy and barely an inconvenience to just configure at that point. And so in this case, like for example, we have this user that's logged in, and we have service requests, and we want them to then see what their service requests are. And if they call in and they say, hey, well, I can't see any service requests, we can go and look at what they're seeing and be like, oh, this makes a lot more sense. You need to actually have a locksmith profile. You need to actually, as an individual user, be tied to a corporate organization in order for you to see those service requests from that corporate organization. And so we have ways to then be more intelligent about the support that we're giving. And for those of you that have used the user switch or have not, it will always give you the option of switching back to your specific user. So once you're done impersonating and you're going, oh, I see exactly the challenge that you're having, then we're going to go and we're going to switch back. It's going to reset your current active session within your browser, and it brings you back to your own specific user, and you can go address them, whether it's through a support ticket that you've implemented or through some sort of live chat that you may have running. Along those lines, get my bearings back here on the Synnex pricing trends, we have a sample report. And this is an example of some of the reporting that we're doing where we have collected data over the past, I think we have about 7 or 8 years of data that we've collected every month of what the average prices are for Windows. And what we can see is we can trace this stuff. And in this particular case, we're using a plugin for charting and visualization. And again, a lot of this can all be very simply built. In this data, we're pulling against a MongoDB from a separate instance. And in order to provide that data, we want to also filter it. And so we have a remote API that we hit to pull that information in. And when we pull that information in, we can then also qualify that query or that initial request with additional faceted features. So what we've done here is we've actually set up a gravity form. And inside of that gravity form, we've defined what we want as those faceted features to then build out the properties or the individual facets of those filters. And that then goes to our Mongo database behind the scenes. So as we go and we set them, we can also do qualifications of additional filters or attributes around those product entries within the database. And just to kind of also give some interesting index, there's a public API that we're hitting from the Federal Reserve in the US for window and door manufacturing over the last however many years, about 4 years it looks like. And we're pulling this in through a graph visualization. So for example, we're going to go edit page. And we're going to pull up the Kadence interface with our block editing. And our client wanted a way to manually kind of build out a more formulated forecast and address that. But in some cases, we're using like this visualizer with an ID. And then we've got some charts down here where we're also using a visualizer. We've built our own custom, for this particular project, we built our own custom shortcode. We're looking to actually enhance this to make it just a block so it shows in the console here so that we can enable the user, our client user, to administrate this feature a little easier through the editing interface and allow them to reposition that report as they see fit. So in your case, switching back to our core requirements, our customers are looking to use data to ingest it, whether it be from lead generation for the locksmiths, whether it be for financial services requests, whether even with our Arena client, even in the case of like with their bookkeeping and CPA pieces, they will have quarterly or even monthly reports that have to go out. In order to generate those reports through our backend systems, they need to intake or ingest that data. And so by using our integrations with QuickBooks, using our integrations with the Fed Reserve, using integrations with MongoDB and other data sources, we can pull that data in, run it through either internal algorithms that we've built, and I'll show you kind of some of that code samples, or we can leverage additional other third parties and just pull that data in and display it through a visualized chart, whether it be a line graph, an area chart, scatter charts, or even pie charts. We also have data architecture in mind on each of these pieces. So that way, if for whatever reason our customer decides, hey, we want to take this to the next level, or we don't like really working with you any longer, or we want to sell the company. I've had several clients where their SaaS has taken off and they've gotten PE firms invested and involved in it. And the PE firms are like, hey, this is awesome. And we want to keep doing this, but we actually want to expand it. We want to bring in these other pieces. And we're like, cool, you can bring them in us or you can export it. And so being able to add ways to open up the APIs within WordPress, and this talk is not long enough to really go down the REST API route, but there are tons of awesome resources on how to improve your outbound APIs through REST API or GraphQL to provide that data through an authenticated way out to either integrated partners that you're working with through a PE firm or integrated partners of sibling apps and things like that. For example, in the case of the Arena site, we're using a authenticated REST API between Arena CFO and the app.Arena CFO in order to drive our data that's being input between those two systems and synchronize them. We have things that we've been working on that under a WordPress Nexus concept, and basically trying to set up kind of a similar, little bit more easy point and click interface to tie or authenticate sites, other WordPress sites together, to be able to allow users, site administrator users, to stand up multiple different WordPress sites to run independently, but then share their resources, whether it be content as like a blog post, and be able to do shared blog posts across multiple sites, or in the case of like a directory where, for example, with the locksmith agency, every single one of the locksmiths that are then enabled or entitled within the locksmith agency, they will also show up on an additional site, and I'll actually bring that up in real time. They'll show up on an additional site called 1-800-UNLOCKS. And so this site here is more consumer facing. So we have a site in this case that's my clients' customers facing, and they have a sibling site that is their clients' customer facing. And so in this case here, if you're locked out of your house or locked out of your car, you can call a 1-800 number that leverages Twilio to then integrate into this application and find someone based on your geographic location, based on your cell phone. We have systems where the locksmiths will then get inbound leads through this, and they automatically tie in through here. And so I know I keep talking about these high level like integrations, but what we're really looking at is the data architecture between these systems, because the foundation is all WordPress, and we're using similar plugins or similar structures of our data through post types and meta fields. That way when the API talks to each other, that we can share that data and then leverage it in different ways for our customer base. Going into our monitoring and scaling area, I was talking earlier about the Query Monitor. So we can look at the performance of each site through Query Monitor. We also have things within our hosting platforms. We use actually a host of several different hosts, or not a host of several different hosts, but we use several different hosts that are well supported both from a managed hosting standpoint, but even we run some unmanaged, fully customized, built out stuff within Google Cloud Platform and AWS for like S3 integrations or edge functions and things like that. When we leverage those, we have some plugins that we have built internally. We're not at a point to necessarily share them out yet because they're still a bit rough around the edges, but that allows us to not only see what the performance is within the WordPress instance as far as all the data and the tags that are useful as a developer, but it also lets us see what the resource consumption is even within our instances or through a multi-tenant loadout. We also look at things like, for example, inside of our user management, we're going to go into subscriptions here. So we can go and we can see the subscriptions that are set up. And then tied to that, if we go into, for example, Gravity Stripe, we can go in and we can see as a user manager or an admin of this site, we can go in and see, similar to how like WooCommerce works from a product and orders standpoint, we have that same kind of behavior with Stripe subscriptions. We run, in this particular case, we run Gravity Stripe on, I'm trying to think, I think it's this side here. We have another subscription model that is a homegrown, similar type of subscription where we drive that kind of pricing against our customer, and we're using a combination of post types and additional built-out logic to where we can create those subscriptions without all the overhead that WooCommerce adds. Whereas in the case of the locksmith agency, it'll take a second to load this up, this site uses WooCommerce from a WooCommerce subscriptions. So what we've done is we've based on our customers' needs, we have structured and formatted out more specific around the different types of usefulness for our customers to then be able to leverage what our clients need as far as user management. In the case of like Cynics, it's really just a simple subscription. In the case of the locksmiths company, it is more about looking at selling products like physical items like locks and the distribution, drop shipping capabilities, as well as subscriptions. In the case of Arena, that is a we built a subscription system out that used an offline payment mechanism and processing because of the way that relationships are configured or slightly different. So with that, you should now all understand. And we're going to say, show me the money. So we're getting towards the end here, which is more looking at what does this cost the user? And the reality is that you could build a lot of this with Kadence, even with the free stuff. You can even go with just the Kadence theme and plugins and the awesome form builder that's inside of there. You can do some really cool stuff. Where Gravity Forms tends to shine, from my opinion, out of all of the other form builders out there, is Gravity Forms has a ton of developer hooks to allow you to pre-process, post-process, and just process data in and out of their system. And so so from that, when you combine Gravity Forms and ACF or any other system that does a good job of managing the data attributes around your post types and your fields, then you have a really killer solution with those kind of three combined together. And then if you start adding things like WP data tables or user role editing, you can start creating user roles that are specific to different customer levels. So for example, in the case of like the Cynics client, we have a admin role, which would be more of a technical role. Then we have a business admin role, and that's more of a role that's going to do subscription management and user management, slight data management kind of things. And then we have a organizational manager role, and that's someone that works at one of these manufacturing companies that is more of a client's client relationship. And then you may have individual forecasting roles where people who are subscribed are then able to manage their own subscriptions, see the data, integrate with the data, format with the data, play with it, and create their own custom reports, but not be able to change it as in impact the way the data imports work or impact the way the relationship that organization has with the SaaS itself. There's some other awesome ones for ACF and for Gravity Forms as well, just really depending on what your feature set is. So if you're looking to build out subscription management, if you're looking to build out a directory, there's some great pieces out there. One of the cool things that we leverage, and actually I haven't shown it yet, so let me go show that right now, is if we look at how to manage a specific like organizational account. So again, we've set these up as pages. So if we go in here and we look at this as if it were a customer of ours, we have the ability to manage users within this layout. And then we can also go and we can manage like our contact information. And I was mentioning earlier the pop-up field. So what we've done is we use Kadence to create the shell of this layout. And then we use Gravity Forms to drive this information, and then using Gravity Wiz with the pre-populate field ability, we can leverage the custom ID that we have for the locksmith, do a lookup, pre-populate these business fields for Gravity Forms, and then on the back end, when we go and we look at like what our users are doing, and let me actually bring that up here. We have the ability to see like and make empirical decisions and direction based on what the users are actually doing. So if we're like, hey, you know what, users really need to be able to manage their contact information, we can actually go into the back end and say, okay, how often do users actually do that? And so, for example, if we go into logs, and this is a extension that we've made within our Gravity Forms interface that will create a log for any action that then ends up being performed when a Gravity Form is submitted. And so in case, like if we want to see, this is a contact detail. So actually, I'm just going to be lazy and just click on like add note. We want to see here, what we can do is we can see that there was an API in this case. The 360 is one of our subsidiaries, one of the 180 integration points. We had a 360 input that created a note that's submitted through a Gravity Form, and it's tied to our log. It's tied to a specific service request, and then we have the data that is being passed in. So we get a raw message that comes through, and we can interpret and inspect and ultimately go and say, okay, out of, let's just say the 360 system, how many times is our system being called? And we recently had a conversation with one of our dispatch companies where originally the contract was that they would send us several thousand leads a month. And when we went and looked in the logs, we were like, you're sending us about 150 leads a month. That's is a shortfall on what we were expecting, but yet we're paying for this large lead volume. And so that gave us empirical data to look at how the leads were coming in, whether they were qualified and successful or not, and then be able to renegotiate a contract with our third-party partner. In this particular case, we can also look at our Gravity Forms entries and see, okay, are people changing services? Are they adding additional services? We can see what services they're adding and say, okay, maybe we need to be more specific, or maybe folks are not really using a lot of like in this case here, the specific locksmith is only focused on automotive locks. They don't do residential or commercial kind of work. And so then the question becomes, do we have a particular type of user? Like, is our system shifting more into automotive services rather than into commercial or residential services? And it allows the business owners to then make decisions and go, how do we market this? Maybe we aren't marketing it the way we would expect, or maybe we're not seeing the kind of data that we would expect coming back from it. We also have ways, for example, in the case of the documents. In this particular case, I'll have to look, service area. Yeah, so Connecticut. So fun aside is that people locksmiths in Connecticut do not have the same stringent licensing that other states do. And so in this case here, they happen to not have to be required to submit a lot of their insurance or state licensing because their state doesn't support it. If we had built this display out a little more effectively, and this is probably something that we'll open a ticket on to fix ourselves, but if we had built this display out a little bit more effectively, we would put in conditional shows on these blocks to whether we would show or not show those specific fields. So for example, and how we could fix this is, let's
after you show that, we got one question. We're getting low on time, so I just wanted to make sure we had time for that.
Yeah, go ahead and ask the question while I dig this up, and we'll go from there.
Well, Matt just wants to know how the actual Gravity Forms works with Kadence to build the apps. Is there like, can you lift the hood for that?
I can, yeah. So yes, I can. And let's actually do locksmith authenticated details. One of the things that we're leveraging is the Kadence elements, and then we go in and replace based on like if a user is logged in, if it's a full post, and things like that. And so what you'll see here is under documents, if we go and set the visibility, this is taking a minute to load. This should, when this loads, we should be looking for is whether a value exists or not for that field, and then we can change it. And so in here, what we can do is we can say, for example, in advanced custom fields, we want to show this block if licensed in state, and we'll set a condition, has any value and it's associated to the current post. And so what that, I'm not going to make this change just given it's in production, but what this will do is this allows us to do conditional display based on if a value is present or not. And it can give us a better user experience so that our users aren't seeing this like state license expires kind of thing. So
how can you go back one screen? How did you get the little visibility thing to pop up over there?
Yes, so that is a specific plugin. So let's go to the end here. There's a plugin called Block Visibility WP.
Okay.
I believe it's free. It used to be a paid plugin, and they opened it up free to the world fairly recently. I believe that one's free. There's actually 2 or 3 different visibility or block level kind of conditional plugins, but this one is the one that we typically use the most because it has a ton of other options. You can do things like if the page URL is a certain match, if the user is a certain role, if they're logged in, not logged in, if other, like you can do conditionals on the same page. If other blocks are shown, hide this block. The one of the other cool pieces is there's lots of integrations with other third-party plugins such as ACF or WooCommerce and others, to where you can then create values and say if it has a particular value. So if the value contains or is equal to like hello world, you can have it drive off of that. You can also have blocks show or hide based on a particular user or a particular user role, and things like that. You can also do counter specific values or conditions where you would say if it actually matches this, don't show that block. And we do a lot of that, like on the Cynics, where for subscriptions we'll give you call outs that will say you should subscribe to this new feature if you aren't subscribed. So if you have a subscription for Windows, then we hide the you should subscribe to Windows meta blocks on the display. All right, so let's log into, and one thing I also wanted to jump into, but I'm just going to save it to the end. But let's log in or jump into kind of WordPress Gravity Forms and the way that those are tied in. So in the case, and we'll actually use this as an example. So let's say contact, this contact details. We're going to use contact. So manage contact. So we have a locksmith managed contact entry. And you will see here is our business phone and email and SMS number. And so again, very similar, familiar interface. We click and we edit that specific field. We're using the Gravity Wiz populate field. And we're saying based on the type, as long as the current post ID, so the current post ID here, and because of the way we do some of our lookups, we have a interceptor that will use either the current ID or this custom slug ID that we leverage. But for all intents and purposes, current post ID. And then we say, give us this field value back. And so when you load this form on a locksmith page, then it will load that locksmith phone number inside of here. And then when you go and submit it, so under entries, when you go submit that specific form, you can see all of the submissions. So in this case, we haven't had a lot of interactions, but we can go in and we can look at a specific entry. So if a customer calls in and says, hey, my phone number didn't update, we can go actually look at the latest entry for that specific locksmith and be like, you put the wrong email address in, or you took the phone number out and that's a required field, those kinds of things. That also allows us to then set up notifications and confirmations on all of the forms that are on the site to be specific to the data that the user is interfacing with. So a lot of SaaS applications will have custom forms where you're taking data and then you're kind of appending or creating a larger object from that, because you're doing some sort of reporting or manipulation to it. And Gravity Forms gives you a great way to start with that. And then once that data has been updated, let's actually go into, like in this case here, we have like a Slack notification, we have some post-creation kind of stuff, some user registrations, not for this specific form, but for some of our forms. So when the locksmith stuff is managed or updated, our Slack channel gets updated and says, hey, the locksmith updated their security documents or their licensing. And that prompts our support team to go validate and be like, oh, we should actually reach out because the image wasn't clear enough or something along those lines. I think I answered kind of that question, but we can dig in a little deeper if we want.
Yeah, we've got about 2-ish minutes left. I think that was the main question that we just wanted to address. I think that we covered that pretty well. But if you have any last minute little tips, or if you want to share how people can also take the next step with you as well, that'd be great too.
Definitely. So let's switch back to here. This is how you can find me anywhere online is Code Arachnid. It was a young and dumb choice many years ago to try to be goofy with my school mascot. But it kind of stuck and that's where I'm at. If it's easier, you can also find me at tim@alwayscurious.co. And then finally on the last slide, and I believe the slides will be pushed out on the last slide, there's a link to just about every single plugin that we're using in some variation on these slides. But I've also created a Kadence Amplify 2024 GitHub repo. Again, under Code Arachnid, you can find me. It has my presentation that we just walked through, so I'll duplicate links. But I've included a couple of snippets that you can run within whatever code program you want to use to do a couple different things, such as bypassing the Gravity Forms custom login to then create your own custom login with forgot password functionality, reset password functionality, log in without or log out without confirmation confirming, and also log in without having to confirm. And then the last fun tidbit, I don't know if I have it on here. Don't see it on here, but I will update this slide and get it updated. There is a new plugin that I created. It was featured on the Gravity Forms Twitter channel, and there's been some podcasts about it, but it's called Magic Link. So if you just Google Gravity Forms Magic Link, it's really stupid simple. It's only a few lines of code, but what it does, and let's actually log out of here and I can show you how this works. If I go to login and I go to this Magic Link and I put my email address in here, and then I hit send Magic Link, this is a custom Gravity Forms that I've set up. And what it's doing is it's going to send a link to my email. And when I take that link, and we're going to pretend it worked. But when I take that link and I click that link, it will then automatically log me into my dashboard as if I were that user. So the advantage of that is that it allows users a much more seamless way to interface with your application without passwords. There's also a ton of other awesome Magic Link plugins out there. This one just happens to use Gravity Forms, and I will show you the final piece of that, which is you create this cool little link. You then are able to manage your notification to your customer, right? So you can do all of your custom branding or whatever you want to do. In this case here, it's really super simple. You put a merge tag of Magic Link in place and it'll punch it out to your customer. It also then allows you to see how many people are actually using that Magic Link. And so the link that I just sent, you can see on here, it's sent to the email. We get a confirmation. And so we end up seeing is we see the behavior that this user is doing. So we can then run reports as exports out of Gravity Forms to say, okay, Magic Link is being used 86% of the time in comparison to login form or any other variation.
That is really, really cool. Well, thank you again so much for this really in-depth talk. I really enjoyed it. And I hope that our users also got a good look at ways that they can really customize WordPress in very unique ways. And just having this slide up just so that everyone knows, because I know you said at the beginning, you may not be able to cover everything. So if there are questions, people can reach out to you, right?
Yep, most definitely.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate it. We are actually about to kick off our very last and final session here. We've got Ben Ritner on deck. So give us about 2 minutes and we will be ready for our final presentation for the day. Thank you guys all for being here and stay tuned. Hey, hey.
Hi.
Hey, how we doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
What a
Doing
day.
good.
That
It's been
was
a great
It's been
day.
a long day.
a ton of information to try to like reel in. I've been listening in all day and it's like, wow.
Yeah,
We had
Really
some
awesome.
really amazing talks today. I learned a lot.
Same. I think this Amplify was an hour longer than the ones we've done in the past, and I feel it. I'm so tired. But it's been
Yeah.
amazing. And really,
Yeah.
It's a
every
long
single
time.
session, I'm like, oh yeah, this is such an important topic. We have to talk more about this topic. And then I feel that same way about the next session. I'm like, oh, this is actually the most important topic. It's been awesome. We've had amazing speakers. I've been on track to like 90% of the day, and it's been awesome. So
I agree.
That's great.
We have one more amazing talk lined up from yours truly, Ben Ritner here.
We'll see about that.
Are you ready to dive in, or you want to hang for a minute? How are you feeling?
No, I think we can do it. I mean, I'll set it up. I think I'm gonna talk a little bit about a new product we're about to release in the coming weeks, and then if there's any questions or whatever. I don't think I'll need a whole hour, but I'm excited. This is like been really fun to develop, and I'm excited to talk about it. So can you?
Well, everyone can't wait to hear, because I've just been like, it's something. So
Yeah. So I mean, we'll jump in. I'm talking about optimizing user experience and improving conversions on your site, and how you can use A/B testing to do that. So obviously that is telling. We are and have created an A/B testing plugin that's going to allow you to do that within the block editor in a really simple way to just empower you to A/B test. So talk about some of the challenges around A/B testing and how to do it. But I kind of briefly want to make sure that when we talk about A/B testing or optimizing user experience, I'm being clear as to what that is. So A/B testing is a way in which you can divide your traffic to show them two different views or two different things on your website. Meaning a user, let's call them user A, comes to your website, they see something, and then user B comes to your website, they see something else. On the technical side, the way that that's done is literally just math and random. So it's not like we store that user A came, so the next time it's got to be user B. It just literally is like random, and you do use math to say like every time someone hits the site, we get a random number, and that number determines whether or not they fall in bucket A or B. Or in our case, if you wanted more variations, you can actually have as many as you want. I'd highly encourage you not to do that. We'll talk about that in a minute. But in general, you're basically allowing yourself to change what the content is on a website and then see what performs better with your users. So like on one hand, we have a technical piece of I need to be able to create two versions of my content and choose and then have one of those show to some users. And then we need to actually monitor what's happening on that site to say, did this one perform better or did this one perform better? So A/B testing can be really, really powerful. It can also come with some downsides if you're not, using it correctly, like speed, performance downsides. We'll talk about how we're mitigating some of that with this testing tool, and a flash at the beginning of the page load because there's like a whole lot of configuration to see what's going on. We solve that as well. And then usually it's disconnected from the data, and so you're only getting actionable data, because a lot of the A/B testing stuff happens on another website. So you can't look at things like, how did this impact sales and stuff like that? So this solution is going to do that. Just to be clear, the plugin we're creating does not need anything Kadence. So it's a standalone plugin. It's a simple block and all the analytics tools, and you can use it with or without Kadence. And so what should you start A/B testing today? What's like important to think about in terms of like what might be great as an A/B test? And the best way to think about this is an example that gets A/B tested all the time, and that is email subject lines. as users scan their inbox, and I do this all the time, I open like almost no emails, right? I'm just looking at the subject line and I'm looking to see, is there anything about this that I should click on to open? Is there something that's there? And a lot of marketing people, they will A/B test subject lines all the time to say which one grabbed the user's attention and caused them to open up that email. And similarly with your website, you want to be thinking, what might help this user interact better, get to the end result, get to where I want them to go faster, better, in a more driven way. And so some things you can A/B test is page layouts. In particular, think about your hero section in terms of like whether or not you're A/B testing your image in that section or the headline or all of that. And those are things you can directly A/B test. Images, which one's more powerful, which one connects with the users more, your headlines. Are you being clear? Are you talking about your whatever it is you're selling or pitching in a way that's actually connecting with the user? You can do A/B tests about that. Your navigation menus, this is going to be nice for the advanced nav. You'll be able to test A/B test headers or just nav items or just buttons in your header, things like that. And then like propositions on your site. So call to action places, pricing tables, where you're wanting to see like, am I giving enough information or not too much information? And then of course, pop-ups and banners, anything that's going to jump up that you want them to interact with. Most people are not scrolling to the bottom of your page. Most people are coming in, scanning, they're seeing just the top half of your page and they're making a decision about whether or not they want to continue. You want to grab them, just like that subject line. You want to pull them into like, oh, this person is going to solve my problem. This person is going to help me. And so A/B testing that language and that impression that is happening is a great thing. So think about quick visual scans. How can I test how someone is going to initially see this and might change their mind as to, or affect if they're going to move forward. While we're talking about this, just important things to remember, like, because it's a powerful tool. It can be damaging if you're testing the wrong kinds of things. So some good practices, you want to focus on critical areas that impact conversions. Like there's no reason for you to be A/B testing your privacy policy text or something like in your frequently asked questions, like how you're wording something. Like don't go crazy with things that aren't impacting conversions and that are driving the users through your site. So you want to look at drop-off points, ask people to view your site, ask them, what are you confused about? And then take stuff like that and say, okay, I'm going to test different things there. So focus on critical areas. Test for long enough to get a reasonable amount of data is key. Like don't test for like 3 days and be like, well, this one performed 0.01% better, so I'm going to switch it. Like definitely test long enough to feel confident about the data that you're collecting. There's varying suggestions on when this is. It really comes down to how big of a difference are you seeing in the users, but also are you getting to the thousands? I mean, there's one data point that says make sure you have 30,000, things like that. So you want to get more eyes on these tests to make sure that it's you're getting a reasonable amount of data. Generally, make your tests, make tests that make things simpler is important. And I'll explain that a little bit. What you're trying to figure out is this is like a StoryBrand thing. StoryBrand always talks about this in terms of like, people don't want to burn calories trying to understand your offer or what's on your website. And so what's a great general rule for how do I test is to say, how do I simplify what I'm saying and what I'm offering? Because we often want to get into all the details. I think about this on Kadence a lot, where I'm like, I want to explain all the different things. And really what you need to do is have the right compelling language and not worry about over explaining all of the features and things like that. So a great way to make tests is to say, how could I simplify what's being said here in a way that's going to be clearer and cause someone to burn less calories to understand what's being talked about. So that's like a really good thing to call out and look for when you're building A/B tests and designing them. Don't test things you already know the answer to. So this seems silly, but don't make a test where you are trying to verify that your original decision was right. Meaning, don't make a test where you intentionally create something that looks worse, is more complicated. Like, you know, that's not going to be good. You don't need to validate what you already have. You're always trying to improve. So don't design tests to pat yourself on the back and be like, my original design was better. See, and then and along with that, don't test too many changes at once, especially in the same test. You're trying to get useful information about how your users are perceiving your offerings as they come into your website, like perceiving the navigation, perceiving user flows. So make sure that you don't have like two completely different pages that you're testing, because this block allows you to test a whole page or just a single button, whatever you want. You don't want to go in and be like, well, I made 100 changes and that one performed better, but I don't know why, because I made 100 changes and I can't then use that information elsewhere on my website because I don't know what of those 100 changes actually move the needle for customers. So keep your changes small and intentional. And then don't be discouraged if your initial tests are inconclusive. We generally don't like to mess up a working website. If you're getting conversions, you don't want to risk doing something that's a little bit like, bold with your headlines, or in particular, like places on your site where you're being bold. So as you start your initial tests, a lot of times you're not doing enough to actually affect anything in terms of conversion rate. Don't be discouraged. Just keep working through those changes until you find a direction that starts to create change and impact. You might get lucky first bet where you're like, I think this could really impact stuff, but generally you're going to make tiny changes. You're going to be like, this isn't really moving the needle. You need to keep working with it, and you need to keep gathering that data to see what kind of the end results could be. So yeah, make sure you believe that the test is going to improve things. You don't want to just make a test to see if it might.
I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
So if you are testing small changes, like let's just say it's a headline versus a headline, but you really want to test for the overall conversion of an entire landing page, which is going to have multiple elements other than just that headline. Does that mean that the testing could take longer than expected because you need to spend a week testing just the headline, and then the next week you might have to test form fields or something like that?
Yeah. And I think one thing with this is you can actually incorrectly handcuff yourself to be like, I can't make changes to my website unless I A/B test them. Don't fall trap to that. I should have made that one of the main points. Don't think, oh, I can't make changes unless I first A/B test and validate that change is going to be good. You can make changes to your website. You generally know the right things to do. This is about optimizing what you know and finding things and finding language. And so I wouldn't be scared of making changes to my website or making sure that I did A/B test first. This is more of like, I've got a page up there. I think it's the best I can do. Now I'm wondering and I'm questioning, if this was worded better, would that make a change? That's a great thing to A/B test. But yeah. And yeah, you do need to take the time to wait on that test all the way out before you go to the next element on the page. Otherwise, you're going to mess with your testing results. So it can be a process, but it's going to be really easy once you're doing it right in the block editor and you're not having to leave the site. Okay, so A/B tests, the critical piece to an A/B test is that you are measuring indicators for whether or not it's successful. What are you testing for? So your standard tests are clicks and form submissions and time spent on a page. Those are like good things that you're wanting to check for. And with clicks, you can measure what specific button on a page got clicked. You can target things like that and say, I want to know if this button or this button got clicked as 2 separate goals, and then I can see which one of those converted better. So you can have multiple goals. You can have kind of as many goals as you want inside of an A/B test, where you're testing for clicks on different buttons or form submissions, or the amount of time spent on the page. Like you could have a goal that says, I want to know how many users spend 5 seconds on the page versus 25 seconds and things like that. And then sales information is really critical. So one of the key things when you're thinking about goals is that you want to think about what am I optimizing for? And generally you're optimizing for sales. If you're doing anything e-commerce or courses or anything like that, you're not generally, sometimes you're optimizing for form submissions, and that's great. Like you're trying to get a user's email on a landing page, things like that. You might be optimizing for time spent on the page because you want to test your blogs to make sure that it's like compelling and interesting to the users. But generally your site goals are driving them toward e-commerce. And it's important that e-commerce becomes something you test with in these tests. So one of the things we're doing is this whole WooCommerce and eventually SureCard integration, where you'll be able to say this test where they hit it on my homepage, people that hit A of that test had this many sales versus people that hit B of that test had this many sales. So you can kind of see that through the whole journey of someone coming to your website. And the reason that's so important is, just to give you a quick example, like let's say I'm a course creator and I'm offering a course. And I've got a landing page, and on that landing page, I've got to buy button, buy my course. If I made an A/B test where I said, okay, in that call to action section, I'm going to have one test with a video and one test without a video, or maybe the video is just like a pop-up link that's a little bit less in the user's face. And I'm going to test how many times that buy button gets clicked. That's going to be my goal. If you just do that, the one that doesn't have the video could end up winning because you have more users clicking to the buy to see what the next step is, to see the price, to see whatever, and then abandoning. Whereas if they're watching a video, they might make a buying decision at that point and be more likely to click the button and buy, but less likely to click the button in general. Which means that if you're just testing for the button, you could see in your analytics that the call to action section without the video performed worse. But if you take into account sales and make sure that's part of your goal metrics, then you can know actually less people click the buy button, but more people actually bought. I made more money by putting that video in that call to action section. And that can inform a very important decision as to whether or not the video there. And that can be because the person connected, I understand what this person's offering and I want to buy, and I'm now more informed and ready to buy. And so those are the kinds of things that can be really important to look for as you're building out your A/B tests, to not test for the wrong things or test without a full scope. So make sure you have multiple tests in place where you're saying, yeah, I want to know how many people are clicking that buy button, but I also want to know how many sales I'm getting in total. And I can see those two numbers together. And that's going to be key with this product. So that is A/B testing. We're introducing Kadence Insights. The first and MVP of this will be building A/B tests in WordPress. So let's jump in real quick here. We'll go open up a page and show you the how this looks inside of a page, and kind of we'll talk about the tech stack a little bit, not too much. Right here, I've got an A/B test that I just set up using some content, right? And it's simple. There's this little icon here that indicates it's an A/B test. And when I click on that, I get this A/B testing block. And here I can click over to version B and version A. I can name these versions. So if we just open up list view for a second, we can see that I've got 2 variants in here. If I want to, I can duplicate this variant and create more. So You don't need to think about like recreating your content. You create it once and then duplicate. That's your next variant. And then in each variant, I've got a name. So with each one, I can name the variants whatever I want. So if I want this to be more descriptive, I could say something like, light background. And in this one, I can say dark background and save. Now, the way that this block works is inside you can put whatever content you want into it. And you get a content area per variation that you can do whatever you want. With the block, you then can set up, so there's your variant count goals. Your first goal, we kind of label that primary. You can label the goal and you can say, I want it to happen on any button click. And then you can specify which button by using a class if you want to. And you can also target inside this area. So if I'm doing button click, I'm literally saying it's this button because it's the only button in there. Or if I've got 2 buttons, it's those. I can also target anywhere on the page. So if I want to do an A/B test and I'm not actually affecting the button area or the call to action area, but that is still what I want to test for, you can do that. You would just go into the button that you're wanting to test for, and inside each single button, you can go in and add a class, and then you can target that class with the same thing. So I could use a custom class name, and then in my A/B testing, I can add that class. So that's your basic link button goal type. There's also time on page goal type. So here I can change, I want this to trigger after so much time on the page. I can do form submissions. I can add more goals. I can do WooCommerce sales, and there's that's going to come with a whole package of like, once you hit WooCommerce sales and we start tracking that, then we show you how many orders, what was the net value, gross value, things like that. That's the gist of setting up your goals. It's pretty simple. And then you've got an A/B testing block where you've set it up. On the front end, then your first variation, that's what Google's going to see. It's not 100% exact because Google is kind of a mystery in some ways, all the ways in which they look at your site, but generally that version is what Google's going to see. So if you're wondering, how does this affect SEO? Is there going to be 2 versions of this content on the site? No, Google's just going to see that version. And then what happens is we actually will we'll actually load both versions so they're ready to go. And the reason we do this is because page cache is so critical nowadays. It's how we keep sites going really, really fast. So rather than loading one version and then requiring JavaScript to load the other, we actually load both versions, keep one hidden, and then we just trigger which one to show on page load. And we do that all in JavaScript. So it's all front end. There's no like back end query to the system to ask questions or anything like that. It's just on page load, we trigger it. And then what happens is once we've given that user an assigned variation to show them, we store that in the user's local storage. But this is not like a cookie, like a tracking cookie. This is stored in local storage because it's not storing anything about the user other than, hey, just for reference, there's this ID and it's the variation ID. That's in the browser's local storage. So a user comes back to your site, they're going to see the same variation if they're in the same browser. If they switch browsers, all bets are off, right? Then you go back into which version are they going to see based on how many variations, and then running a quick math thing to say, should it be A or B? So that way your users aren't coming to the same page and going like, whoa, what changed? What's going on? Creating confusion. Generally that gets saved. And then how this gets stored for WooCommerce is we'll store a little tag, and that tag says variation ID. And then if they order, at that point we say, hey, is that tag there? Is there any tag there? If so, we're going to store that in the metadata for the order. So then we can query that later on, and we can say really smart things like, did this person, like, I want to know how much did I actually make, not how much did I make at the time. So if the person refunded, they're not going to count toward my stats for my gross revenue on variation A versus variation B. So you're going to get a real dynamic result on how that connects with your actual WooCommerce order data and things like that. So that's the technical side. You're as an admin user, you're not going to affect the metrics. If we view the page, you can see I'm loading variation A in this page. And what it looks like to load variation B is here. And I'm running a URL. We're going to make this URL simpler when we launch this product. But for now, I've got a simple URL here to force load a certain variation. So you'll have access to that where you'll be able to say, like, I want to see what my site looks like with variation A, B, C, whatever variation. There's a quick link where you can say, view it, and then it'll force load that. Again, it won't affect your analytics because we don't store anything if you're force loading a variation. Once you've got the variation up and running on your site, you can go to it and view analytics. And here, this is early stages of what this page is going to look like. There's a lot more data coming in to show, because we're storing more important data than this. And in particular, like you can see here, all my goals, you can't because it doesn't show on the screen share. All of my goals show up here, so I can switch through goals to see different things. And that way you can account for different things, but we're also going to highlight some of that. So this page, still getting a little bit of work, but it gives you an idea of, here you've got this many page views, and I can see how many of those people converted, and then what that conversion percent is. And for these two variations, again, with calling out what it is and then what the goal is. I'm on clicks here and total visitors to each. And so that's the gist of being able to get in, set up an A/B test really easily, and then capture that data. What's nice is you're not dealing with having to get cookie consent because we're not tracking the user. Some GDPR stuff is going to suggest that you should, but this falls into the, like, you can't use this site without storing this data. And again, it's not actually stored in a cookie, it's stored in the browser, local storage. So it creates a very nice experience for your end users. They don't know the difference, and you don't have to bother them being, with the whole like cookie pop-up thing, which if you're in the EU, you have to do that anyway. But for this, you don't. I think that's it from my end. I'm definitely curious if anyone has any questions about this.
Yeah, we have several questions.
Nice.
A lot of them are about SEO. So let me ask a few of them, and maybe you can tell me if you want me to stop and you want to address something in particular. But one says, is there any SEO impact on A/B testing? Any suggestion how to avoid a penalty from Google algorithm when testing website with two different versions? Someone else asked, could this cause SEO duplication issues if you have the same page content on two different pages, A/B, except maybe a headline? And then the next question, I think, is all similar. How should we prioritize which element to test so that we don't have to A/B test everything?
Yeah. So you're not creating two pages. Google just sees one page. The content on that page is what you're A/B testing. You can wrap that block in the entire content of the page if you want to, or you can just test a certain area, which is kind of what I'm suggesting generally you'd want to do, because even if your metrics, even if your form is further down the page and you want to know how many people fill out that form, like that's a conversion metric for you, but you're only testing the headline, the only thing you need to do is test the headline, put the block around that, and put two different variations on that. And then once you've tested that headline, you can still measure the goals throughout your whole site. You can still track for WooCommerce. You can still see how many people click the form further down the page. So in that sense, you can limit how many different variations. But with that said, Google has a whole doc on like, you should A/B test. Like, it's a thing you should do. And in general, the way that Google sees your site, they're just seeing the version that is default, for lack of a better term. And that would be your version 1, sometimes called the control, or version A. And while you're in there, you can change the order. So whatever is first in the, like whatever variation is first, that is version A, and that's your control. So there's not very, it'd be hard to find any way that this would affect SEO in any real way, unless you're actually doing an A/B test where you're trying out two completely different messaging strategies on a page that you want to get ranked for Google. And I would just suggest you shouldn't be doing that anyway. But even still, Google's going to see version 1. And I caveat that with generally, because the way that Google scans your site and reads your site is somewhat of a mystery. They keep that a little bit secret, but they can view it with JavaScript.
Cool. That's helpful. Lots of questions on SEO. Okay, well, this question is how to filter data in the tool so we can get some cohort segmentation, more granular data.
Sorry, what was that last word?
Granular data. They want to know some cohort / segmentation.
Got it. So it depends on what you're trying to segment for. That is something interesting, not part of MVP, but it could be interesting if you've got a lot of logged in users that you're wanting to target like certain things for, where we could create a test just for logged in users, or like segment like only logged in. Like we kind of do that already with conditional loading of blocks. Like you can show things only for logged in users, but you could run tests for logged in users only. Mm-hmm. Other interesting segments where you show them certain variations would be like, I want to show a variation for paid ads versus someone coming organic. And my feeling on that is generally to not try to do that, because it's tricky to get that consistent, and to look at making a landing page for paid ads. You do not need to rank for your landing pages for paid ads, because you're only sending paid ad traffic to it. So you don't need to worry about indexing it. So it can be a complete duplicate of an existing page. As long as you don't index it, Google's not going to say duplicate content, because you're not trying to rank that page, and you're just sending your Google ad traffic or whatever ad traffic to that. I feel like that's a much better way to do that, because then you can see and understand what that traffic is doing on that page.
Sure. Okay, interesting. Okay, here's another. What steps should we take to ensure the reliability of A/B testing results? Not all pages have high volume traffic.
Yeah. So you do need to recognize that if you don't have a lot of traffic, there's not a whole lot that A/B test can tell you except for egregious errors. Because if you're only getting 100 people into a test in a 2-week, let's call it, period, that's just not enough data to make a definitive decision when you're talking about, is my conversion rate 4 or 2? Like, even though that's double, that's still just not enough data, because it's such a few, like so few amount of people. So you need to run it for a long time. Or if you see like my conversion rate is 100 times better after making this change, then you're seeing something egregious, which is like pretty rare to find in A/B testing, because generally if it's egregious, you know it's egregious and you'll fix it. But could happen where you're like, I'm going to test this thing, and you go, wow, I totally missed the mark on what text and image I should have had in my hero. And this one is performing 10 times better, even on low traffic. That's enough to give you confidence to say, okay, I should switch to that.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yes. Kenneth asks, most people don't understand the concept of statistically significant. And that's in air quotes. Perhaps you could do the hard math and show a sliding 1 through 5 scale or gas gauge so people know whether to wait or move on. What do you think about that?
I'm playing around with, in the UI of the analytics, giving you a scale of based on this, how confident we feel these results are. So there's like an indication and not just someone taking it for granted. So it'll start with like not enough data, and then it would move to like insignificant data to quantify results, things like that.
Yes, we have another question about local storage. It says local storage is the same story as cookies. We need to inform the user about data management. Comment?
So you're not storing their IP address. You're not storing any user identifiable information. You're storing a variant ID, which is actually something that's on your website. A variant ID gets stored in the local storage. And that variant ID is very similar to in JavaScript. We store things in the local storage all the time just to make it functionally work, because that's how you work with JavaScript. So you're not storing something. There's no way, maybe a better way to put this, to say, I know that on Monday, this person got variation B. Like, you won't know who got which variation because you have no way to identify them. Where this gets to a gray area, I wouldn't even call it gray, is because we're going to store which variation in the order data, then in some ways, based on when they made a purchase with you, which variation they saw. So in some ways, of your traffic, which person saw B and ordered, and now I know who that person is, they saw B. I don't believe that makes any significant difference, because if you don't have variations, they saw A. So I don't really know how you could, in any kind of legal sense, say that this is tracking of an individual, because you're actually just storing a unique ID to your variation on their page. Again, even in Google's docs on A/B testing, like, this is not a crazy thing. That said, part of the settings for this, for anyone who wants to, will be a way for you to require that they've consented to cookies before you show them a secondary variation. And so if they've not consented to cookies, they will see and not part of your metrics. They'll see version A and they won't be part of your metrics at all. For anyone who's concerned about that. And you can get into like lawyers' opinions on different things for sure, but
interesting.
Yeah, someone just commented and said, sorry, I've got my other screen up. Tracking behavior might be tricky, so it's better to inform about it. It was just the last comment about that. But everyone is so thankful that you are answering these questions, and they said that they're excited to hear from us. So thanks, Ben, for all that you're sharing with everybody. We do have, that's kind of the end of our questions related to the A/B testing that I can see. We did have one other question that it's kind of a generic question about what's coming up next month. But is there anything else you want to talk about related to A/B testing?
I don't think so. I think I'll just reiterate that we're a couple weeks out, and we intend for this to work MVP with WooCommerce order data, and then I'd like to get SureCart connected real soon. So
cool.
Yeah, that was probably going to be a next question.
Yeah, I mean, and along with that, this doesn't need to stop there. Like, if you're doing courses and you're using LearnDash, like storing that, being able to store that data and understand that, like, all of that is really interesting.
Yeah, it's going to have a lot of use cases. And that's why did you decide to not put it into Kadence blocks instead of doing its own plugin? You may have touched on that, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that people like, this product bridges outside of you needing Kadence blocks or using Kadence blocks. And a lot of our stuff does run that way. And some people think that by installing Kadence blocks, they're dealing with any kind of extra performance load on their site, even though they're not. We don't load anything in the front unless you're using Kadence blocks. But this is a way to just more cleanly be like, it's just disconnected. You don't need it because all it's doing is this certain job. So hopefully that helps people who are not wanting to use Kadence blocks on their site to, be able to use A/B testing.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah. So the other question that came in that was kind of a generic question was just that, can we expect any special deals for Black Friday? And I don't think we want to give away, the whole or show our whole hand at this stage, but we are going to have a Black Friday sale. More details are coming out in the upcoming newsletters. So if you're not subscribed, be sure to subscribe. You can go to KadenceWP.com/newsletter, and then that's how you can sign up and be in the know. But yes, we will have a Black Friday. It's always epic. Details about dates and deals will all come out shortly. Anything else you wanted to say about Black Friday, Ben or Hannah?
It's just crazy that we're there. Oh yeah, Amplify is over. Okay, Black Friday. Like moving on. That's crazy. It always comes up on us, but it's so exciting. Such a fun time of year for so many reasons, but obviously because of the Kadence sale is the number one reason.
Yeah. Any other tips or tricks you want to share with us about anything else coming up, Ben? If you don't have anything, that's okay too. I just figured I would ask while we're talking about what's next.
We've
this is a big
loads.
one.
We've got loads coming. This should ship before Black Friday, and this will be part of full bundle. We're also working on an advanced table block that's coming out fairly soon. Probably, I don't want to give any dates. Never mind. I don't know when it's coming out. We are very busy and very excited about all the different things. Of course, full site editing, more settings there and stuff in the theme, and for sure.
It's amazing how much it feels like all of a sudden it's like we're releasing all this stuff all at once. It's great. Yeah. It's amazing. We're getting a ton of amazing feedback too.
Yeah, getting the advanced nav and header, which is just a monumental project out. Really, all of a sudden our devs are like, man, these feature things are like so nice because you can do it in a reasonable amount of time because there's not so much happening and moving. So
yeah, for sure. Awesome. What a day. There's been people in the chat who have been here the whole day, and that blesses me so much. If you have been here all day, thank you so much. That's so sweet. If you haven't, everything's been recorded. It will all be posted. So go back and watch. We really just had some amazing, amazing sessions today. We're just so blessed by this community, and so thankful that you guys are all here. So I think that's all we have for you.
Yeah.
That's it for today. Thank you guys for joining. There will be replays. We'll keep you posted in the newsletter as well once those are out. So make sure you're subscribed. KadenceWP.com/newsletter. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. See ya.